Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Demon, you dare be insolent in Asgard. Frigga's voice rang out sharply, cutting through the tension like a blade. Suka turned his gaze toward her, lips curling into a condescending smile. Even Bor, the God King before Odin, wouldn't dare speak to me like that. And you think you can? With a flick of his wrist, an invisible force seized Frigga and lifted her into the air, her limbs paralyzed mid-motion. "Mother!" Loki shouted, eyes wide with panic. "Stop! We can talk this through." Suka glanced at Loki with cold amusement. "You really don't understand your mother, do you?" And then, with an effortless motion, a crack echoed. Frigga's neck twisted violently. "No!" Loki cried out, rushing forward. But he froze mid-stride. Frigga's body dissolved into particles of light before it even hit the ground. "What?" Loki stared, bewildered. A calm voice answered from the shadows. "Frigga, stop pretending. I know that was just one of your illusions," said Inka, stepping into the light. From behind Odin's sleeping chamber, the real Frigga emerged. Her hands glowed with ancient magic as she continued her incantation to awaken Odin. Only now did Loki remember. His mother wasn't just a queen, she was one of the most skilled sorceresses in the realms. Suka had noticed it all, of course. Frigga's desperate efforts to awaken Odin had not escaped his gaze. But he had let her, because he wanted Odin to awaken. Let the real game begin. Suddenly, golden light erupted. A spear surged forth with divine fury. The eternal spear of Odin. It streaked towards Suka, divine power humming. Yet Suka barely moved. He tilted slightly, letting the weapon pass him harmlessly. Not because Odin missed, but because that wasn't Suka. It was Bo Gang, unleashed upon Asgard. The eternal spear struck Bo Gang squarely. Though her body withstood the blow, the sheer force flung her like a meteor across the sky, blasting her into space. Disoriented and unprepared for the vacuum of space, Bo Gang struggled to adapt. Then, a portal opened behind her, glowing with infernal light. Hell, her prison awaited. A powerful force dragged her in, sealing her fate once more. Bo Gang cursed in frustration. The ecstasy of unrestrained devouring gone. She could only lie atop a floating pumice stone, brooding, digesting her stolen feast. Back in Asgard, the eternal spear, enchanted to return to its master, whirled back, only to halt beside Suka. It froze midair, inches from him, trembling. Frigga and Loki gasped. No one, not in all the ages of Asgard, had ever stopped the eternal spear from returning to Odin. Odin frowned deeply. He recognized what had happened. Suka had trapped the spear with his own power. And worse, it wasn't budging. The king of gods summoned it again. Nothing. He was too weak, his slumber incomplete. Suka reached out, grasped the eternal spear, and held it aloft. The divine weapon vibrated violently, but did not resist. Then he slowly descended toward Odin. But instead of impaling the Allfather, he stopped. Odin raised his hand and caught the spear with ease, reclaiming it. A tense silence fell. Suka broke it with a smirk. "To be honest, Odin, you're nothing compared to your father Bor. If he were here, this would have ended already." The insult hung in the air, but Odin did not rise to it. He simply asked, "Why have you come, demon?" His voice was calm, but behind it was weariness. He was still weak. Thor was missing, and Suka clearly had the upper hand. Suka pointed at Loki. "I'm here for him. We had a deal. You interrupted it by dragging him away. So now I've come to claim him myself." Then, Suka's tone turned dark. "But now, I've changed my mind. Maybe I'll just destroy Asgard." Odin's face darkened. He glanced at Loki, realizing now that his son had spoken the truth. He had warned him. Had Odin listened, this catastrophe might have been avoided. But Suka's words left no time for reflection. Odin stood tall. If you want to destroy Asgard, you'll have to go through me. Even weakened, he would not let his home fall without a fight. Suka only chuckled and rose into the air. Above Asgard, the sky dimmed. Then the impossible appeared. Planets. Dozens of massive, orbiting celestial bodies loomed overhead, encircling Asgard like a noose. The citizens of Asgard screamed in terror. First bow gang now this? Was this the end? Odin and the others rushed outside, joining the crowds as they stared into the sky. Above them, Suka hovered, arms spread, face lit with malevolence. Odin's mind raced. These planets, if even one collided, Asgard would be obliterated. Devil, what do you want? Odin shouted, desperation cutting through his pride. But Suka didn't answer. Instead, two planets began their descent. Odin's eyes widened. No! He hurled the eternal spear. But again, it froze in midair, suspended by Suka's power. Then it happened. Two planets slammed into Asgard's defenses. Boom! Boom! Explosions ripped through the realm. Flames erupted. Buildings collapsed. Thousands perished in seconds. And these were just the smallest of the planets. Odin trembled with rage, but also fear. He couldn't win. Frigga began to cast sealing magic, but Odin stopped her. It's useless, he muttered. He escaped hell itself. Nothing can bind him now. Suka floated above them, smiling. Then, as if amused by their desperation, he said, actually, there's one more option. He turned to Odin. Why not release your daughter, Hela? The name struck like lightning. Odin and Frigga stiffened. Loki looked stunned. Daughter? Odin knew Suka was right. Hela was powerful, possibly their only hope. But he also knew Hela wouldn't save them. She'd kill him and destroy everything. A chilling silence fell. Suka waited, grinning. Asgard stood burning. And Loki suddenly rose to his feet, eyes flickering with desperation and resolve. Wait, there's no need for this destruction. Don't the demons want Earth? Loki pleaded, looking directly at Suka. Let me help you conquer it. Asgard will not interfere. Just please, spare it. He dropped to one knee. Please, I swear, nothing like before will ever happen again. I won't betray you. I promise. Despite not being born of Asgard, Loki's loyalty to it was deeply rooted. He couldn't watch it be reduced to ruin. But mercy wasn't his to give. Suka remained silent, then raised a hand. A surge of power immobilized Loki and dragged him to hover inches away. Release him, Odin bellowed, fury blazing in his eyes. The eternal spear shimmered with divine light. But before Odin could act, Loki cried out, Father, no. I'm fine. Don't fight. Odin hesitated, fists trembling, and lowered his weapon. Suka finally broke his silence, voice low and unreadable. Loki, can I trust you again? Yes. I swear, I am yours. From now on, I serve you. Just, please let Asgard live. Even Odin flinched as Loki spoke those words. The prince of Asgard, bending his knee to a demon. Loki, Odin growled, grief and fury choking his voice. Loki turned to him, solemn. This is all I can do now. Don't stop me. Tears welled in Frigga's eyes. Odin stood in silent agony. Their son, their pride, was surrendering everything to save them. Suka studied them with interest, then slowly nodded. Very well. Asgard will be spared. But punishment is still due. He snapped his fingers. In the skies, 3 massive planets descended. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rocked the Golden City. Half of Asgard crumbled. Screams echoed. Flames consumed streets. Odin could only watch, his fists clenched, powerless. Loki lowered his head. He said nothing. He could do nothing. Suka smiled in satisfaction. He never truly planned to destroy Asgard. Balance between light and darkness had to be preserved. The destruction was a message. A reminder. With a gesture, Suka released Loki. The prince stumbled back, free. My master, Loki began, then hesitated. Well, my brother, please spare him too. Suka blinked. Ah, Thor. A portal swirled open. A charred, broken body fell to the ground. As promised, said Dasha's voice from within. He lives. Thor, Odin and Frigga rushed to his side, cradling his unconscious form. Suka turned to Loki. "Come." Loki gave his family one last look, then followed. As Suka vanished through a portal, the orbiting planets slowly receded into the cosmos. Asgard had survived, but at an unbearable cost. Meanwhile, Earth. Suka returned with Loki at his side. The Holy Lord and Shimu were already waiting. "You traitorous snake!" the Holy Lord snapped at Loki. But Loki ignored him hollow-eyed. He no longer cared. "I'll oversee the construction. The Chitauri will arrive soon," Loki said to Suka, his voice robotic. Even the Holy Lord paused. Something in Loki had changed. "What did you do to him?" he asked Suka. "Nothing," Suka said with a smirk. "But rest assured, he won't betray us again." Satisfied, the Holy Lord turned back to his plans. Suka, meanwhile, opened a portal and disappeared. That night, Suka weighed the coming war. With Thor likely out, Earth's defense was feeble. Avengers roster: Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, and Iron Man too few. Meanwhile, Suka had the Holy Lord, Shimu, Loki, and the entire Chitauri army. Balance was off. Light was too weak. According to cosmic rules, balance would demand a champion. But who? He didn't know. The next morning, a car pulled up. A bald man stepped out. Nick Fury. "Good morning, Dr. Sue," he greeted. Suka frowned. "If you're here to recruit me, don't. You wouldn't like me angry." Nick held up his hands. "Not here to recruit. We need your help coordinating the Avengers. You are, after all, a licensed psychiatrist." Suka sighed. "Is my father with SHIELD?" Nick raised a brow. "Yes, and we have a secret weapon now. Someone new. A surprise Avenger." Suka climbed into the car. As they drove, Nick explained. A man had recently uncovered a god's ruin and armor. An ordinary man. That armor had awakened something. Now, this man possessed incredible strength, speed, and magic. "His name," Nick said, "is Chun Long." Suka blinked. "Chun Long? From the Adventures of Jackie Chan." He stared in disbelief. This world truly was mad. In the Adventures of Chun Long, the 8 unknown death gods represent the 8 immortals in ancient Dacia. Thousands of years ago, in order to protect the world from being ruled by demons, they subdued the 8 demons, including Kursalon. Among them, Hishingu, one of the 8 unknown death gods, used a lotus bag to subdue Julan, the leader of the 8 evils. Zhang Guilao subdued Bogang with a drum. Han Zhongli subdued Xiaofeng with a paper fan. Uncle Chao Gui used Allegro to surrender the Huxia Soviet Union. Tai Guili subdued Basha with a gourd. Lu Dongbin used the divine sword to subdue the Holy Lord. Lan Saiha subdued Di Kuei with flowers. Han Xiangzi used the flute to subdue Shimu. Since then, the 8 demons have been sealed in hell forever, enduring endless pain. Definitely, the old man like the Holy Lord does not count, because the Holy Lord did not stay in hell for even a few days. As an insidious and cunning demon, the Holy Lord used lies to easily deceive his 7 brothers and sisters, then used their magic to escape hell. After returning to the human world, the Holy Lord forgot his previous promise and ruled the human world alone for thousands of years. Then everyone knew that the Holy Lord finally suffered his retribution. He was defeated and sealed by the great human magician Lope, and even deprived of the power of the 12 talismans. After coming back from the memories, Suka was speechless for a moment. It was already awkward for Chun Long to join the Avengers, but he didn't expect that he would actually awakening unexplained powers, not Death God Ming and Avengers. Putting these two together is really a special show, but thinking about it carefully, Suka suddenly felt that this seemed normal. After all, he originally thought that without Thor's participation, the black aura and righteousness of this world were no longer balanced. As a result, with Chun Long Awakening's unexplained power, the world's righteousness and black aura seem to have regained balance. In other words, the reason why Chun Long awakened the power of Death God was entirely due to the need for balance between righteousness and black aura. Thinking of this, Li Ku was immediately relieved. At the same time, Suka suddenly became interested, because he was very curious. Which mysterious power did Chun Long obtain? If it belonged to immortal He Xingu, the undead god who sealed him back then Suku would kill Chun Long directly after meeting him. Because until now, Suku still resents the unforeseen death god that sealed him back then. Definitely, if it is the secret of sealing other demons, then he will not care. Just when Suku was thinking about it, Nick suddenly asked, I said, are you really not going to do something? After all, what we have to face next is the devil. We urgently need all the power, especially your power. Suka came back to his senses, looked at Nick, and then said calmly, Please, I'm just a psychiatrist. If you need treatment for mental illness, you can come to me. But forget it about saving the world. I have no interest in it. Just kidding, you have to know that you are a demon, and he is also the boss of demons. He really has no interest in saving the world or anything. After all, it's good enough if you don't kill anyone. Seeing this, Chun Ku then smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is really nothing he can do for a stubborn person like Suku. But in Nick's opinion, this is actually not a big problem, as long as Suku doesn't want to destroy the world. Poor Nick, if he knew that Suku in front of him destroyed half of Asgard just yesterday. I wonder what his expression will be. Suddenly at this moment, Suku thought of something, then looked at Nick and asked, By the way, you told me before that you wanted me to coordinate the conflicts between the Avengers. What did you mean? Does anyone disagree with Chun Long joining the Avengers? At first, Suk thought Nick just wanted to trick him into going to SHIELD, so he found some excuse to reconcile the conflict. But now that I think about it, it seems that this is really possible. After all, Avengers and Chun Long originally belonged to two completely different worlds. If some of them disagree with Chun Long joining the Avengers, it seems reasonable. But obviously, Suka guessed wrong. The next second, Nick shook his head and said, You misunderstood. It's not that some people don't agree with Chun Long joining the Avengers, but that some people don't agree with Banner joining the Avengers. All right, although he guessed wrong, Suka didn't care. And when he heard Banner's name again, Suka suddenly remembered the time when Hulk was beaten wildly by the Quirk in Hell. Then he looked at Nick and asked, What's going on? You must know that in the Marvel Universe, Hulk is absolutely responsible for his strength, but some people actually disagreed with his joining. This is a bit outrageous. Nick continued, Isn't it because of the incident where Hulk caused a scene in New York City? Because of this incident, other people think Hulk is a time bomb, so they don't want Hulk to join. Even Dr. Banner himself is unwilling to join the Avengers because he thinks he is a bomb. So that's it. When Suka heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. The next second, he suddenly thought of something again and then continued to ask, Since many people don't agree with Banner joining the Avengers, what about Chun Long? Does everyone else agree that Chun Long will join the Avengers? Compared to Hulk, Suku is more concerned about Chun Long joining the Avengers. After all, this was too much of a drama for him, so he eagerly wanted to know the result. However, when he heard this, Nick kept his head in silence with a guilty look on his face. Then he said, Actually, I haven't told the other Avengers members yet that Chun Long will join them, but I do plan to tell them the news today, so today can be considered a welcome ceremony. Welcome Chun Long to officially join Avengers. Suka was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. But in the next second, he suddenly thought of something again, then looked at Nick and said, Wait, you didn't tell Chun Long that you wanted him to join the Avengers, right? When Nick heard this, he was instantly stunned. He looked at Suk in disbelief and said, How do you know? Have I told you about this? Damn it. When he heard this, Suka's heart suddenly felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. If it weren't for Nick being needed for the next thing, he would really want to slap this guy to death. After working on it for a long time, Nick didn't tell the other Avengers that Chun Long was joining the Avengers. He also didn't tell Chun Long that he wanted Chun Long to join the Avengers. What the hell is going on? After working together for a long time, Nick did nothing at all? Everything is just an idea of his. This is too outrageous. As for why Suku has such doubts, it's entirely because he knows what kind of person Chun Long is in the adventures of Chun Long. Chun Long is an archaeologist and an explorer. His favorite thing to do is visit all the monuments and find artifacts, not be a member of an organization. Just like in the adventures of Chun Long, Blake, the boss of District 13, invited Chun Long to join District 13 more than once, but Chun Long rejected them all. Even if Chun Long ends up helping District 13, it will only be as a friend. In this case, why would Chun Long join the Avengers? This is crazy. The next second, something was wrong with the way Ink looked at Nick. Seeing Suka's eyes, Nick panicked instantly, because he is afraid that his fate will be the same as those Hydra agents who died before. So, he hurriedly explained, Don't be angry. I just asked you to come over because I was afraid that something would happen then. As a psychiatrist, I need you to help me coordinate the relationship between them and let Banner and Chun Long join the Avengers. Damn it. So this is the coordination you were talking about? Suk was completely drunk. I'm sorry. This guy Nick has been making trouble for a long time because he wants to coordinate Banner and Chun Long into a revenge alliance. Is this what a psychiatrist should do? If he didn't want to confirm which unknown power Chun Long had obtained, Suka would really want to leave now. He really doesn't want to deal with these nonsense. Forget it. I'll let you go this time. But I warn you, there will be no next time for this kind of thing. If you hide anything from me next time, then I will blow your brains out. Suka said calmly that in order to see Chun Long, he was too lazy to argue with Nick about this matter. Nick first touched his bald head with lingering fear, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, he hurriedly assured, Don't worry, I promise there won't be a next time. A few minutes later, Suk and Nick arrived at SHIELD. But what is different from before is that at the moment SHIELD has already launched the space carrier plan. Even the headquarters was moved to the space carrier. Seeing the guy in front of him who could only be seen on TV, Suka smiled slightly in his heart. This is a bit like the world of American comics. At the same time, Suk discovered that SHIELD's security had been improved again. Everyone around is an agent of SHIELD. It seems that Nick has indeed been busy dealing with Hydra recently. But unfortunately, he still couldn't completely eliminate HYDRA, because he has absolutely no idea that his boss, Pierce Alexander, is actually a HYDRA. Definitely. This has nothing to do with Suku, and Suka doesn't care. The only thing he cares about is Chun Long, who just awakened the unknown power. When Nick and Suku arrive at the SHIELD conference room, they found that at the moment, many people had gathered in the conference room. Oh, please give me flowers. There's Captain America Stephen Rogers, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Bruce Banner, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye. Definitely Dad's group too, and that includes Xiaoyu. But at the moment, Dad and the three of them were a little confused. It was obvious that they had no idea why Nick would ask them to attend such a meeting. Just one glance, Suk always felt like he was in a drama. After all, these two teams are so incompatible. But he didn't say anything, and when he appeared here, Ben and Tony instantly stood up and greeted him. Welcome, Dr. Su. Hello, Dr. Su. Banner said hello because Suka helped solve the crisis caused by Hulk before, so Banner is very grateful. The reason why Tony said hello was naturally because of the power of the space gem that Suka had shown before. Tony is very curious about this power and even wants to study it, but it was obvious that Suka didn't bother to talk to him at all. Definitely, Suka also saw something, that is, Banner is indeed excluded by others. When everyone here looks at Banner, something is a little abnormal, but this is actually to be expected. After all, Hulk caused too much damage in New York City before, and he also killed many humans. This has all been reported in the news. Although SHIELD spent a lot of effort to suppress this matter, but people here still think Hulk is a time bomb. Maybe when encountering enemies, Hulk will attack them instead, which would be a bit of a waste. Nick naturally thought of this, but there was nothing he could do, because in his opinion, the Avengers really need someone to take on the role of strength. And Hulk is the best power player. Poor Nick. He probably would never have thought that the Avengers should have two powers. One is Hulk, and the other is Thor. But with everything Suka has done in Asgard, Thor probably won't join the Avengers for the time being. But it was obvious that Suk didn't care about this kind of thing at all. He casually found a seat and sat down. The next second, Suka suddenly made eye contact with Natasha Romanoff, but the two said nothing. Then, seeing everyone arrived, Nick looked at everyone and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's start today's meeting." As we all know, after the last appearance of the Holy Lord, we were aware of the destruction caused by the devil. But I want to tell you, that is just the beginning, because according to what Dad said before, we know that the Holy Lord has 7 more brothers and sisters, and the ultimate goal of these demons is to rule the world. So what we have to do is stop them. We have to form an organization, and everyone knows about this organization before. It is the Avengers, an organization that brings together the most powerful heroes on Earth. What Nick said above was impassioned, but Suka had a face full of pain, because in the Marvel world, the main reason why the Avengers were established was because Loki led the Chitauri to attack the Earth. In other words, the original intention of the Avengers was actually because of Loki. But what now? The reason why Avengers was founded is because of the Holy Lord. This damn thing is too much. The Holy Lord and Chun Long's adventures actually became the key to the establishment of Avengers in the Marvel world. No matter how you think about it, this is a bit too much and outrageous. 012804309 Felu 131313291. Suk shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he suddenly looked at Chun Long. This is the purpose of his coming here today. Sure enough, with just one glance, Suka noticed the mysterious power of Chun Long. And this force is actually very powerful. There's almost no difference from Death God. This is really not a good thing for the demons. This is only a good thing for Suka, because Suka has noticed something that is the mysterious power in Chun Long. It does not belong to He Shingu, who once sealed her, but it belongs to Lu Dongbin, who once sealed the Holy Lord. Now, the Holy Lord may be in trouble, but fortunately, Chun Long should not have completely mastered the power of Death God yet, so the Holy Lord may not be Chun Long's opponent by then. Definitely, we can only wait until the Battle of New York to see how it goes. And at this moment, the meeting finally entered its theme. Nick has already mentioned the first question too. That's about whether Banner wants to join the Avengers. Tony was the first to stand up and object. I admit that Hulk does have great power, but everyone knows that Hulk is uncontrollable. I won't talk about the damage he caused in New York before, but what if Hulk loses control again when we are dealing with the Holy Lord? When the time comes, will we deal with the Holy Lord or the Hulk? So, I don't agree with Banner joining the Avengers. Having said that, Tony saw Banner again. Sorry, Dr. Banner, I'm not targeting you. I'm just targeting the guy in your body. I see. Faced with Tony's objection, Banner didn't care at all, because to be honest, he actually has the same opinion as Tony. He doesn't want to join the Avengers either. For him, the best way is to find a place to lock him up. Because of what happened before, he was afraid that Hulk would come out again and hurt others. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye both agreed. But when it came to Rogers disagreed. Rogers stood up and looked at everyone and said, "Although I have never fought against a demon, I have watched some previous videos. To be honest, the devil is far more powerful than we imagined. So if we want to defeat the devil, then we need all the power, definitely including Hulk's power. Yes, Hulk did make some mistakes before, but we can't exclude Hulk because of these mistakes. I believe Dr. Banner can control Hulk." When he heard this, Banner was speechless for a moment, because he felt that Rogers thought too highly of himself, and he had no confidence that he could control Hulk. Although Rogers stood up to support Hulk, others still maintained a rejection attitude, because they don't need a teammate who is like a timed 860 bomb. Seeing everyone's attitude, Nick instantly felt a pain in his balls. How could he not know that Hulk is uncontrollable? But he always felt that Hulk would play a very important role at critical moments, so he thought about letting Hulk join the Avengers. The results of it? Everyone except Rogers actually disagreed, which really made him don't know what to do. But then, he suddenly thought of something again. Then he saw Sook, who was distracted. The next second, Nick's heart moved. What? Dr. Sue, do you have anything to say? Nick looked at Sook and asked. Suka was slightly startled when he heard this. I mean your sister. Why are you calling labor and management at this time? I have nothing to say. However, it is obvious that Kuda does not intend to let the scholars go. He continued, have you not done psychological counseling for Banner before? Do you think Banner can control Hulk? When he heard this, Suka suddenly became a little drunk. Does psychological counseling have anything to do with whether Banner can control Hulk? However, as Nick spoke, everyone looked at Sook. Even Banner looked at Suku expectantly. This made Suku even more speechless. At the moment, Suku really regretted coming. If it weren't for the balance between righteousness and black aura in this world, he would really want to kill everyone here. Then, after calming down a little, Ink stood up. Then he said calmly, based on the previous psychological treatment, I think Banner should be able to control Hulk. What? When they heard this, everyone was confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that Ink would say such a thing. Banner had a look of anticipation and excitement on his face, even though he didn't want to join any Avengers. But if he could control Hulk, he would also want to do something for the world. After all, Hulk has always been a monster, a violent and terrifying monster, and he really doesn't want Hulk to continue to be a monster. At the same time, Hoka couldn't help but give Suku a thumbs up in his heart. He felt that the reason why Suku said this was entirely to help him. But what Nick doesn't know is that Suku is actually telling the truth. Although the previous Hulk was indeed uncontrollable and even killed many humans. But after being beaten by the quirk, Suka clearly noticed that the Hulk in Banner's body had become much more stable. There is no longer the violent aura before. The previous journey to hell has worn away some of Hulk's own violent aura, giving Hulk a trace of human thinking. Or to put it more simply, Hulk was defeated by the boss. Although no one here can feel it, not even Banner, this special change cannot be hidden from Suku's feeling. The current Hulk should be similar to the Hulk after Avengers Alliance 1. At this time, Hulk can already be controlled by Banner and will not lose control easily. However, Nick didn't realize this. He looked at everyone with a smile and said, everyone knows Dr. Sue, right? He is the best psychiatrist in the United States. With his guarantee, no one will doubt that Banner can't control Hulk anymore, right? Everyone was silent when they heard this. It's obvious that most people here know about Suku. At the same time, we also know that Suku saved the United States Captain Rogers and Banner. But then, Tony still said with some disbelief, you have to know that what we have to deal with this time is a demon. We can't just rely on Dr. Sue's words to decide this matter, right? Why is this guy here again? Nick's face hurts. Just when he was about to say something more, Suku suddenly spoke again. This matter really cannot be decided so hastily. Asterisk. When Nick heard this, he was instantly speechless. My heart said, did you make a mistake? Shouldn't you be on my side? However, before Nick could speak, he suddenly saw Suka walking up to him and smiling at him. It was this smile that instantly made Nick detect a hint of danger. Sure enough, in the next second, Suka pulled out the pistol from Nick's waist and pulled the trigger on Banner. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! When they saw this scene, everyone present was immediately frightened. Nick was even more frightened and stunned. He subconsciously wanted to stop Suka from shooting, but it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, a bullet snaked towards the confused Banner. At this moment, no miracle happened. The bullet hit Banner directly. Roar! Immediately afterwards, there was a roar. Banner's body began to rapidly grow in size and green, until he completely turned into a Hulk. The moment they saw this scene, everyone secretly said, oh no. At the same time, they responded quickly. Hawkeye took out his bow and arrow and prepared to attack Hulk. Rogers holds a shield to prevent Hulk from going rampage. Tony was rolling around and ready to rush outside to put on the spell armor. The mysterious power in Chun Long's body also exploded instantly, and he hurriedly protected his father and Xiaoyu behind him. In short, everyone is waiting for Hulk's outbreak. Definitely, the only one who is calm is Suku. Suku ignored the nervous people and came straight to Hulk and said, "Banner, do you want me to talk?" Hulk seemed a little confused at first, but then Hulk slowly uttered a few words. "Hulk, you can hear me. What's the situation?" When he saw this scene, Nick, who had been so frightened that he fell to the ground, quickly got up. Then he looked at Hulk with a look of disbelief. He suddenly realized something was wrong. That is, although Banner turned into Hulk, he did not wreak havoc in the first place. Instead, he looked at everything around him in confusion, and even spoke under Suka's guidance. In the past, Hulk could never speak, and because of this, everyone thought Hulk was a mindless monster. But now it seems that the important things seem to be more important than. At the same time, Tony, who was about to rush out and put on the spell armor, was also stunned. He also noticed changes in Hulk. Compared with the previous Hulk, the current Hulk seems to have become much more rational. At least he did not attack the people around him immediately after transforming. Others were also surprised. It was obvious that Hulk's change made everyone feel incredible. But then, something even more incredible happened for them. I saw Suka continue to say, "Hulk, squat." The next second, Hulk was squatting on the ground. Everyone present was frightened. Is this still Hulk? It's like training a dog. In fact, what everyone doesn't know is that the reason why Hulk reacted this way was just because he sensed the devil's aura from Suka. Because of his previous experience in hell, Hulk already had a deep fear of demons. Even though Suka was not the leader who defeated him, he still felt fear. Definitely, there's also Banner's reason for this, because at this moment, Banner is also affecting Hulk's behavior. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, the door was slammed open. Then dozens of SHIELD agents with weapons rushed in. Obviously, they noticed the noise just now, and such a move instantly made Hulk a little nervous. Seeing this, Nick quickly yelled, "Get out! No one is allowed in without my order." When the agents heard this, they looked at Hulk, who was not far away, and then retreated with confused expressions. Immediately afterwards, Nick came to Suka's side cautiously, and then asked in a low voice, "Suk, what's going on? Why is Hulk like this?" Suka said calmly, "What else can happen? I didn't just say that just to agree with you. Now Banner can indeed control Hulk. Damn it, so powerful." When Nick heard this, his heart suddenly felt ecstatic, because in this case, his biggest worry is gone. Then, seeing everyone still looking nervous, Nick hurriedly said to Suka, "Is there any way you can turn Hulk back into Banner? After all, everyone is scared of him like this." Suk glanced at Nick speechlessly, and then came to Hulk's side. "Hulk, please change back." At the same time, an unnoticed black aura floated out of Suk's body, and then slowly sank into Hulk's body. But don't get me wrong, Suk is not trying to control Hulk, but simply wants to help Banner control Hulk better. Sure enough, the next second, Hulk's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye until he turned into a Banner. At this moment, all the clothes on Banner's body have exploded, leaving only one section of his body. Despite this, Banner looked excited. You must know that when he transformed into Hulk, Banner had no memory of Hulk at all, let alone controlled Hulk. This means that when he becomes Hulk, another consciousness is completely controlling this body. But this time it was obviously different. When he transformed into Hulk, he actually had Hulk's previous memories, and the few words he just answered to Suka were also spoken by him and Hulk together. In other words, he can actually control Hulk, and this also gave him a new direction. That is, maybe he no longer needs to be afraid of Hulk in the future, but should try to have a relationship with Hulk. When he looked at Suka again, Banner's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Sue. I really didn't expect that I could control Hulk. Thank you so much," Banner said with a grateful expression. From now on, he is finally no longer a monster. At the same time, Nick quickly took off his coat and put it on Banner, and then helped Banner sit down. Immediately afterwards, everyone else returned to their original positions. Ever since, the atmosphere that followed became a little weird, especially those Avengers who were opposed to Banner joining the Avengers before. They don't know what to say now. Nick's eyes scanned everyone, and then he said, "So now, is there anyone who disagrees with Banner joining the Avengers?" This time no one objected, because just now Banner has proven that he can indeed control Hulk, and with Hulk's power, he is definitely qualified to join the Avengers. For other members, as long as Hulk doesn't lose control, he is definitely the most powerful teammate. Even Tony, who had always been opposed before, had nothing to say, and Banner has acquiesced to these 4.7 things, because he also wants to do something for the world to make up for his previous mistakes. Seeing this, Nick immediately announced, "Okay, now I announce that Kat and I will join the Avengers." After saying this, Nick suddenly looked at Suka again. Then he complained in a low voice, "The next time you do something, can you say hello first? You almost scared me to death just now." Suka glanced at Nick and then asked, "If I told you ahead of time that I was going to force Hulk out at gunpoint, would you agree?" When Nick heard this, he was speechless for a moment. Because to be honest, if Suka had told him before, he would never agree. But if he doesn't agree, then it doesn't prove that Banner can control the Hulk. In this case, there seems to be nothing wrong with ink being so tender. "Hey, are you guys okay? If so, Daddy will leave. I really don't understand. This is none of Dad's business. Why do you have to let Dad attend this meeting?" At this moment, an impatient voice suddenly sounded. "Take a closer look, and you will see that it is Dad." That's right. Dad finally couldn't bear it anymore. Dad was really confused because he didn't know what this meeting had to do with them. Upon hearing this, Nick quickly comforted his father and said, "Dad, don't be angry. I have something very important to announce, and this matter is related to you." "Is it related to us?" When Dad heard this, he immediately looked curious because he didn't understand what it meant. But at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly blinked and then looked at Chun Long aside. For a moment, Xiaoyu had a bold idea in her mind. Then, Xiaoyu looked directly at Nick and asked, "Director Nick, are you trying to get Uncle Long to join the Avengers?" When Nick heard this, he laughed instantly. Then he praised, "Xiaoyu, you are right. I am just going to invite Chun Long to join the Avengers." What? When he heard this, Chun Long was speechless for a moment, because he never expected that Nick would actually invite him to join the Avengers. Even the dad on the side was a little confused. Only Xiaoyu looked excited, because in her opinion, it's really cool for Uncle Long to join the Avengers. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Nick coughed a few times, attracted everyone's attention, and then continued. "Everyone already knows about Dad. Dad knows how to deal with demons, and he's a powerful magician. Originally, I actually wanted Dad to join the Avengers, but considering that Dad is old and not suitable for fighting. So Dad, forget it, but Dad's nephew Chun Long is definitely qualified to join the Avengers. Because not long ago, Chun Long gained unexplainable power, and what he obtained was the mysterious power that defeated and sealed the Holy Lord. In other words, Chun Long is the only one who can compete with the Holy Lord. I think he can definitely join the Avengers with his power. What do you think?" After saying this, Nick looked at the people in front of him, waiting for their answers. The next second, Tony stood up. "I agree. I think he is fully qualified to join the Avengers," Tony said with a smile. When Hulk appeared before, Tony noticed the strange energy fluctuations on Chun Long's body. It's just that he didn't know what kind of power it was at the time. He only felt that this power was very powerful. But now he knows. It turns out that this is an unexplained power, and people with this kind of power are naturally qualified to join the Avengers. Immediately afterwards, other Avengers also expressed their approval. After all, Chun Long's power is indeed very suitable for dealing with demons, and they simply can't refuse Chun Long's joining. Seeing that everyone agreed that Chun Long would join the Avengers, Xiaoyu became even more excited. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Xiang Ku and said, "So can I join the Avengers too?" When Nick heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, what we have to do next is to save the world, not play house, so I can only refuse you." When the people present heard this, they all laughed. It was obvious that they only regarded Xiaoyu as an ordinary little girl. But when Xiaoyu heard this, she looked unconvinced. She felt Nick look down on her. Seeing Xiaoyu's angry look, Suka only felt funny for a while. At the same time, He also thought that in the original plot of Chun Long's adventures, Xiaoyu was not only the reincarnation of the saint, but also the queen of the Black Shadow Corps. If you take any one of these two identities, they seem to be qualified to defeat the so-called Avengers, right? Nick, it seems you really made a mistake this time. For a moment, Suka was really curious. What would it be like for Xiaoyu to become the Queen of Shadows? Just when Suka was thinking about it, Nick's voice suddenly sounded again. So, Chun Long, are you willing to join the Avengers? Hearing Nick's voice, Ku immediately looked at Chun with interest, because he really wanted to know what choice Chun Long would make. At the moment, Chun Long also looked confused. To be fair, he knew that the Avengers were going to fight against the Holy Lord to save the world, and there was no way he could justify it if he didn't join. But having said that, he doesn't want to join any organization at all. He just wants to be a free person. After a while of hesitation, Chun Long could only look at his father. Dad, what should I do? Dad adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, Dad knows that you don't like to join any organization, but this time it's to save the world. So just agree to them. When Chun Long heard this, he no longer felt hesitation in his heart. After all, saving the world is obviously more important than freedom. Then, he looked at Nick and said, Okay, I promise you, I will join the Avengers, but I have a request. That means I will not obey anyone's orders except to fight against the devil. Hearing this, Nick showed no hesitation and readily agreed. At the moment, Nick was in a really good mood because he had accomplished two major things in just a short period of time. One is to let Hulk join the Avengers, and the other is to let Chun Long, who has the immortal deity's power, join the Avengers. Both of these things were accomplished so easily, which made Nick completely relieved. But at this moment, Rogers suddenly spoke. So where is the Holy Lord now? Or what conspiracy does the Holy Lord have? Well, Rogers now asked the key to the matter. After all, the original intention of the Avengers was to deal with the Holy Lord and save the world. But now it seems like they don't even know where the Holy Lord is, right? At the same time, I don't know what the Holy Lord's plan is. This seems a bit embarrassing, but when he heard this, Nick didn't panic. He looked directly at his father beside him and said, Dad, you should explain it to everyone. In Nick's opinion, when it comes to demons, the right person to talk to is his dad. When the father heard this, he did not refuse, and then walked up to the crowd and said, In recent times, my father has been observing the righteousness and black aura of this world. To put it simply, righteousness represents you superheroes, and black aura represents the devil. Not long ago, black aura suddenly became powerful, so Dad guessed that a new demon escaped from hell. It's also because of this that Chun Long gained inexplicable power. So what we have to deal with now may be two demons. Two demons? When everyone heard this, they were instantly confused. Dad continued, Do you still remember the special changes that occurred in the sky not long ago? Remember, Tony nodded and said, At that time, the entire New York City was shrouded in a red mist. I checked some information at that time, but found nothing. Dad glanced at Nick, then shook his head and said, You will definitely find nothing, because the red mist is not a natural phenomenon at all, but the work of the sky demon, Nishiki. Nishiki is the smallest demon among the 8 demons, ranking 8th among demons. He is the demon of the sky and has the ability to control the sky and change the weather. Although I don't know what method the Holy Lord used to rescue Shimu from hell, what we have to face is the fire demon and the demon. When everyone heard this, they felt helpless for a moment. Dealing with the Holy Lord was already troublesome enough, but I didn't expect that there would be another demon. In contrast, Suka was much calmer now, because he knew that Shimu's release from prison should not be hidden from his father. After all, Dad is also a powerful magician. It would be a little abnormal if he didn't even notice this. So, Dad, do you know where the Holy Master and Shimu are now? Rogers asked. In Rogers' view, as long as they can find the location of Shang-Zhu and Shimu, they can rush there immediately and defeat Shang-Zhu and Shimu directly. Because if we keep waiting like this, who knows how long it will take. But when he heard this, the old minister shook his head. I don't know this either, but I always feel that the Holy Lord is planning something big. Because he met the Ancient One before, the Holy Master has been reviewing various magics recently. Then he used his magic to completely hide his location, so it was normal for Dad to not be able to find the Holy Master. You must know that in addition to being a demon, the Holy Lord is also a powerful magician. It is actually not too difficult for Shang Quan to prevent other magicians from finding him. However, when everyone heard this, they were somewhat disappointed because they felt that this was too passive. Seeing that morale was a little low, Nick quickly comforted everyone and said, "There is no need to be too anxious, because we have been monitoring every corner of the world recently. As soon as we find traces of the Holy Lord, we will immediately take action to stop the Holy Lord. We will not let the Holy Lord act recklessly in this world." Although Nick wanted to appease everyone, it was obvious that this did not appease everyone. Everyone's morale was still a little low. But Nick has no choice because this is the only thing he can do. At this point, the meeting is almost over. Everyone dispersed and began to prepare for the next thing. Sik also returned to his villa. After a brief hesitation, Suka finally decided to tell the Holy Lord that Chun Long had obtained the immortal deity's power. He wants the Holy Lord to prepare in advance. So, at night, Suka appeared again in the basement where the Holy Lord was. However, when he first appeared in the basement, he heard the extremely excited voice of the Holy Lord. "Haha. Wolong, you did a good job. I'm very satisfied with you." "Thank you, Holy Lord." Immediately afterwards, Wolong's voice also sounded. When he heard this conversation, Suko probably guessed what happened. Needless to say, it must be Valen and the others who have found another spell for the Holy Lord. Sure enough, when he looked carefully, Suku saw two talismans in Valen's hand, which were the snake talisman and the sheep talisman. "My dear brother, you are here." The moment he saw Suku, the Holy Lord greeted him warmly, and then reached out to take the two charms from Valen's hand. At the same time, Wolong and the others also saw Suku, and then they greeted Suku respectfully. "Dear Lord Demon, I'm so happy to see you. Welcome. What an honor it is for us to meet you." Seeing the respectful expressions on Wolong's and others' faces, Suka felt funny in his heart. The next second, he threw another handful of diamonds. "Take it." Wolong immediately smiled with wide-eyed expression. "Thank you, Lord Demon." With a cry, Wolong and the others hurriedly lay on the ground and picked up the diamond. The Holy Lord did not scold Wolong this time, as he did before. He only waited for Wolong and others to finish picking up the diamonds before saying, "Get down." As a result, Wolong and his gang left in a hurry. For a time, only the Holy Lord and Suku were left here. The Holy Lord held the snake charm and a sheep charm in his hand. The next second, the snake talisman and the sheep talisman were instantly absorbed into his body. Feeling the power within the body, the Holy Lord felt extremely comfortable. So far, the Holy Lord has obtained 7 talismans. That is the rat talisman, the chicken talisman, the dragon talisman, the horse talisman, the monkey talisman, the snake talisman, and the sheep talisman. Of the 5 remaining talismans, 3 of them are on Tony's talisman armor, namely the cow talisman, the pig talisman, and the dog talisman. There is also one in Shield, the tiger talisman. The only charm that hasn't appeared yet is the rabbit charm. I just don't know if this talisman will be obtained by the Holy Lord, or will it be obtained by Shield and the others. "My dear brother, why did you come to me today?" At this moment, the Holy Lord suddenly asked. The Holy Lord was still a little worried. He knew that Suka would never come to him if he was fine. Now that he's here, it means there must be something big going on. Suka came back to his senses, then looked at the Holy Lord and said, 100, I do have 2 things to tell you, but you'd better not get too excited. 1. Don't get too excited. When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "My dear brother, is there anything in this world that could excite me now? After all, we are going to rule the world tonight." Hearing this, Suku was speechless again. This TMD hasn't started yet? Do you just want to rule the world after victory? Although he felt helpless, Suku still said, "To put it simply, Chun Long awakened the power of Death God, and the Bu Death God he awakened is the Bu Death God Ming Lu Dongbin who once sealed you. What? The moment he heard these words, the anger in the Holy Lord instantly surged to the extreme. I saw that the veins all over his body were swollen, and his eyes were about to spit out fire. No Death God. Damn it. It's these guys again. These guys sealed us thousands of years ago. How come they still exist in this world now? Damn it. The Holy Lord roared angrily, with anger on his face. You must know that Death God Ming Lu Dongbin's power is almost as powerful as the Holy Lord. How could Fei not be angry? Seeing the appearance of the Holy Lord, Suka was not surprised at all, because the demons extremely hate the unknown Death God who once sealed them, even him. So Holy Lord's reaction is actually quite normal. The Holy Lord's current reaction is really very different from what he said before. Are you not excited if you agree? Immediately afterwards, Suka continued, but you don't need to worry too much, because he probably just gained this power not long ago and hasn't mastered it yet, so he may not be your opponent. When the Holy Master heard this, his expression softened slightly, because he knew that Suka was right. Even if Chun Long really obtained the power of undead God Ming Lu Dongbin, if he couldn't completely control it, then he didn't need to worry too much. However, before he could relax, Suka suddenly spoke again. By the way, Tony Stark used your spell to create a spell armor, probably specifically designed to deal with you. Suk said calmly. When the Holy Lord heard this, he was instantly speechless. He felt that Suka might have come specifically to attack him. Sighing helplessly in his heart, the Holy Lord continued. Then, my dear brother, are you really not going to help us rule this world? Unexpectedly, it was a talisman armor again, and the Holy Master suddenly felt that he was under a lot of pressure. Suka glanced at the Holy Lord and then said, Who said I won't help? Didn't I say before that I would help you deal with the Ancient One? Do you think this matter is easy? How about we switch and you go deal with the Ancient One? When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately had a wry smile on his face. He's dealing with a shitty Ancient One. If he had this ability, he would have died a long time ago. But then, the Holy Lord still said, That's not what I meant. It's definitely up to you to deal with the Ancient One. But I want to know, after defeating the Ancient One, will you come and help us rule this world? Sure enough, it's this problem again. But Suka didn't want to answer this question because, unlike the Holy Lord, he had many things to consider. As a result, Suka completely ignored the question and just looked at the Holy Lord indifferently. Seeing this, the Holy Master obediently shut his mouth and stopped asking, because he knew that continuing to ask would only make Suka unhappy. At such a critical moment, he really couldn't offend Suka. By the way, how's it going with Loki? Suk asked again. The machine is almost finished. When it is completed, I will ship the machine to New York. I'm going to choose the most conspicuous place, and I'm going to conquer the world from there. As soon as this was mentioned, the Holy Master suddenly became interested again. The most conspicuous place? When Suka heard this, he became a little interested. He looked at the Holy Lord and asked, Where is this place you were talking about? The Holy Master smiled, then took a newspaper and handed it to Suka. Suka took the newspaper and read it, and was speechless for a moment, because what was shown on the newspaper was the Stark Tower. In other words, the Holy Master actually planned to put that machine on the roof of the Stark building. I have to say this is really a bit of a coincidence, because the Holy Lord's choice is exactly the same as Loki's choice. In Marvel's original plot, Loki also chose this place to launch the war. This is probably the fate between Loki and the Holy Lord, right? Okay, that's about it anyway. Just get ready. I'm leaving first, Suk said and was about to leave. Anyway, he has said everything he should say. The rest depends on what the Holy Master does. Wait, what did Shimu say? Seeing that Suku was about to leave, the Holy Master asked quickly. The Holy Lord already knows that what Suka wants to do is to deal with the possible Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, but the Holy Lord really doesn't know what Shimu is going to do. Hearing this, Suka stopped again, then looked at Shang Shang and said, Don't worry, Shimu has been learning his old magic since he was released from prison. His magic has recovered a lot now, and he will definitely help you when the time comes." When the Holy Master heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't think that because Shimu is the smallest among the demons, he is the weakest. In fact, this is not the case. Inmu's magic is almost top-notch among demons. With the help of Suka and Shimu, the Holy Lord felt that he would win. Gone. At this moment, Suka's voice sounded again. When the Holy Lord looked over, he saw that one of Suka's feet had stepped into the portal. After returning to the villa, Ink called Shuda and Quicksilver over, then asked, "Are you interested in going somewhere else recently? Just treat it as a few days off for you." When Wanda and Quicksilver heard this, they looked curious because they didn't know why Suk said that. "What do you want to say in the end?" Wanda asked curiously. Suka rubbed his chin and said, "I have a premonition that a big disaster may happen in New York City recently, so I want you to leave New York temporarily." "How about you?" Wanda continued to ask. She understands Suka's strength and knows that Suka is definitely not as simple as just talking. This means that New York City may really be facing a disaster. "I still have something to do here, and I can't leave for a while, so I won't leave." "Definitely, if you don't want to leave, it's okay, just stay at home. Besides, the hospital doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. I'll treat it as a holiday for you these days." Suk said, "Let Wanda and Quicksilver leave New York just to prevent them from being injured in the Battle of New York. But definitely, if they don't want to leave, that's okay. As long as they stay at home, it will be fine. Anyway, with Wanda's current strength, self-protection will definitely be no problem." Wanda and Quicksilver discussed it and finally decided to stay at home. Seeing this, Suka stopped saying anything. Next, Suk called Harley and Selena, who were far away in Gotham City, and told them not to come to New York City recently. Then I called Gwen and told her not to go out tomorrow. The three women received a call from Suk, somewhat inexplicably. But hearing that Suka's tone didn't sound like he was joking, he finally agreed. The next morning, the Holy Master received news that Loki's machine had been built and the Chitauri army could be summoned at any time. When the Holy Lord rushed over, he saw an extremely sophisticated machine. Loki explained to the Holy Lord, "As long as the space gem is placed on the instrument, you can open the cosmic wormhole and summon the Chitauri army. And when the machine is running, it will form an energy shield around it, which can block all attacks." The Holy Lord nodded happily, and then said, "Loki, you did a good job." For a moment, the Holy Lord forgot about the incident of being beheaded by Odin. "So, do you want to start now?" Loki asked again. He doesn't want the Holy Lord's praise at all. Now he just wants to complete the task quickly and return to Asgard. But when he heard this, the Holy Lord shook his head. "No, I'm going to move this machine to New York City and start a war in New York City. I want everyone to see that I rule this world," the Holy Lord said with a ferocious smile. $700. Loki was not surprised when he heard this, because if it were him, he would do the same. From his point of view, he is indeed very similar to the Holy Lord. 012804309 Felu 131323321. But having said that, moving this thing to New York City seems to be a troublesome thing. After all, SHIELD is not for nothing, and they might be discovered by SHIELD before they even get to New York City. Their plans may also be disrupted by then. Just as the Holy Master was thinking about what to do, a voice suddenly rang. "Looks like the plan is about to begin." The Holy Lord looked back and saw Suko. When the Holy Lord said that he would launch a war in New York City, Suku thought that transporting machines might be a problem. So he rushed over, ready to help the Holy Master. "My dear brother, how wonderful you are here." The Holy Lord was really happy to see Suku appear, and he probably guessed what Suka did. Loki's eyes were a little complicated when he saw Suku, but he still said respectfully, "Owner." Suka nodded casually, even as he said hello. Then he said, "Now that you're ready, let's get started." The next second, a portal appeared in front of everyone, and at the other end of the portal was the Stark building. "Thank you, my brother," the Holy Lord said excitedly. Immediately afterwards, a large group of shadow ninjas suddenly appeared and then carried the machine into the portal. Suku and others also walked in. When they passed through the portal, they arrived in New York City. Standing on the top of Stark Tower, looking down at the entire city, the Holy Lord is really high-spirited at the moment. Tony has been at SHIELD in the past few days, so when they showed up here, Tony didn't know. Definitely, even if the Holy Lord knows about it, he doesn't care. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord took the space gem from Loki, then walked to the middle of the machine and placed the space gem at the core of the machine. Dr. Eric turned on the machine with Dr. Eric beside him. The next second, a beam of light rushed into the sky. Not long after, a cosmic wormhole slowly opened in the sky. And at the moment when the cosmic wormhole appeared, Chitauri soldiers began to emerge from the cosmic wormhole one by one and appeared over New York City. Finally, the Battle of New York has officially begun. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick also got the news immediately. Fortunately, all the Avengers were at SHIELD, so Nick immediately summoned them. Nick looked at everyone with a complicated expression and said, "Everyone, the situation seems to be more serious than we thought. I'm afraid what we are facing this time is not just as simple as two demons." What's the meaning? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed in vain. The two demons were already deadly enough. Is there anything more deadly? But then, Nick didn't say anything and started to bring up the screen. When seeing the scene in the picture, all the Avengers members were shocked at this moment. In the picture, a huge amount of wormhole suddenly appeared in the sky, and some strange-looking aliens kept flying out of the wormhole. In addition, there is even a huge bug that looks like a battleship. When seeing the scene, everyone got high. Nick said with a serious look, "Although I don't know what all this is about, the Holy Lord seems to have summoned an alien army. So what we have to deal with now is not just demons, but also these summoned aliens." Alien? When Dad heard this, he was a little doubtful about life. When can a Holy Lord be able to summon alien armies? Isn't this a joke? Although Dad was in disbelief, the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Suddenly, at this moment, Tony realized something was wrong. "Wait, isn't this the rooftop of Stark Tower?" Tony said with a shocked look on his face. At the moment, the roof of the Stark building suddenly appeared on the screen, and on the roof, a group of people and a tall demon were standing. "It is the Holy Lord," Nick explained from his side. "It seems that the Holy Lord used the Stark building as the starting point to invade the Earth." Damn it. When Tony heard this, his whole body went numb. You know, that's his territory. The Holy Lord is too disrespectful to him by doing this. Then, without any hesitation, Tony walked out. "Where are you going?" Nick asked. "Where else to go? It's definitely to fight. The devil has appeared. Now, how long do we have to wait?" Tony said without looking back, and then strode towards his spell armor. But what's different from before is that, at the moment, Tony's spell armor has been improved again. Originally, there were only 3 talismans on the talisman armor, but now there are 5 talismans. The extra talismans are the Tiger Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman. Apparently, SHIELD got the last talisman and gave it to Tony along with the previous Tiger Talisman. Tony now has the power of 5 spells. After putting on the spell armor, Tony went straight to the Holy Lord. Watching Tony leave, Nick stopped talking nonsense. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "Then everyone, it's up to you to save the world." At this moment, without any nonsense, everyone got up and headed to the battlefield. The scene returned to Suka. After bringing the Holy Lord and others to the roof of Stark Tower, Suka left. However, he did not go home, but stood on the roof of a building with Shimu and watched everything. Shimu looked at the cosmic wormhole not far away, which looked like dumplings, and then said with some curiosity, "I really don't know which guy the Holy Lord made a deal with, and he actually gave him such an army. Probably the same devil as us." Suk smiled and said. Although Suka's answer was somewhat unsatisfactory, Shimu didn't care. Immediately afterwards, Shimu's body suddenly changed and soon turned into a demon. Shimu looked at Suk and said, "Killin, then I'll go." "Go for it." Suka nodded. "I might have to wait a little longer." Shimu knew that Suk was guarding against a guy named Ancient One. Although he has never met the Ancient One, He learned from the Holy Lord that the Ancient One is a very powerful magician, and even beat the Lord without the ability to fight back. And this means that Suka will play a key role in this war. So Shimu said nothing, nodded and flew into the air with his wings waving. After the flight reached a certain height, Shimu suddenly stopped in the air and then began to use his sky magic. For a time, the Qian Zhao, obscure ancient magic began to come out of Shimu's mouth. As Shimu cast his magic, endless red mist began to emit from Shimu, and then quickly spread to the sky above the entire New York City. And this red mist continued to spread, and soon spread to the entire world. If you look at it from space, you will find that at the moment, the entire Earth is covered by Shimu's magic. But Nishiki's magic is more than that. After Nishiki's magic covers the entire sky, it will also affect the righteousness and black aura within the coverage area. At this time, the power of black aura and righteousness is extremely chaotic and will not have any impact on the balance of this world, because Shimu's magic changed the laws of this world. This is Shimu's ancient magic. Almost instantly, Suk felt that his power had become much stronger. At the same time, he also felt that Shimu had changed the laws of this world. Shimu, you really impressed me, Suk said with a smile. At the moment, with the help of Shimu's opportunity to change the world law, Suka can release all the demons in hell. Because at this moment, the law of the world has lost its restraint on the demons. No matter how much influence the demons have on this world, it doesn't matter. But Suku still has no intention of doing this, because he knows that Shimu's magic is not permanent. After the magic is lifted, the righteousness and black aura will still return to balance, and the demons will have to return to hell by then. But in this case, it would be really unfair to Basha and the others. Summon them to help when needed, and drive them back to hell when not needed. As the boss of the demons, Suka would not do this, and in his opinion, the current situation simply requires too many demons. Him, Holy Lord, Shimu. That's enough. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, the Holy Lord also noticed the changes in the sky. At the same time, he also felt that his power had been strengthened. Unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified currency. Thank you, Shimu. My dear brother. The Holy Lord looked up at the red sky and laughed. Although he did not obtain all the 12 talismans, with the blessing of Shimu's magic, the owner of the house has recovered 90% of his power. Now he can finally summon his own demon dragon army. The next second, there was no more hesitation from the Holy Master. I saw him clenching his fist and punching forward violently. In an instant, the space in front of the Holy Lord split open, and then a gate of hell suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Lord. However, this hell is not the hell where the demons live, but the hell where the Holy Lord uses to support his demon dragon army. It's just that the Holy Lord was too weak before, so he couldn't open the door to hell. But with the power brought by Shimu's spell, the Holy Lord can finally open the door to hell. Roar! Roar! Not long after, bursts of roaring sounds suddenly came from hell. Immediately afterwards, demon dragons with huge amounts of size scrambled out of hell and rushed towards New York City. When he saw this scene, Loki couldn't help but take a few steps back and then swallowed nervously. He was really glad that he didn't go against the demons in the first place. Now, he just wants to return to Asgard after finishing this matter. He really doesn't want to stay in this hellish place like Earth. Go! Go! Destroy the world to your heart's content. Let the world know what real fear is. Just when Loki was thinking about it, the Holy Lord's voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, more demon dragons flew out of hell, and then joined forces with those terrorists to launch an attack on the entire New York. In order to avoid accidental injury, Loki immediately told the leader of the Chitauri army about the demon dragon. So when the Chitauri soldiers saw the demon dragon, they did not attack. Similarly, because the Holy Lord can completely control the demon dragon army, the demon dragon did not attack the Chitauri soldiers. In this way, The Demon Dragon Army and Chitauri soldiers began to cooperate to destroy the entire city. The Holy Lord looked at the city with a ferocious smile, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. When the Avengers appeared here, they were instantly shocked by what they saw in front of them. At the moment, the sky was shrouded in a thick red fog. A depressing atmosphere spread instantly, making people feel fear involuntarily. Countless people kept making miserable cries and calls for help, 133 making the whole city in chaos, as if the end was coming. In fact, it is indeed the end, because at this moment, there are dragons flying in the sky and Chitauri soldiers everywhere on the ground, destroying everything unscrupulously. In this situation, if this is not hell, then where is it? Roar! Suddenly at this moment, the sound of the sun came. The next second, a big green man suddenly jumped up and rushed directly towards a huge amount of demon dragon. If not Hulk, who is it? After seeing that the entire city had been destroyed like this, Banner couldn't control the anger in his heart, and then he turned into Hulk. When seeing this scene, the other Avengers also breathed a sigh of relief, because Hulk did not attack them this time, but attacked the enemy. It seems that what Suka said before is right. Banner can indeed control Hulk. Now, they finally don't have to worry about being backstabbed by Hulk. At the same time, Hulk was already fighting with the demon dragon. The demon dragon stretched out its claws and wanted to tear Hulk apart, but Hulk's skin was very durable. So how could the demon dragon tear it apart? The demon dragon breathed out another stream of flames, trying to burn Hulk to death, but it still had no effect on Hulk. Instead, Hulk Insheng broke a dragon horn. In just 1 minute, Hulk killed a demon dragon. Definitely, this is of no use in the current situation, because the Holy Lord has too many demon dragons. At this moment, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain America also hurriedly joined the battle. But with their strength, they really can't fight the Holy Lord's demon dragon. After all, they are only mortals, so they could only help rescue the trapped people while launching an attack on the Chitauri soldiers flying past them. To put it bluntly, the main players in this battle are Chun Long, who has gained the unexplained power of Death God, and Tony and Hulk, who are wearing spell armor. Others can only make soy sauce, and Hulk didn't dare to fight the Holy Lord in Western magic because his body was torn to pieces by Kue in hell. He can only choose to fight those demon dragons and Chitauri. Just as the fight here was in full swing, Tony finally appeared on the roof of Stark Tower. Without any hesitation, Tony launched 10 missiles in an instant. And the target is directly at that machine, because Tony knows that that machine is the key to opening the wormhole in the universe. As long as that machine is destroyed, the wormhole in the universe can be closed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent explosion. But what happened next made Nick frown, because there seemed to be a protective shield around the machine, which completely blocked his attack. Then, just as Tony was about to use the pig spell's ability to attack again, a figure of huge amounts suddenly appeared in front of him. "Damn human, give me back my charm." Hearing this voice, Tony immediately knew who it was. Immediately afterwards, he turned around 10 times without any hesitation. Then a hot ray shot out from his eyes, aiming directly at the Holy Lord. With the blessing of the rabbit charm, Tony's speed was extremely fast, even in the air, but the Holy Master didn't react for a moment, and was actually beaten hard. The hot light instantly left a horrific wound on the Holy Lord's head. However, this did not cause any harm to the Holy Lord, because under the influence of the horse talisman, Quan's wounds healed instantly. Although there was no injury, the insult from this blow was too strong. After all, the pig talisman is his own thing. As a result, a human actually used it to attack me. This is so unbearable. Damn it, I must kill you. I will cut you into pieces. The Holy Lord roared angrily. The next second, the Holy Lord opened his mouth and spit out a stream of hot dragon flames. Tony didn't dare to bear it, and hurriedly hid aside. Then, another heat vision came out. But this time he was avoided by the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord smiled ferociously and said, "Damn human being, you think I'll be attacked in the same way?" Just as he was speaking halfway, a figure suddenly bumped into him, knocking the Holy Lord away. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord snaked out like a cannonball. The person who bumped into the Holy Lord was none other than Chun Long from Awakening Deity's Power. But at the moment, Chun Long is no longer what he was before. I saw that his whole body was covered with blue energy, and this blue energy formed an invisible armor around him. It is an inexplicable power. Looking at Chun Long in front of him, Tony looked surprised, because he knew how powerful Chun Long's blow just now was. Even if he gained the power of the Ox Talisman, he would still be completely inferior to Chun Long. Sure enough, the power of Death God is really great. Just when Tony felt something in his heart, Chun Long suddenly spoke. "Tony, leave the Holy Lord to me, because the power I obtained is the same unknown Death God, Lu Dongbin, who sealed the Holy Lord back then. So, I have a natural advantage against the Holy Lord. You'd better deal with the Sky Demon. His speed is so fast that I can't catch up with him. But you should be able to." In fact, Chun Long did not come to the Holy Lord from the beginning, because he knew that Tony had come to see the Holy Lord. He went directly to Shimu. However, after the battle, Chun Long was very frustrated to find that Shimu's speed was too fast. Even if he gained inexplicable power, he still couldn't even catch Shimu's tail. In desperation, he could only rush over and plan to change opponents with Tony. Tony naturally has no objection to this, because he knows that this is indeed the best choice. "Then be careful. I'm leaving." After saying hello to Chun Long, Tony immediately locked the direction of Shimu and flew over. And the moment Tony left, a figure rushed into the sky again. It is the Holy Lord. But when he looked at Chun Long, the Holy Master's eyes almost burst into flames, because in his opinion, the Chun Long in front of him was almost exactly the same as the undead god Minglu Dongbin, who sealed him back then. This caused a surge of overwhelming anger in the Holy Lord's heart. "Chun Long, I'm going to kill you." The Holy Lord roared angrily and then moved towards the past. The scene came to Tony's side. Because his father had applied a lot of righteousness magic to the spell armor before, Tony easily locked onto Shimu's position. Not long after, Tony saw Shimu. I saw that the so-called Sky Demon was actually a monster with wings that looked like a bat. Is this thing the Sky Demon? It's obviously an oversized bat. Tony thought with disdain. He didn't take Shimu seriously at all. In his opinion, with the spell armor, he would be able to defeat Shimu easily. However, at this moment, Shishu also discovered Tony. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Shimu instantly waved his wings and launched an attack on Tony from a distance. The next second, invisible wind blades suddenly attacked Tony. What the hell? Tony instantly realized something was wrong and hurriedly hid aside. Immediately afterwards, the building in the area where he was before was directly hit by invisible winds. The blade was cut in half. Now, Tony finally became serious. He felt that he had underestimated Shimu. "Damn human. How dare you underestimate me?" At this moment, Shimu suddenly spoke. His tone was extremely cold. Although Tony didn't speak, as a devil, Shimu still sensed Tony's emotions. Seeing this, Tony stopped pretending. I saw him saying calmly, "Demon, this world is not a place where you can be arrogant. I think you should go back to hell. If you are unwilling to go back, then I will have to send you back in person." Shimu was not angry when he heard this. He just sneered and said, "If you have the ability, just try it." Immediately afterwards, Shiha began to recite an ancient spell again. A black aura appeared from him, and then flew into the red mist above. The next second, the surrounding red mist changed instantly. Boom, boom. Bursts of muffled thunder suddenly sounded from above. When Tony looked up, he saw thunderclouds suddenly rolling overhead, like thunder. Click! Immediately afterwards, thunder and lightning struck Tony fiercely. And it is obvious that this is not ordinary lightning, but a thunderstorm. Thunderstorms covering the entire area. What the hell is this? This demon can actually cause thunderstorms? Sky Demon, Sky Demon. Tony recited Shimu's name twice in his mind, and suddenly felt that Shimu was indeed worthy of this title, because he can really completely control the color of the sky and the weather, such as the red mist that covered the world and the thunderstorm just now. Moreover, the thunderstorm was so powerful that even Tony did not dare to bear it. He can only keep shuttling in thunderstorms, avoiding the attacks of thunderstorms. Fortunately, he has the rabbit charm, so he is extremely fast, and even thunderstorms cannot attack him for a while. And soon, he found an opportunity to attack. The next second, a scorching heat gaze instantly moved towards Shimu's snake. Shimu didn't expect that Tony would attack him at this time. He couldn't dodge for a moment, and was directly pierced by the snake's wings. However, before Tony could laugh out loud, Shimu's wings began to return to normal. There is no doubt that this is the function of the horse charm. Suka previously gave the power of the horse talisman to Shimu, and the horse talisman also played its role at this time. Seeing this, Tony was speechless. Damn demons. All 10 of them actually have regenerative healing factor. How can I defeat this TD at this moment? Shimu was also extremely angry at this moment, because he had already seen it. Tony's current power comes entirely from the 5 talismans in the murderous mouth. Damn holy lord. Can't you keep an eye on your own spells? Shimu couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Then, he flapped his wings again and flew towards Tony with huge amounts of wings. Before he could get close to Tony, Shimu waved his wings again, and the invisible wind blades began to attack again. At the moment, Tony really had a headache, because he not only has to avoid the thunderstorm attack, but also the wind blade attack launched by Shimu's wings. But fortunately, he had the rabbit talisman in his hand, so he was extremely fast. Even in the air, he gritted his teeth and avoided all attacks. Then, just when he was about to mock Shimu, the next second, he suddenly felt something was wrong. An inexplicable fear suddenly surged into my heart. Before he could react, a black figure suddenly appeared from behind. Immediately afterwards, a pair of sharp claws grabbed his armor, instantly leaving a terrifying gash on it. What the hell? Tony was instantly shocked and quickly activated the power of the rabbit charm and rushed forward. After rushing out for several thousand meters, Tony looked back in shock. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure appeared where he was before. It's Shimu. When he saw this scene, Tony looked in disbelief, because he clearly saw Shimu far away from him just now. When did he run behind him? At the same time, Shimu also felt a little uncomfortable. Although he destroyed Tony's armor, the righteous magic on the armor also corroded his claws. Although the wound healed quickly, it still made him feel extremely angry. The next second, Shimu once again waved huge amounts of wing. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to think too much. Tony once again used the power of the rabbit charm to teleport far away to avoid Shimu's attack. Then when he looked back, he saw an incredible scene. At the moment, 211 Mu actually appeared in the sky, and the 2 Westwoods, in completely different places. What's the situation? Is this duplication? Tony was a little confused. Then he checked the degree of damage to the armor. I saw that a large piece of the armor's shoulder was torn open by Shimu's claws. This surprised Tony a little. You must know that his armor is made of special metal, so it should not be damaged so seriously. Obviously, Nishiki's claws are a bit too sharp, but fortunately, there was a dog charm, so Tony's charm armor was automatically repaired quickly. The dog talisman originally did not have the ability to automatically repair, but with the blessing of Dad's magic, it now has a power similar to the horse talisman. And it is because of this power that Tony can fight the devil. Otherwise, at the moment, he would not be able to hold on any longer. From afar, Shimu also saw that the damage to Tony's armor was being repaired. He instantly guessed that it must be the Holy Lord's spell, which made him even more speechless. If the Holy Lord just took care of his talismans, how could there be so many bad things? Although he was a little speechless, Shimu quickly launched an attack. Because to be honest, Western University really hates Tony. Immediately afterwards, Shimu rushed over again, and this time the two Shimu acted together. This is a kind of magic of Shimu, similar to duplication, and humans can't tell the difference at all. Seeing the two Shimu rushing over, Tony didn't dare to be careless and quickly rushed into the distance. Originally, as a sky demon, Shimu flight speed was unmatched. But with the blessing of the rabbit talisman, Tony's time was actually on par with Shimu's. Tony was even able to find time to attack. As another scorching light snaked out, one of the Shimu instantly turned into a black aura and disappeared. Tony immediately concluded that what he just hit must be Shimu's duplication, and the remaining one was naturally Shimu's true body. After setting the goal, Tony suddenly had an idea in his mind. The next second, he speeded up again, and at the same time, he began to turn the magic in his body to concentrate all the magic energy on the dangerous arc reactor. Tony knew that ordinary attacks could not hurt Shimu, so he concentrated all the magic that his father had attached to the spell armor on the murderous mouth. Coupled with the power of 5 talismans, Tony is bound to win Westwood. Not to mention killing Shimu, at least make him unable to move. Seeing Shimu getting closer and closer to him, Tony gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The next second, he stopped suddenly, turned around, and launched an attack. A huge amount of energy burst out from his fierce mouth and went straight to Shimu. Shimu had no time to react and was directly hit in the body by the energy cannon containing the power of righteous magic and spells. With a scream, Shimu's body instantly burned and then turned directly into fly ash. What the hell? I killed a demon? When he saw this scene, Tony was instantly confused. He had no idea what was going on. He remembered clearly that his father had clearly told him that demons could not be killed. If this is the case, how should we explain the scene that just happened? Unless what he just attacked was not Shimu's body at all. Thinking of this, Tony's eyes widened instantly. When he wanted to check where Shimu was again, it was already too late, because the next second, a sharp claw suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. Then he directly tore off the 5 charms and a large piece of mecha in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Shimu's figure began to appear in front of him. Damn it! Why didn't anyone tell me that this guy could turn invisible? At the moment, Tony was shocked and speechless. He wanted to do something more, but as Shimu destroyed his spell armor, the spell armor had lost power at this moment. Damn it! After saying this, Tony fell to the ground directly. Shimu looked at Tony falling from the air with a sneer and did not choose to kill them all. Because Shimu is not feeling well now. Powerful righteousness magic has been cast on the spell, and these righteousness magic are constantly corroding Shimu's claws. This made him very painful, and he was not in the mood to play with Tony at all. But then, Shimu still reluctantly removed the 5 talismans with pain, and then flew to the area where the Holy Lord was. He wants to hand over all 5 talismans to the Holy Master. In this case, the Holy Hand will regain its full power. Shimu flapped his wings and flew quickly over New York City. Wherever he looked, there were raging demon dragons and Chitauri soldiers everywhere. Although humans are also struggling to resist, it is obvious that humans are too weak to resist the attacks of the demon dragons and Chitauri. Immediately afterwards, Shimu also saw those guys called Avengers. But at the moment, these people are not in a good situation either. Because there were too many demon dragons and Chitauri soldiers, they were quickly overwhelmed. Overall, Shimu feels that they will win this war. This is really a good thing for the devil. After all, Shimu also longs to rule the sky again. Not long after, Shimu finally came to the Holy Lord. Far away, Shimu saw a scene that left him speechless. At the moment, the Holy Lord was actually beaten back by a human being. Although he knew that Death God's innate power could restrain demons, Shimu did not expect that the Holy Master would be so powerless in front of Chun Long. Damn God! Forced back by Chun Long again, the Holy Lord was really furious at this moment. But he had no choice, because Chun Long's power really completely overpowered him, and he didn't get all the talismans, which meant that he couldn't use his full strength at all. Holy Lord! Suddenly at this moment, a voice rang. The Holy Master looked back and saw Shimu appearing not far away, seemingly holding something in his hand. Just when the Holy Master was a little curious, Shishu had already taken all the things in his hands. "Holy Lord, this is your remaining spell," Nishiki shouted. When the Holy Lord heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, 5 talismans appeared in his sight, which were the 5 talismans he was missing. Without any hesitation, I rushed over immediately. At the moment, the Holy Lord was extremely excited, because finally he's getting all his power. In his heyday, he may not be an unbeatable opponent. At the same time, Chun Long was also surprised when he saw the 5 talismans, because he knew that these 5 talismans were on Tony's talisman armor before. But now Shimu actually brought these 5 talismans, which proves that Tony is now in a very bad situation. When he thought of this, Chun Long felt a little regretful. If he hadn't forced Tony to deal with Shimu, maybe this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. But now, it's useless to talk about this. The most important thing now is not to let the Holy Master get the remaining talismans. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop the Holy Lord. Thinking like this, Chun Long rushed towards the 5 talismans without any hesitation. He wants to get the spell before the Holy Lord. But how could Shimu give him this opportunity? Although Chun Long's unexplained power naturally restrains the Holy Lord, it has much less restraint on Shimu. So Shimu is not afraid of Chun Long's power. The next second, Shimu flew directly towards Chun Long. Seeing this, Chun Long had no choice but to give up trying to snatch the talisman, and instead started fighting with Shimu. And, at this moment, the Holy Master finally got the remaining 5 talismans. The moment the Holy Lord came into contact with the talisman, the 5 talismans turned into 5 kinds of power and entered the Holy Lord's body. The next second, the Holy Lord's body burst out with a violent burst of light. An endless black aura began to appear in the Holy Eye's body. Sensing the power emerging from his body, the Holy Lord finally returned to his peak. "Finally, my power has been restored. Ha 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 ha." The Holy Lord looked up to the sky and laughed. At this moment, he felt more powerful than ever before. Now he has not only recovered all his strength, but with the blessing of Shimu magic, his strength is even stronger than before. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly focused on Chun Long, who was fighting Shimu. "Shimu, he is mine. Give him to me." The Holy Emperor shouted at Shimu angrily. When Shimu heard this, he didn't feel any hesitation at all, and then waved his wings and left, because he knew that the Holy Lord really hated Chun Long. "Chun Long, I will tear your body apart." The Holy Lord laughed crazily, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a stream of hot dragon flames, heading straight for Chun Long. Now he wants to tear apart Death God with his own hands. Facing the Holy Lord's attack, Chun Long did not dare to be careless and hurriedly dodged to the side, but was still injured by the Holy Lord's dragon flame. Although Death God's mysterious power quickly repaired the burned body, Chun Long still felt incredible. Because at the moment, the power erupting from the Holy Lord is too powerful. Immediately afterwards, before he could react, the Holy Lord swung over with another heat vision. At this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. Chun Long began to become passive, but the Holy Lord began to attack. As for Shimu, he flew to the top of the Stark building and then quietly watched the scene in front of him. There is no need for him to take action on the current battlefield. All he has to do is wait for the end of this war. However, in Shimu's view, the outcome of this war has been determined. "Oh, please give me flowers." It's obvious that the demons will win in the end. But is that really the case? It's definitely not that simple. The next second, Shimu suddenly noticed a dangerous aura, and it was a threat that he had never felt before. Without any hesitation, Shimu instantly spread his wings and rushed out. Then I looked back and saw that. Suddenly, he saw a bald woman suddenly appearing where he was before. Although this woman looks ordinary, she gives Shimu an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Just when Shimu couldn't figure out the origin of this woman, The Holy Lord on the side suddenly looked over. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Shimu, be careful, this is Gu, Ancient One." When Shimu heard this, he was instantly stunned, because he heard Suku and Holy Lord mention the name Ancient One more than once before. It is said that she is a very powerful magician, even more powerful than the undead god who sealed them back then. If the demons encounter the Ancient One, they will almost all be defeated and sealed. Thinking of this, Shimu didn't have any hesitation at all. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Curse Blue!" As a smart devil, Shimu would not fight an uncertain battle. So he directly called Suku, because he knows that only Suku can deal with the Ancient One. Then, in the next second, a portal suddenly appeared next to Shimu, and then Suku slowly walked out. "Hello, Ancient One Magician." Suka looked at the Ancient One in front of him with a smile and said, "You are really easy for me to find." It turns out that just when the Holy Lord and Shimu were fighting, Suku had been looking for traces of the Ancient One in New York City. But for some reason, he found nothing. Just when he thought the Ancient One wouldn't appear, he suddenly noticed Shimu's call. Then, he came here and saw Tung-E. At the same time, Shimu and Shengzhu breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Suku appearing. Then, the Holy Lord rushed towards Chun Long again. In the view of the Holy Lord, as long as Suku takes action, the Ancient One will no longer be a problem. Shimu came to Suk. Then he said with a careful look, "See, Yulan, you are right. This human magician is indeed not simple. The magical aura on her body is really too powerful." Suka smiled and then said to Shimu, "Okay, you have nothing to do here. You can go. Just leave it to me." When Shimu heard this, he nodded immediately, then flapped his wings and left. He knew he couldn't deal with the Ancient One, so he simply didn't cause any trouble to Suku. At the moment, the chaos in this city has reached its peak, and the power of Black Aura has become extremely powerful. Shimu must quickly find a place to absorb the power of Black Aura in order to become more powerful. After all, he also knew that his magic could not last for too long, so he could only hurry up. Ever since, only Suku and Rongji were left here. Don't ask why Loki is here, because Loki has always been here, but Loki is still quite discerning. When he saw that only Suku and Ancient One were left here, he knew that a peak battle was about to happen here. In order not to be implicated, Loki hurriedly walked quietly into the protective shield formed by the space gem. There is no way. He doesn't want to be affected by such a battle. Suk naturally discovered Loki's plot, but he didn't say anything because there was no need. Then, at this moment, Ancient One finally spoke. "Devil, this farce should stop. If you can bring the other demons back to hell, then how about I just pretend that nothing happened?" Ancient One said calmly. When Suka heard this, he only felt funny. He looked towards the ancient road. "Only you? To be honest, even the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme would not dare to talk to me like this. Besides, it's not like I haven't killed the Sorcerer Supreme before." Ancient One's face changed slightly when he heard this, because she also knows that Suku once killed the original Sorcerer Supreme. But then again, Ancient One doesn't actually care about this, because in her opinion, she is far more powerful than all previous Sorcerer Supremes. In any case, seeing his proposal rejected by Suku, Ancient One stopped talking nonsense. "If that's the case, then I won't be polite," Ancient One said calmly. And as the Ancient One spoke, Suku suddenly noticed something was wrong. He looked up and saw a huge amount of magic circle above his head. Obviously, this is a sealing circle. At the same time, the Holy Lord, not far away, also noticed something was wrong. He looked up and saw a sealing circle. Even Ishiki, who is flying in the air, is like this. Suku sneered in his heart. This guy, Ancient One, actually wants to seal 3 demons at once. It's really interesting. Damn, why is this happening? At this moment, the Holy Lord, not far away, suddenly let out an angry roar. Because at the moment, the power of the sealing circle was getting stronger and stronger, and the Holy Master felt that all the power in his body was suppressed. Although Chun Long on the side did not know who the Ancient One was, he also knew that now was the best time to defeat the Holy Lord. Ever since, Chun Long rushed towards the Holy Lord again. And this time, a sword actually appeared in his hand. This sword is the divine token that seals the Holy Lord. Facing Chun Long's attack, the Holy Master did not dare to be careless. And then another scorching heat vision snaked out. However, due to the sealing array, the power of the Holy Lord was weakened a lot, and the power of the heat vision was easily neutralized by Chun Long. Immediately afterwards, Chun Long raised his sword again and launched an attack on the Holy Lord. There is a sealing array above, and there is an unknown death god below. The Holy Lord feels that it is so difficult for him. In fact, it's not just the Holy Lord's side who feels uncomfortable, but also Shimu's side. The power of the sealing circle imprisoned Shimu's actions, and he was trapped in a space similar to a nodule. Shimu flapped his wings desperately and wanted to leave here, but he couldn't do it. Realizing that the power of the seal was getting stronger, Shimu roared again. Curse Blue. In Shimu's opinion, if you have any difficulties, just look for Curse Blue. After hearing Shimu's shout and looking at the Holy Lord who was struggling to resist Chun Long, Suka fell in love with Guri. Ancient One, originally I had no hostility towards you, because your existence is not a bad thing to me. After all, the world needs balance. But now I suddenly changed my mind. Congratulations, you will become the second Sorcerer Supreme killed by me. 020, Suk said with a smile. As his voice fell, his body began to change rapidly. Endless black aura emerged from his body, and then completely enveloped him. When the black aura dissipated, he had already turned into a cursed blue. However, the Ancient One was unmoved, because in his opinion, the demons could not resist his sealing circle. He has already tried this on the Holy Lord before. Although the Holy Lord escaped at that time, he already knew that the sealing circle could indeed seal demons. But then, Gu's face turned ugly. I saw Suka reaching out his hand, and then casually clenching his fist. The next second, the sealing formation above his head instantly shattered, and then turned into streaks of golden light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was not only the magic circle above Suk that collapsed, but also the magic circle above Shimu and the Holy Lord collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Ancient One was a little surprised. She had no idea how Suka did it because, in his opinion, this was not something a demon could do. However, facing the surprised Ancient One, Suka looked calm at the moment, because since he got the skill of being immune to seals, he can no longer be sealed. Neither Father nor Death God, not even the Sorcerer Supreme, can seal him. He is even immune to all righteous magic. So no matter how powerful Ancient One's sealing formation is, it can't cause the slightest harm to him. Moreover, by integrating his own strength and immunity skills, Suka can easily destroy the sealing circle above the heads of the Holy Lord and Shimu. At the same time, seeing the sealing circle above his head shattering, Shimu knew that this must have been done by Suka. He didn't have time to say anything, and then he waved his wings and left here. Unlike Shimu, the Holy Lord is even more angry now. He had no intention of escaping from here, but looked at Chun Long fiercely again. The next second, the monkey talisman began to take effect, and the Holy Lord's body began to grow rapidly, until it turned into a Huxia dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The dragon hovers between heaven and earth, spitting flames from its mouth and shining golden eyes, just like a myth coming to reality. When seeing this scene, Chun Long was frightened. Insignificant human being, do you really think that you can defeat me if you have obtained the mysterious power? I am the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord roared angrily, and then launched a fierce attack on Chun Long. However, when seeing this scene, Ancient One did not move at all. At the moment, she was completely attracted by what Suk had done before. Devil, Ancient One was just halfway through speaking when she suddenly noticed a huge amount of power acting on her body. She felt an urge to kneel down. This is gravity, and it has the powerful black aura magic. If it were anyone else at this moment, they would instantly fall to their knees and be crushed into a puddle of flesh. But as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One's power can compete with Suka, so Shang withstood this power, unmoved at all. Even so, Ancient One also knew one thing. That is, the power possessed by the demon in front of him was far more powerful than he imagined. And in terms of the two special abilities of controlling gravity and gravity, this demon definitely has the ability to destroy the world. As long as he wants, he can destroy the world anytime and anywhere. No matter what, I can't let this devil do evil. Thinking like this, Ancient One suddenly felt a murderous intention in his heart. In the next second, the space around the two people suddenly shattered. Then the surrounding scene continued to fragment and reorganize until it became a brand new and strange world. Suk smiled slightly because he knew this was the mirror world. This is one of the secrets of the Ancient One. Although he was pulled in the mirror world by the Ancient One, Suka had no worries in his heart. He looked at Gu Dao calmly. What? Are you planning to trap me here? Ancient One said nothing, and a complex and dazzling magic circle began to form in his hand. Immediately afterwards, all the surrounding buildings began to change again, and then continued to shrink, all pressing towards Su-Keiji. When seeing this scene, Suku sneered. The next second, gravity and gravity spread at the same time, filling the entire mirror world in an instant. At the same time, Suku waved his hand casually, and everything around him exploded in an instant. Even a mirror world has a crack. What's the situation? For a moment, Ancient One felt a little incredible. Just one blow can actually cause cracks to appear in the mirror world. This seemed impossible to her, but such an impossible thing happened in front of her at this moment. At this moment, Suk also noticed the cracks in the mirror world. Then he laughed disdainfully because he didn't expect this world to be so fragile. Immediately afterwards, Ancient One launched another attack on Suku. In an instant, brilliant magic appeared in her hands, and then went straight towards Li Ku. Without exception, these magic attacks contain powerful righteous magic, which can almost naturally restrain all demons. If it was the Holy Lord or Shimu who appeared here at this moment, they would definitely be caught off guard. But it's a pity that she met Suka, a demon completely immune to all righteous magical attacks. Ever since, facing such a powerful magic attack with huge amounts of magic, Suka remained unmoved, as if ignoring everything. The reality is pretty much what Suka thought. The moment he approached Suku, those huge amounts of powerful righteousness magic disappeared without a trace in an instant. It seemed as if there was some power around Suk that counteracted all the magic attacks in an instant. Ancient One was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Suku, in addition to being immune to seals, was also immune to all righteous magic. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. After all, as a powerful magician, her most powerful move is spell attack. But she happened to meet a demon who was immune to all spell attacks. How outrageous is this? At this moment, Suka finally spoke. What? No more fighting? And it's my turn now, right? Suk said with a smile. Then he stretched out his hand and knocked casually in the air next to him. The next second, the space shattered and a huge amount of black hole appeared next to Suku. But don't get me wrong, this is not the power of the space gem. It is the power of Suk himself. After controlling gravity and gravity, as long as Suku is willing, he can create a black hole anytime and anywhere through a few pressures of space. And at the moment the black hole appeared, an extremely powerful force suddenly burst out. Immediately afterwards, the black hole began to swallow everything in the entire mirror world. Even the Ancient One was almost sucked into the black hole. Ancient One looked in disbelief. She did not expect that the mirror world she was so proud of would be broken by Suku so easily. Not long after, the entire mirror world was swallowed up by the black hole. Then, everything around them returned to how it was before, and they appeared in the real world again. Looking at Suku in front of her again, Ancient One frowned because at this moment, she really had no way to deal with Suka. Magic is invalid, and the mirror world is invalid. Suka is far more powerful than she imagined. But as the Sorcerer Supreme, he will definitely not admit defeat like this. The next second, two long swords containing endless righteous magic suddenly appeared in Ancient One's hand. Without any hesitation, Ancient One rushed over with a long sword in hand. In addition to using powerful magic, she also has super fighting ability, completely capable of close combat. Since magic is ineffective, physical attacks are the only option. From a distance, Suka only felt funny when he saw the Ancient One slashing at him with his sword, but he remained unmoved. As a powerful demon, Suka didn't even bother to use force. It wasn't until the Ancient One's long sword stabbed him in front of him that Suka reached out his hand to block the Ancient One's long sword. Immediately afterwards, the long sword stabbed Suka's palm. But in an instant, the sword shattered in Suka's hand. Ancient One's heart sank. If this can't hurt Suka, then there is really nothing she can do. What should we do? Is it possible to just allow evil to happen? Do demons rule the world? As the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the world, she is really unwilling to do so. At this moment, Ancient One suddenly thought of something again, and then looked at the eye of Agamotto in front of the murderer. In an instant, she suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Although this method cannot kill the demon, it can trap the demon in a time loop forever, until the devil can't bear the time loop and is willing to return to hell to be righteous. When he thought of this, Ancient One lost any hesitation, jumped away, and then began to chant a spell. Along with the spell, her evil eye of Agamotto suddenly burst out with a burst of green light. Seeing this scene from afar, Suka suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Ancient One, you damn. Suka had just finished speaking when the entire world's time was suddenly blocked. Then time began to go backwards, and everything suddenly returned to half a minute ago, and two long swords had just condensed in the hands of the Ancient One. Suka was as unmoved as before, preparing to use his palms to withstand the Ancient One's attack. Anyway, in his opinion, these two long swords cannot cause him any harm at all. However, at this moment, Suka suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was this feeling that made him realize that the flow of time seemed to be different from before. Immediately afterwards, Suka suddenly thought of something, and then looked at the eye of Agamotto in front of the Ancient One. Really, at the moment, the eye of Agamotto is emitting special energy fluctuations. Wait, a time loop? This is Time Gem's time loop. Suka reacted instantly and asked Ancient One. That's right. Seeing that Suka realized that he was in a time loop in an instant, the Ancient One immediately admitted it generously. Anyway, in her opinion, this is nothing. Damn it. After confirming that he was indeed in a time loop, Suka's heart suddenly felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past, because he didn't expect that he would actually get the treatment that Dormammu only has. You must know that when the original Sorcerer Supreme was killed thousands of years ago, the original Sorcerer Supreme had not yet obtained the Time Gem. So he has never encountered this kind of time loop. For a moment, Suka had a headache, because as far as he knows, this time loop is a bug, and not even Dormammu can crack it. He can only choose to give in. Devil, as long as you are willing to take other demons back to hell, I can break the time loop. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here forever. Ancient One spoke. Sorry, I refuse. Although there was nothing he could do in 4.3, Suka still rejected the Ancient One's proposal. The next second, endless black aura began to pour out of his body, covering the entire area in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Suka stretched out his hand and instantly imprisoned the Ancient One with his power. Then he directly broke the Ancient One's neck. Before dying, Ancient One did not show any fear, but said calmly, "You should know that all this is useless. You absolutely can't leave here." Suka definitely knows that there is no use in doing so, but he doesn't mind killing the Ancient One a few more times before finding a way to get out of here. Sure enough, at the moment Ancient One died, everything returned to the scene a minute ago. But Suka still realized that he was in a time loop in an instant. But this time, before Ancient One could take action, Ink took the lead. He went straight to the Eye of Agamotto in front of the Ancient One. In Suka's opinion, as long as he can get the time gem, he can break the time loop. The Ancient One also noticed Suka's intention in an instant, but she was not surprised at all. It seemed that she had expected this. Finally, after killing the Ancient One dozens of times, Suka finally obtained the Eye of Agamotto. However, the moment he got the Eye of Agamotto, everything returned to its original state again. At this moment, Suka finally realized that even if he got the Eye of Agamotto, he could not change the time loop. For a moment, Suka frowned. He seems to be really trapped here. At this moment, Ancient One spoke again. Devil, what should you do now? Go back to hell, or be trapped in this world's cycle forever? Suka looked at Ancient One coldly and was about to say something when suddenly his heart moved. It suddenly occurred to him that the speed of time in hell seemed to be different from that in the real world. And hell is in a special dimension. Maybe we can get rid of the time loop? The next second, Suka opened a portal directly, and on the other side of the portal, there was hell. Immediately afterwards, Suka flew in without a trace of hesitation. When seeing this scene, Ancient One seemed to have thought of something and instantly said to himself, "Oh no," because she knows what Suka is going to do. As a result, in the next second, a portal suddenly appeared from beside her. Then a hand suddenly popped out and pulled her in. This scene happened so suddenly that Ancient One had no time to react. When Ancient One came back to his senses, he found that he was already in hell. At the same time, the previous time loop was indeed lifted. At this moment, Suka's voice rang again. Ancient One, you trapped me in your world just now. Now I want to trap you in mine too. Demons, let us welcome the Sorcerer Supreme to hell, Suka said with a smile. The next second, Mountain Demon, Bogang, Earth Demon, Dikue, Wind Demon, Xiaofeng, Thunder Demon, Zhongsu, Water Demon, Basha, all appeared next to Suka. The 6 demons stared coldly at the Ancient One in front of them, as if they were looking at a fun toy. Although it seemed that Suka had only been in hell for less than a second. In fact, that was just an illusion caused by the different flow rates of time on both sides. In fact, Suka stayed in hell for a few minutes, and even said hello to the demons in hell. Said it would bring them a powerful magician. When the demons heard this, they were immediately excited. If it were in the human world, and the demons encountered a powerful magician, they would definitely not become enemies. Because you might be sealed back to hell. 09. But now they are all in hell. How scared are they? After all, the most serious situation is their current situation. At the same time, facing the 6 evil demons in front of her, even though the Ancient One was known as the Sorcerer Supreme, she couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. Because just as the demons think, the demons are immortal. For the demons, the most serious consequence is to be sealed back to hell. But now they are in hell. No matter how powerful my magic is, what can I do to them? Not to mention that my magic cannot be used at full power in hell. Thinking like this, Ancient One was ready to open the portal and leave here without any hesitation. Because she knew that if she stayed here, she would definitely die. However, before she could summon the portal, a huge amount of lightning struck down, instantly interrupting her spell casting. The one who took action was the Thunder Demon. Zhongsu. Joke. You must know that the demons hate magicians so much that they finally saw a magician in hell. How could the demons let her leave like this? Suka looked at Ancient One coldly, and then said to the other 5 demons, "She is yours. You can do whatever you want." After saying this, Suka immediately opened another portal. And on the other side of the portal is Kamartaj. Devil, what are you doing in Kamartaj? Seeing that Suka was actually going to Kamartaj, Ancient One's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly asked loudly. But Suka just looked back at Gu, coldly, and then said, If you're not dead, you will know later. The next second, Sook walked directly into the portal. When seeing this scene, Ancient One was instantly anxious, because she knows that Kamartaj magicians will definitely not be able to withstand Suka's attack. Thinking of this, Ancient One cast magic again and prepared to open the portal to leave Hell. But before she could open the portal, a violent whirlwind suddenly hit her and blew her into the air. The violent whirlwind is like a knife blade, and when it cuts on the body, it instantly causes horrific wounds. Fortunately, Ancient One reacted quickly and used magic to protect herself. Otherwise, the blow just now might have killed her. And this time, the one taking action is the Demon of Wind, Saw Foam. At the same time, the demon spoke. "Stupid human magician, don't even think about escaping. You are ours now." A burst of thunder and lightning burst out from Zhongsu's whole body, and he said with a ferocious smile, "What I hate the most is magicians, especially powerful magicians." Dikuei clenched his fists and said wolfishly, "Ha ha ha, kill her quickly. I'm going to eat her." Bo Gang said, shaking huge amounts of his body. Looking at the 5 demons in front of him, Ancient One knew that this battle was inevitable. Unless she defeats the 5 demons in front of her, she can't escape from here. It's a bit ridiculous to think about it. The majestic Sorcerer Supreme was actually trapped in hell by a demon. But now, she has no other choice but to fight. The next second, Ancient One gritted his teeth and began to condense dazzling magic in his hands. At this time, the demons also became excited, ever since an unprecedented battle broke out in hell. While the Ancient One was fighting the demons, Sook had arrived at Kamartaj. Originally, Sook had no ill intentions towards Kamartaj, but the Ancient One's previous behavior made him very unhappy. As a demon, there shouldn't be anything wrong with him having to repay his flaws, right? Since the Ancient One made him unhappy, he would definitely make him unhappy. He might even be in pain. Ever since, Sook came here and prepared to destroy Kamartaj. But definitely, Suku is too lazy to do such a trivial matter himself. With a thought in his mind, a large meteorite was suddenly summoned from the depths of the universe, and then headed straight for the Earth. At the moment, the magicians of Kamartaj did not notice the coming danger, and everyone was still carrying out daily training as usual. It wasn't until the meteorite broke through the clouds and became visible to the naked eye that they realized the danger. Oops, it's a meteorite. The meteorite is going to hit Kamartaj. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Everyone, hurry up and protect Kamartaj. Following waves of shouts, almost all magicians took action in an instant. At the same time, Kamartaj's protective shield was also activated. Waves of golden magic covered the entire Kamartaj, and all the magicians also condensed protective shields, trying their best to protect Kamartaj. But this is of no use to Sook. Suka's heart moved, and the gravity of the meteorite instantly increased. At the moment, this meteorite is carrying supergravity and crashing into Kamartaj. Boom! With a loud noise, the meteorite hit Kamartaj. In an instant, the landslide and the ground cracked, and the entire Kamartaj was smashed into the ground. Kamartaj's protective shield did not work at all. For a time, there were screams one after another, and those who survived made bursts of painful sounds. But these people are lucky because they can't make a sound. More people died the moment the meteorite landed, and they had no time to make any sound. That's right. The magicians of Kamartaj are very powerful, but in the end, they are still humans and cannot withstand such a powerful attack. In short, Kamartaj at this moment is simply like purgatory on Earth. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared on Suka's body. Then the Ancient One walked out covered in wounds. It was obvious that she had been through a tough fight, and most wounds on the body cannot be recovered. Obviously, although the demons did not kill the Ancient One, they also caused the Ancient One to suffer a lot, and the Ancient One still escaped. Suka was not surprised because it was expected. When he saw the scene in front of him, Ancient One's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Sook angrily and said, "Devil, what on earth did you do? Why can't you see it?" Sook said calmly, "I just ruined the entire camouflage. VR." The Ancient One instantly raged, and the magic on his body began to work quickly, and he seemed to want to do it again. But Suka still looked calm. He looked at the destroyed camouflage in front of him and said, "Don't get excited. I didn't kill everyone. Didn't I leave some for you?" "Definitely. If you continue to take action, then I don't mind killing everyone." Although Suku's tone was calm, it was full of endless killing intent. When Ancient One heard this, she was extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything, because previous experiences have told it that there is nothing she can do about the demon in front of her. No matter what method she uses, she can't hurt the devil in front of her. On the contrary, if Suku drags her into hell again, she will have to go through what she just experienced again. Although the demons of hell cannot defeat her, she cannot defeat them either. This makes the battle always meaningless. What's more, Sook may really kill all the people who are still alive. Thinking like this, Gu suddenly felt extremely regretful at this moment. All this time, she actually had another choice, which was to ignore the devil. Because in ancient times, demons once ruled this world, and they still ruled this world as monarchs. This means that world law actually recognizes the dominance of demons. It's just that, as a human being, Ancient One couldn't stand a world being ruled by demons, so he chose to take action. It was obvious that she was very regretful at this moment. If she hadn't taken action at that time, maybe none of this would have happened. But now it is useless to talk about these things. Looking at the destroyed camouflage in front of him again, the Ancient One only felt endless sadness in his heart. And she knows that it's not over yet. Then, she looked again at the devil who hated her so much that she gritted her teeth. "Devil, what else do you want? This guy is really smart." Suku smiled faintly, and then stopped pretending. He pointed at the eye of Agamotto in front of the Ancient One and said, "I want this thing." "Impossible." Ancient One refused directly. Time Gem is something that Sorcerer Supreme must protect with his life. If you want to get it, unless you kill me. When Suka heard this, he sneered, "You think I don't dare?" The Ancient One showed no fear. "You definitely dare, but if you kill me, you still won't be able to use the Time Gem. Because I placed a ban on Time Gem, no one can use it except me." Suka rubbed his chin with a pensive look on his face. He knew the Ancient One wasn't lying. Because in Avengers Alliance 4, Doctor Strange said the same thing. But to be honest, the Time Gem is right in front of me, and it would be a shame not to get it. After a brief thought, Sook looked at Ancient One again. "Then let's make a deal." Ancient One said nothing because she was not interested in Sook's so-called transaction. But Suka continued, "The content of the transaction is very simple. You just need to lend me the Time Gem for a look. And in return, I will help you resurrect all the dead magicians and restore Camartage to its former self." "What 120? Hearing this, Ancient One deliberately widened his eyes instantly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then, she shook her head and said, "This is impossible. Even if I have mastered the power of Time Gem, I still cannot resurrect everyone." "Why do you think you can do it?" "Although Time Gem can reverse time, it is not omnipotent. Just like the current situation, there is no way Ancient One can reverse time and save Camartage. And if she couldn't do it, how could he do it?" So the Ancient One didn't believe what Suku said at all. Suku was too lazy to explain anything, and just said calmly, "Whether I can do it or not, that's my business. Just say whether you agree or not." Ancient One didn't speak, but looked at Suku with complicated eyes. Intuition told her that Ink didn't seem to be lying. But how is this possible? She really wanted to use Time Gem to see what would happen in the future, and see if Suka had deceived her, but in the end she didn't do that. After a period of inner struggle, she finally decided to give the Time Gem to Suku. Anyway, Time Gem has its own restrictions, so I'm not afraid of what Suku will do. But if what he said is true, then all the dead will be resurrected. This is the most important thing right now. Devil, I hope you keep your promise." Ancient One said through gritted teeth. The next second, She opened the eye of Agamotto directly, and then a green gem appeared in the hands of Ancient One. It's Time Gem. Immediately afterwards, Time Gem appeared in Suk's hands again. The moment he got the Time Gem, Suka felt the restriction on the Time Gem. And this kind of restriction is very powerful. Even he can't break it. But this has no effect on Suk, because all he wants is to copy the energy of Time Gem. The next second, Suka recited directly in his heart, "System, I want to copy and absorb the power of Time Gem." As soon as he finished speaking, Suka instantly felt that time had a powerful and strange power. This is the power of Time Gem. Counting the previous Space Gem, he now has the power of 2 infinite gems. By the way, it seems that the Mind Gem is at Loki's place. It seems like it's time to talk to Loki later. Thinking like this, Suka immediately returned the Time Gem to Ancient One. Ancient One reached out and took the Time Gem with a confused expression because she really didn't understand what Suk had just done. Then, she felt the power of Time Gem again. Sure enough, the power of Time Gem is not there. This is even stranger. I took a look at the Time Gem and did nothing. What kind of deal is this? But at the moment, Suka was too lazy to talk to Ancient One. He stretched out his hand, and a strange magic formation suddenly appeared on his wrist. Is this the power of Time Gem? Ancient One was stunned and had no idea what was going on. You must know that at the moment, the Time Gem is clearly in his hands. Why would Suka use the power of the Time Gem? Intuition tells Ancient One that this matter is not simple. Then, something even more shocking happened to her. I saw Suka fiddling with the time circle at random, and everything around him suddenly changed drastically. Time starts to go backwards. The meteor that destroyed Kamartaj suddenly flew into the air again, and then fell back into space. And the entire Kamartaj quickly recovered to what it was before it was destroyed. Everything before was as if it had never happened. After doing all this, the magic circle on Suka's wrist disappeared immediately. Then, Suk looked at Ancient One with a calm face and said, "Okay, transaction completed." At this moment, Ancient One felt like his whole body was numb. There is no doubt that what Suk just demonstrated is indeed the power of Time Gem, and the power he displayed was actually far more powerful than hers. This makes Ancient One feel like he is dreaming. After all, at the moment, the real Time Gem is in his hands. Looking at the shocked Ancient One, Inca was too lazy to say anything more. And the reason why he did this naturally has his own reasons. You must know that the black aura and righteousness of this world need to be balanced, and the magicians of Kamartaj undoubtedly represent powerful righteousness. If he slaughters so many righteous magicians at once, then righteousness will only do 2 things for balance. One is to strengthen the power of superheroes, and the other is to weaken the power of demons. In both cases, Ink doesn't want to happen for the time being. Besides, this was all his plan, a ploy to force the Ancient One to willingly hand over the Time Gem. And now, he has obtained the power of Time Gem, which proves that this strategy is perfect. When looking at Ancient One again, Suk was somewhat disappointed, because he really planned to kill the Ancient One before. But now it seems that it is better to let Ancient One live first. After all, he has no plans to take action against Dormammu yet, so let Ancient One continue to play with Dormammu. Thinking like this, Suka was ready to leave. The next second, a portal appeared in front of him. However, just when Suka was about to walk in, he suddenly called out, 11 BCB. Suk stopped, looked at Ancient One speechlessly, and said, "What? Do you still want to fight?" Ancient One shook his head, feeling as weak as an old man. Then, she said, "From now on, I will never interfere in the devil's affairs again. But if possible, I also hope that you will not interfere with Stephen Strange's affairs, because the world really needs him." Stephen Strange? Doctor Strange? Suka smiled slightly when he heard this. It's obvious that the Ancient One knew that he had gone to see Doctor Strange before, and even knew what he wanted to do. But then, Suka just smiled and said, "I can think about it." Then, without waiting for the Ancient One to speak again, Suk walked directly into the portal and left Kamartaj. Ancient One was somewhat disappointed, but looking at the intact Kamartaj in front of her, she suddenly smiled happily. By the time Suka returns to New York City, the fighting here is over. The rooftop of Stark Tower. The Holy Lord was standing with Loki at the moment, looking down at the entire city. Seeing Suka appear, the Holy Lord immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "My dear brother, how is the Ancient One?" There is no way the Holy Master was psychologically affected by the Ancient One before, and he was almost sealed just now. So, the Holy Master really wants to know how the Ancient One is doing now. Suka said calmly, "Don't worry, Ancient One will not come to trouble us again." To be honest, this is not the answer that the Holy Lord wants, because what the Holy Lord wants to know is whether Suka killed the Ancient One. But seeing Suka's look, the Holy Master knew that even if he asked Suka, he might not be able to tell, so he didn't bother to ask. Anyway, he absolutely believes in Suka. As long as Suka says that Ancient One will not cause trouble again, then he will be completely relieved. Immediately afterwards, Suka suddenly thought of something and asked, "Holy Lord, where is Chun Long? You killed him." When the Holy Master heard this, his face instantly became angry. He said with a look of reluctance, "I was almost going to kill him just now, but I didn't expect that the old man who can use magic suddenly came at this time. Although that old man is not as powerful as the Ancient One, he also possesses powerful righteousness magic. I was not careful, and they escaped. Damn human magician." That's how it turns out. When Suka heard this, he understood instantly. Needless to say, the old man who can use magic in the Holy Lord's mouth is naturally Dad. In any case, it seems that the feud between Jackie Chan and the Holy Lord will continue to be entangled. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over from not far away. Take a closer look, and you will see that it is Shimu. But at the moment, Shiha obviously became a little different. From a long distance away, Suka noticed that Shimu's power was much stronger. Obviously, Shimu listened to Suk's previous words and gained a lot of strength in the chaos just now. Definitely, Shimu is not the only one who is powerful. Holy Lord and Suku also gained powerful power. As soon as Shimu landed, he said excitedly, "I just patrolled the entire city and didn't see any resistance. In other words, we really rule this city." When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately became even more excited. "Ah, finally, this world is mine." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the Holy Master suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly changed his words. "No, actually what I want to say is that this world belongs to us." Obviously, the Holy Lord is afraid that Suku and Shimu will beat him. But Suk and Shimu actually don't care about this matter at all, because for Shimu, his ruling area is the sky, and there is no conflict with the Holy Lord. As for Suka, all right, Suka has no interest in ruling the earth from beginning to end, and he knew that this matter was not that simple. Even though all the Avengers have given up resistance, the demons still have not truly ruled the world. Not even ruling the world. Not even ruling New York. Because the famous scene in Marvel hasn't appeared yet. The so-called famous scene is of course Tony pulling the nuclear bomb. Sure enough, at the same time, the Holy Lord and Shimu were happy. In SHIELD, Nick is staring at the screen with a gloomy face. What is shown on the screen is the scene of the entire New York City falling into ruin. Nick never thought, at the moment, the entire New York City has been occupied by demons. The defeated Avengers are now in this conference room. Not only Dad and Chun Long are here, but Tony is also here. It turns out that Tony was not dead before, but was seriously injured, and one of his legs was broken. Others also took some chances. Hulk also turned back in a banner. At the moment, everyone looked ashen. As the defeated party, all of them felt a deep sense of frustration. Because of their failure, the demons ruled the entire New York. Even the whole world will be ruled by demons. Why? Nick sighed, then looked at his father aside and asked, "Dad, is there any way to change this situation?" No. Although he was a little helpless, the father still shook his head and said, "The development of the matter is completely beyond Dad's expectation. and Ni Zheng has no choice. Dad was really helpless. He originally thought that the only ones he had to deal with were Chengdu and Shimu. But what the hell happened was that even the alien army showed up. Dad is very good at dealing with demons, but he really has no experience in dealing with aliens. And according to what Chun Long said before, it seems that a new demon has been released from prison. This demon is the Moon Demon, Curse Blue. When he got the news, my father instantly felt a headache. Because Curse Blue is the most powerful demon among the 8 demons and has the ability to destroy the world. This is definitely bad news for them. It was also because of the news about Curse Blue that Dad discussed with Nick to recall all the Avengers. Because Dad knows that with the appearance of Cursed Blue, it is impossible for them to win. Instead of dying in vain, it's better to preserve your strength first. Obviously, Dad had a misunderstanding, because Suka had no intention of intervening in the Battle of New York from the beginning. By the way, Chun Long, you said before that you had seen Curse Long. What did he look like when he turned into a human? At this moment, Dad suddenly thought of something, then looked at Chun Long and asked. But when he heard this, Chun Long shook his head. I don't know, because when I see him, his face is always covered with a layer of gray stuff, so I can't see his true appearance. When Dad heard this, he sighed helplessly, because he knew that Curse Long didn't want people to know what he looked like, so he put magic on himself to hide his human appearance. In fact, this is indeed the case. When he came to this world, Suka imposed a passive magic on himself. As long as he doesn't want someone to see his true face, then when that person looks at him, he won't be able to see what he looks like. It was also because of this that Chun Long didn't recognize him before. Just then, Rogers, who had been silent, spoke. So, have we really failed? Do we really want to give up this world to the devils? Rogers said with a very disappointed tone. As Captain of the United States, he once protected the world. But now he can do nothing but watch the devil rule the world. This made him feel extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. When Tony heard this, he sighed and comforted. Captain, don't be too sad. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the demons are too powerful. What's more, they're those alien armies. We're no match for them at all. Instead of, if you go to die now, you might as well preserve your strength and fight again later. The others didn't speak, but it was obvious that they supported Tony's statement. After all, in this situation, if they continue to fight, they will simply die. And no one here wants to die. Seeing everyone expressing their respective attitudes, Nick finally spoke. If everyone has decided this way, then as we said before, let's evacuate New York City first and then think of other solutions. But don't worry, we will take back New York City and defeat the demons. When I said the last sentence, even Nick himself didn't believe it. After all, facing such powerful demons and alien legions, how can they rely on to take back New York City? But in order to appease everyone, Nick could only say this. Suddenly at this moment, the door was pushed open. Then a SHILD agent said anxiously, Director, there's a very important meeting that you need to attend. Meeting? When Nick heard this, he was speechless for a moment. What kind of meeting are we having at this time? But seeing the nervous look on the agent's face, Nick finally decided to go over and take a look. His intuition told him that this meeting should not be simple. Sure enough, when Nick came to a room, he saw huge amounts of money on the screen in front of him. At this moment, all the top leaders of the United States appeared. At the moment, these people were looking at Nick seriously. Obviously, they also knew what happened in New York. Seeing Nick appear, a middle-aged man asked directly, Director Nick, we need to know what is happening in New York City now. Please tell us the truth. When Nick heard this, he sighed helplessly. He definitely didn't want to tell the truth to these guys in front of him, because who knows what emergency measures these guys would make. But he had to say it, because he was about to evacuate New York City with the Avengers. This means that even if they don't tell them, they will soon know the truth of the matter. So Nick can only tell the truth. Sorry, we can't stop the demons from taking over this city. Nick said, this means that the entire New York City has been occupied by demons? Right? As soon as Nick finished speaking, another man asked, with a serious expression on his face. That's right. Nick nodded and reluctantly admitted. because at this time, it's useless if Zhao doesn't admit it. Seeing this, everyone on the screen suddenly fell into silence and then began to discuss quickly and quietly. For a moment, Nick suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a representative figure spoke. I saw him looking at Nick solemnly and saying, "Director Nick, regarding what is happening in New York at the moment, we have made a decision together. Although this decision may seem incomprehensible to you, this is what we think is the best way to deal with it. You must obey our orders." When Nick heard this, his heart suddenly thumped, because he probably already guessed what these guys were going to say. Sure enough, the man in front of me continued. According to our analysis of the war situation in New York City, you're no longer able to protect this city. Instead of letting New York City be ruled by demons and aliens, let's just destroy New York City. This way, we can also prevent demons and aliens from spreading beyond New York City. So we decided to use nuclear weapons to destroy New York City. However, when he heard this, Nick's expression suddenly changed. Although he had already guessed what drastic measures these guys wanted to use, he never expected that they would be so outrageous. Then, he looked at everyone in front of him angrily and asked, "You are really crazy. Do you know how many people there are in this city? A total of more than 8 million people. Do you want to kill these more than 8 million people? And who told you that nuclear bombs can destroy demons? You must know that demons are immortal. You will only kill the humans in this city. You will not cause any harm to the demons at all. You are a bunch of idiots." At the end of the sentence, Nick couldn't help but curse. He was really annoyed by the cleverness of coming up with this method. Use nuclear bombs to blow up demons, and I will blow you to paralysis. But when they heard this, everyone on the screen was unmoved. Obviously, they don't believe Nick's statement that all demons are immortal. In the minds of these guys, there is nothing that a nuclear bomb cannot kill. If one is not enough, get another. Immediately afterwards, Nick's boss, Pierce Alexander, spoke. "Director Nick, please execute our orders immediately. SHILDS battleship has a nuclear bomb-carrying plane. What you have to do now is to let this plane destroy the entire New York City. We know this is difficult for you, but for the safety of the entire United States, it is necessary to sacrifice something." Pierce said calmly, "Sorry, I will not obey such an order, because I'm the one who kills you, and I kill 8 million people at once. Have you ever thought about the consequences of this?" Nick was so stupid that these guys cried. Calling them pigs is simply an insult to pigs, because these guys have no brains at all. For their own safety, they actually want to kill millions of people here. It would be fine if this could really kill the demon completely. But the problem is that demons are immortal, and even nuclear bombs cannot kill demons at all. This means that a nuclear bomb attack can only kill ordinary humans in New York City. How could Nick accept such an order? Seeing Nick refuse the order, everyone fell into silence at this moment. But then, Pierce spoke again. "In that case, I'm sorry, Nick, but I will remove you from your position as SHIELD director. There will be someone who will perform this task for you next, and he has already taken action. I advise you to evacuate New York City as soon as possible." Pierce still said calmly, as if killing millions of people was just a trivial matter to him. What? When he heard this, Nick was stunned for a moment, because he knew Pierce would never joke. The next second, without any hesitation, Nick rushed out. However, when he came to the deck, he saw that a plane carrying a nuclear bomb had taken off. He wanted to stop the plane, but it was too late. Damn it. When he saw this scene, Nick immediately cursed. Then he seemed to think of something again and rushed directly to the previous conference room. But at this moment, the Avengers are still here. Nick quickly looked at everyone and said, "No, I just got news that those guys want to blow up the entire New York City with a nuclear 43 bomb. Destroyed together with the demons and alien legions, a plane just flew into the center of New York City. That plane carried a nuclear bomb that could destroy the entire city." What? When he heard this, Dad exploded instantly. "Didn't you tell them that demons are immortal? Even nuclear bombs can't kill demons." Dad asked loudly. He was almost mad to death. "I definitely said it, but those guys didn't believe it. in order to blow up New York City. They even fired me from my position as SHIELD director, Nick said helplessly. Then, he looked at the people in front of him and said, "Is there anything we can do to stop that nuclear bomb now? If nothing can be done, millions of people in New York City will die." When everyone heard this, they instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. The best person to handle this matter is Tony. After all, in the original plot, Tony carrying the nuclear bomb was considered a famous scene. But at the moment, Tony's armor had already been damaged, and he himself was injured, so he was unable to complete such a task. And among everyone, the only one who can fly is Chun Long. So, without any hesitation, Chun Long stepped forward. "I'll go for it, but I have a problem. That is, if the plane has already launched a nuclear bomb when I arrive, how should I deal with a nuclear bomb?" Chun Long asked slowly. There was no way. It was his first time dealing with this matter, and he had no experience at all. Moreover, he didn't know how to deal with a super weapon like a nuclear bomb. No need to deal with it. At this moment, Tony seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "If you can stop the plane, then what's the point? But if you can't stop the plane, and the plane has launched a nuclear bomb, then I need you to send the nuclear bomb to a place." When Chun Long heard this, he immediately asked curiously, "Where to send it?" Nick didn't speak, just looked at the screen not far away. On the screen, a cosmic wormhole suddenly appeared in Chun Long's sight. At this moment, Chun Long instantly understood what Tony meant. It turns out that Tony asked him to send a nuclear bomb into the wormhole of the universe and blow up the alien fleet at once. I have to say, this is really a good idea. I know what to do. Immediately after he nodded to everyone, Chun Long's body was instantly covered by magic. Then he rushed out directly. Although the father looked worried, he said nothing because he knew that Chun Long had to do this. The matter was urgent. After leaving SHIELD, Chun Long directly increased his speed to the fastest. Not long after, he discovered the plane carrying the nuclear bomb. In fact, at the moment, the best way is to directly destroy the aircraft. But Chun Long did not choose to do this, because he knew that if he did this, the pilot flying the plane would definitely die, and he didn't want to kill anyone. Then, just when he was thinking about how to communicate with the other party, the next second, a nuclear bomb was launched from the plane and headed straight for the center of New York. Damn it! When he saw this scene, Chun Long was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that the nuclear bomb would have been launched after he had just been hesitating for a few seconds. But it's too late to say anything now because he has missed the best opportunity. Now we can only proceed according to the previous plan. He must send this nuclear bomb into the wormhole of the universe. But Chun Long knew in his heart that this matter would be very difficult, because at the moment the Holy Lord and other demons are guarding there, it is not easy to get close there. But now that the matter has come to this, he has no choice at all. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Chun Long quickly flew towards the nuclear bomb, and then used all his strength to lift the nuclear bomb. Then he flew towards the wormhole in the universe. Before Chun Long could get closer, all the demons, including Suka, discovered him. It's Chun Long. Upon noticing the mysterious power in Chun Long, the Holy Lord became excited instantly, because he didn't expect that Chun Long would dare to come back again. He will definitely not let Chun Long go this time. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord was ready to make a fortune. But at this time, Suka stopped the Holy Lord. The Holy Master looked at Suka with a puzzled face, not understanding why Suka stopped him. But at the moment, Suka was too lazy to pay attention to the Holy Lord, but looked at Jackie Chan not far away. All right, the current situation seems to be the same as the original plot, but it seems different, because the nuclear bomb is here, and there are indeed people carrying it. But it's not Tony who carries a nuclear bomb, but Chun Long. I have to say, this scene is really weird. Holy Lord. Oh no, that guy is carrying a nuclear bomb. If that nuclear bomb explodes, this city will be destroyed. At this moment, Valen suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then said to the Holy Lord nervously, "Wallen is really scared. Although all demons are immortal, he is not. If the nuclear bomb exploded, he would be shocked." When the Holy Master heard this, His brows instantly wrinkled. Although demons are immortal, how can they rule if this city is destroyed? At the moment, the Holy Master did not know that Chun Long's target was not demons like them, but the cosmic wormhole in the sky. But no matter what, if the Holy Lord doesn't take action when seeing Chun Long appear, then he is not the Holy Lord. The next second, without any hesitation, the Holy Master rushed towards Chun Long. Chun Long. With a roar, Chun Long also saw the Holy Lord in an instant. For a moment, Chun Long secretly said something bad. At this moment, he was only a few hundred meters away from the cosmic wormhole, but it became difficult to move because the Holy Lord had already rushed towards him. Damn Holy Lord! Chun Long couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Then he quickly accelerated his speed and continued to rush towards the cosmic wormhole. But how could the Holy Lord give him this opportunity? The power of the rabbit spell was activated instantly, and the Holy Lord came to Chun Long in an instant, and huge amounts of dragon claws hit Jackie Chan. Chun Long was carrying the nuclear bomb, but he couldn't dodge for a moment and was shot straight away. And that nuclear bomb actually fell into the hands of the Holy Lord. When he saw this scene, Long was so frightened that he peed again. He looked at the Holy Lord and shouted, "Holy Lord, that thing will explode and destroy the entire city. Find a place to throw it away." After hearing Valen's words and looking at the nuclear bomb in his hand, Jianqing's eyes suddenly became a little different. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master suddenly raised his head and looked at the cosmic wormhole above his head. Then, with everyone's puzzled eyes, the Holy Lord flew directly to the wormhole in the universe and threw the nuclear bomb into it. The next second, the Holy Lord's eyes snaked out a scorching heat ray, which directly detonated the nuclear bomb. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, the fleet in the cave suddenly exploded. At the same time, the machine running on the roof of Stark Tower also broke down in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the cosmic wormhole began to close rapidly. As the fleet was destroyed, the Chitauri soldiers raging in New York City all lost power at this moment. They fell to the ground like corpses. For a time, only the Demon Dragon Army, who chose their master, was left in the entire city. When seeing this scene, everyone was confused. Even Suka was a little surprised. You must know that at this moment, these Chitauri soldiers appear here as the army of the Holy Lord. Logically speaking, the Holy Lord had no reason to take action against them, but the Holy Lord still killed them, which is really incomprehensible. Among everyone, the one who was most shocked was naturally Loki. At the moment, Loki was completely frightened by what the Holy Lord had just done. He didn't understand at all what was going on. Why did the Holy Lord kill all the Chitauri soldiers? After finally reacting, Loki rushed over and asked with a look of disbelief, "Holy Lord, what are you doing? Those are your troops now. Why do you want to destroy them?" When the Holy Lord heard this, he sneered and said, "Their mission was to help me capture this city, but now they have completed their mission, so there is no need for them to exist." Loki laughed angrily when he heard this. "Holy Lord, are you mistaken? I borrowed these troops from Thanos. Do you know what borrowing is? These things have to be returned. But now that you have killed them all, have you ever thought about how I should explain to Thanos?" Loki demanded loudly, but the Holy Lord didn't care and still sneered. "That's something you should consider, not something I should consider." When he heard this, Loki almost collapsed. However, at this moment, the Holy Lord seemed to think of something again and then looked at Loki and said, "Loki, hand over the space gem and mind gem." When Loki heard this, his whole body collapsed even more. He looked at the Holy Lord in disbelief and said, "Holy Lord, according to the deal between us, the space gem and mind gem are to be handed over to Thanos. You destroyed Thanos' army. Thanos probably won't say anything. But if you want to possess the space gem and mind gem, Thanos will definitely not let you go." The Holy Lord smiled ferociously and said, "I know. Give me the thing now." Damn it. When he heard this, Loki almost cried. "Holy Lord, you don't keep your promise. Poor Loki finally experienced the famous scene of the Holy Lord not keeping his promise. Suk stood aside, feeling extremely funny in his heart. Although it is well known that the Holy Lord does not keep his promises, he never expected that the Holy Lord would actually use this on Thanos. Not only did he kill the Chitauri army lent to him by Thanos, he even wanted to occupy the space gem and mind gem. This almost shameless behavior made even Suka feel a little embarrassed. Sure enough, my Holy Lord never keeps his promises. This is true whether it is against humans, demons, or aliens. Poor Thanos, if he knew that he was stabbed in the back by the Lord, he would probably call the Lord an idiot. At the moment, Loki felt that he was already cold. Not to mention the Chitauri army lent to him by Thanos. Now he can't even defend the space gem and mind gem. Thanos will never let him go. And he couldn't refuse the Holy Lord's order at all. Because if he refused the Holy Lord, I'm afraid he would die now. After a brief period of hesitation, Loki gritted his teeth and finally handed over the space gem and the mind scepter to the Holy Master. You know the truth. The Holy Lord snorted coldly and prepared to take the space gem and mind scepter. But at this moment, the psychic scepter suddenly flew up and fell into Suka's hands. The Holy Lord just glanced at Suka without saying anything, and then picked up the space gem. Suka took the mind scepter, directly removed the mind gem, and then threw the scepter to Loki. Immediately afterwards, Suka said silently in his heart, "System, I want to copy and absorb it." The next second, a strange energy entered Suk's body. It is the energy of mind gem. In this way, Suk gained the power of an infinite gems again. Now he only has 3 infinite gems left before he can collect all infinite gems. After the copy absorbed the power of the mind gem, Suka threw the mind gem to the Holy Lord. As for what the Holy Lord wants to do, Suka doesn't bother to care. And it's obvious that the current plot has completely deviated from the original plot of Marvel and Chun Long's adventures. So Suka is really curious what will happen next. At this moment, Suk suddenly looked at Loki. "Loki, you did a good job, so from now on, you are free," Suk said calmly. Although there were some hiccups before, Loki's final mission was completed well. So Suka planned to give Loki his freedom. However, when he heard this, instead of feeling happy at all, Loki was scared to death. Immediately afterwards, Loki looked at Suk with a sad face and said, "If you let me go now, I will definitely die without a burial place. Because Thanos will never let me go." Loki personally promised Thanos before that he would bring him the space gem. For this reason, Thanos not only lent Loki an army, but also lent Loki the Soul Stone that he had already obtained, so that Loki can complete the task better. The results of it? The Holy Lord actually destroyed all the Chitauri troops without saying a word, and then took the space gem and mind gem as his own. This makes it impossible for Loki to explain to Thanos. Although he is not responsible for all this, will Thanos reason with him? Definitely not. If Thanos finds him by then, his end will be very, very miserable. If before, as long as he hid in Asgard, Thanos wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, Odin's strength is there. Even Thanos has to be afraid of it. But now Asgard has been half destroyed by Suka, and Odin's strength is not as strong as before. If I really return to Asgard, Thanos will definitely come to me. Don't worry about it. Thanos might even launch an attack on Asgard. Asgard has been half destroyed by Suka before. If it is attacked by Thanos again, Asgard will definitely be completely destroyed. So whether it's for his own life or for Asgard, Loki can't go back. But if he doesn't go back, it seems like he won't have anywhere to go. Even if he chooses to wander around the universe, he may be caught by Thanos and die without a burial place. Rather than doing this, it would be better to stay with Suka. At least he would feel somewhat safe. After all, no matter how stupid Thanos is, he would not dare to attack Suka rashly. Thinking of this, Loki quickly looked at Suk and said, "I suddenly don't want to leave the Earth. Can I be with you?" Seeing the scared look on Loki's face, Suk instantly understood what Loki was worried about. Then he said nonchalantly, "Okay, if you don't want to leave, then just stay. But you can't follow me. If you have anything to do, go to Wolong. Wolong will arrange it for you. Although he agreed to let Loki stay on Earth, Suk would not take Loki back home. When Wallen next to him heard this, he quickly assured, "Dear Lord Demon, please rest assured, I will definitely make arrangements." As the Holy Lord won the final victory, as the most loyal younger brother of the Holy Lord, Wallen's status naturally increased. Definitely the most important thing is that while Long feels that he is about to get the Holy Lord's Golden Rooster King treasure. After all, the Holy Lord once promised that he would give him the Golden Rooster King's treasure as soon as he regained all his strength. And now the Holy Lord has regained all his power. Then it's time for him to give himself the Golden Rooster King's treasure, right? Suka saw what Wallen was thinking, but he just smiled and said nothing. Because to be honest, he didn't know whether the Holy Lord would keep his previous promise to Wallen. Anyway, in the original plot, the Holy Lord never obeyed. Definitely, this matter has nothing to do with him anymore. At the moment, Loki beside him became a little dissatisfied. Because in his opinion, he is a noble god. How could he be with ordinary humans like Valen? But Loki didn't dare to say this. First of all, this is what Suka told him, and he can't violate it. Secondly, Suk is a demon who naturally hates all gods. If I dare to say that I was a god, I might die right now. So then, Loki could only nod his head with tears in his eyes. Where's Chun Long? Suddenly, at this moment, the Holy Master thought of Chun Long, who had been beaten away by him before. Just now he was only focused on destroying the wormhole in the universe, and he actually forgot about Chun Long, his mortal enemy. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, the Holy Lord hurriedly flew towards the direction where Jackie Chan fell. However, after some searching, nothing was found. Obviously, Chun Long had already escaped. Damn God! The Holy Lord roared angrily. He never thought that Chun Long could actually escape twice under his command. But the matter has come to this, and the Holy Lord has no choice but to return to the roof of Stark Tower. Suk originally planned to leave directly, but he suddenly thought of something and prepared to remind the Holy Master. After the Holy Lord came back, Suka looked at the Holy Lord and said, "Holy Lord, since they have launched a nuclear bomb before, they may continue to launch nuclear bombs until they destroy the city. Have you ever thought about how to deal with it? It's different from Marvel's original plot. In the original plot, because of the Avengers' final victory, the United States executives did not continue to launch nuclear bombs. But the situation now is obviously different. The demons have taken control of the city, although the previous nuclear bombs destroyed the cosmic wormhole and Chitauri soldiers. But the demons were not eliminated, so Suk always felt that the smart leaders of the United States would continue to launch nuclear bombs. And he has already seen that the Holy Lord seems to like to rule this city and does not want to destroy it. This can be seen from the Holy Lord's demonic dragon army. Previously, the Holy Lord's demonic dragon army had been wreaking havoc in the city, destroying everything around them wantonly. But as the Holy Lord won the final victory, the Holy Lord's demonic dragon army actually stopped destroying. When he heard this, the Holy Lord immediately opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, my dear brother. I have also considered this possibility. So I will use magic to reinforce the city's defenses to ensure that human weapons can no longer attack the city." Having said this, the Holy Master suddenly looked at Shimu again. "Shimu, how long can your spell last?" Shimu thought for a moment and said, "About a week." "A week?" When the Holy Lord heard this, he frowned, because 1 week was not enough for him to completely rule the city. But then, the Holy Lord suddenly thought of something again, and then continued to ask, "What if all the magic is concentrated in this country? How long can this last?" Shimu thought for a moment and replied, "About 3 months. The smaller the range of magic, the longer it lasts." Similarly, the control of magic is also more precise. What if it was this city? The Holy Lord asked again. Now, Shimu was a little annoyed. He really didn't want to talk to the Holy Lord. But seeing the serious look on the Holy Master's face, he finally answered, "If it only covers one city, it can last for about 3 years." 3 years? Upon hearing this, The Holy Master suddenly thought of a good idea. Then, he looked at Shimu with a serious face and said, Shimu, I need you to narrow the scope of your magic and only need to cover this country. But definitely, this city needs to be deliberately strengthened. As for other places, just cover it a little. In the meantime, let's rule this city first. After that, we will find other ways to rule the entire world. Shimu was a little impatient at first, but after hearing what the Holy Lord said, he suddenly felt that what Shang said made sense. Although it seems that the demons have one at the moment. But the righteousness and black aura of this world still cannot allow the demons to completely rule the world. Instead of doing this, it is better to cover this country with magic and then rule a city first. As for world domination, we can definitely figure out later. For a moment, Shiha couldn't help but look at the Holy Lord with admiration. He felt that apart from not keeping his promise, the Holy Lord seemed to be quite smart. But at this moment, Suka suddenly thought of something. You must know that the Holy Lord is a demon from the east, and the place he once ruled should be Xiangang and Daxia. Logically speaking, after the Holy Lord rules the world, he should return to Xiangang and rule Xiangang. But why is he so interested in the United States, New York, or even rule New York? There seems to be something wrong with this matter. Thinking this way, Suku immediately looked at the Holy Lord and asked, Holy Lord, you don't want to rule Xiangang anymore. When the Holy Lord heard this, he glanced at Suku helplessly and then said, I've definitely thought about it. But before that, we have to do it step by step, right? And the world has changed so much now. I must get familiar with it first. When Suka heard this, he felt a little funny. Obviously, the Holy Master has not forgotten Xiangang. He just has his own little plan. Before that, all he wanted to do was rule New York and the United States. Interesting. Suka smiled and said nothing more. Immediately afterwards, Shimu began to recite ancient magic again. Along with bursts of magic sounds, the red mist that had enveloped the entire world suddenly changed, started to quickly move towards the entire United States, until the entire United States is completely recovered. When the red mist reached New York City, Suka clearly noticed that the power of black aura instantly became several times stronger. Sure enough, with the reduction of the area, the power of the demons has also been strengthened. But then, Suka looked up at the sky shrouded in red mist. Shimu, can you change the color of the sky while maintaining the magic? Let the sky return to what it was before. If the sky is always shrouded in red mist, people living in this city will definitely go crazy. Though, please give me flowers 0. Surely you don't want to rule over a bunch of lunatics, do you? Suka said and looked at Shimu. The Holy Lord felt that what Suka said made sense and looked at Shimu. I think what Cursed Blue is saying makes sense. The Holy Lord agreed. Seeing that both Suku and Shinju had said this, what could Shimu say? Anyway, a sky evil demon, changing the color of the sky is one of his most basic abilities. Ever since, Shimu used magic again to change the color of the sky. He directly restored the sky to its original state. Definitely, it just changed the color. Shimu's power still enveloped the city. While Shimu was doing all this, Chun Long finally rushed back to S.H.I.E.L.D. And at the moment, everyone is welcoming Dong Long. Chun Long, well done, you saved the entire New York City. Nick patted Chun Long on the shoulder and said, Dad also came over. Chun Long, Dad is very happy. Sure enough, it makes sense for Death God to choose you. You saved 8 million humans. You are truly a hero. Everyone couldn't help but praise Chun Long. Because in their opinion, since New York City was not destroyed by a nuclear bomb, that proves that Chun Long completed his mission and saved New York City. But it's obvious that they thought too much, because it is not Chun Long who saves New York City, but the Holy Lord. At the same time, when he heard these words, Chun Long suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Then, he could only say helplessly, You may not believe it, but in fact it was not done by me. It was done by the Holy Lord. It was the Holy Lord who dropped the nuclear bomb into the wormhole of the universe and blew up all the alien legions. Upon hearing this, everyone present was instantly stunned. You must know that the alien army was summoned by the Holy Lord. Why does the Holy Lord want to kill them? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, still unable to understand what was going on. But then, everyone suddenly didn't care anymore, because this was a good thing for them. Look, the scenery outside suddenly seems different. Suddenly at this moment, Banner pointed out the window and said, when everyone heard this, they quickly looked out the window. Sure enough, I found that the red mist that had previously filled the sky over New York suddenly disappeared. What's the situation? Nick looked at the scene outside in surprise, then took out a tablet and started operating it. Then he discovered that not only the red fog over New York City had disappeared, even the red mist around the world has disappeared. What the hell is this? Did the demons suddenly and inexplicably leave New York City? Just when Nick couldn't figure out what all this was going on, his father suddenly said with a solemn expression, "Don't be too happy. It's just that the sky demon gathered his magic and changed the color of the sky." Dad can feel that the black aura in New York City are now stronger. Similarly, the demons in this city are now more powerful. When everyone heard this, their moods that had finally relaxed before became tense again, because they know that when it comes to things like demons, Dad's words can always be trusted. Immediately afterwards, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and an agent walked over quickly in a panic. This agent is none other than Phil Coulson. That is the SHIELD agent killed by Loki in the original Marvel plot. But because of the integration of the world, things changed, and he did not die. After entering the door, Phil Coulson looked directly at Nick and said, "Director, why are you still here? You have to get out of here quickly." "Leave here?" Nick felt a little baffled when he heard this. He looked at Phil Coulson and asked, "Why should I leave? Although I have been removed from my position, I am still a SHIELD agent. Can't I still stay here?" Phil Coulson glanced at Nick helplessly and then said, "I'm afraid you really can't stay here, because the newly appointed SHIELD director just issued a warrant for your arrest. Not only does he want to catch you, he also wants to disband the Avengers." What? When they heard this, everyone present, let alone Nick, looked shocked. You must know that they worked hard to protect this city. Although they failed, they can't be dismissed like this. And so far, Avengers has only been established for less than 3 days. As a result, it will be disbanded now? Isn't this too outrageous? At the moment, if Suka were here, he will definitely give the newly appointed SHIELD director a silent thumbs up. Well done. At the moment, Nick was so filled with hatred. He looked at Phil Coulson and asked, "Tell me, who is the new SHIELD director?" "John Garrett." Phil Coulson replied truthfully. "John Garrett?" When Nick heard this name, he was a little surprised at first, and then suddenly felt it was normal, because John Garrett is one of the agents with the highest authority in SHIELD. He is also the ammunition expert of SHIELD. In addition, he is Phil Coulson's senior and has high prestige in SHIELD. He truly deserves to be the next SHIELD director. But then again, John Garrett had to arrest the director of his previous residence as soon as he took office, and also to disband the Avengers. This doesn't look normal no matter how you look at it, right? Could it be that this guy is also a HYDRA? When he thought of this, Nick was instantly shocked, because if that were the case, that would be terrible. However, at this moment, Phil Coulson urged again, "Director, if you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. I know you were wronged, but if you're caught by them, you won't even have a chance to prove yourself." Unlike others, Phil Coulson is one of Nick's most loyal subordinates. It was he who accompanied Nick to eliminate most of the undercover Hydra agents in SHIELD. And it was also because of this that he guessed that Garrett might also be a Hydra undercover. But he had no evidence to prove this. What's more, Garrett has now become the director of the entire SHIELD. What can he do? So we can only let Nick leave here first. Because if 870 Looter is really an undercover Hydra agent, then Nick will be dead if he falls into his hands. Almost instantly, Nick also figured out the reason. He gritted his teeth, then looked at the others and said, "I'm sorry, I have to take a step forward. But I promise you, I will come back again. The Avengers will not be disbanded because of this. When the others heard this, their eyes were filled with disappointment, because they never expected that this superhero organization, which was established less than 3 days ago, would be disbanded. Nick, remember to come to Dad's antique shop to find Dad if you have the chance. Seeing Nick was about to leave, Dad hurriedly said. Nick nodded, and then quietly slipped out of the back door under the guidance of Phil Coulson. And Phil Coulson has already prepared a plane for Nick. Ever since, Nick flew the plane and left S.H.I.E.L. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Garrett came over with someone. But at the moment, Nick has already left. Seeing this, Garrett also looked helpless. But then, he announced the disbandment of Avengers. Ever since, among the members of Avengers, except for Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, who did not have to leave, everyone else was forced to leave SHIELD. Even Tony is no exception. However, considering the current environment, SHIELD will take them out of New York City first. When Tony heard this, he almost exploded, because he has been helping SHIELD with various things. Unexpectedly, as soon as Nick left, SHIELD immediately turned against him. They even had to forcibly drive him away. He really couldn't swallow this breath. You must know that Stark Building has been occupied by the Holy Lord, and he can't go back at all. Does this mean that he is homeless now? Tony was angry, dragging his broken leg, and rushed forward to argue with Garrett, but was stopped by Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff. Tony, don't be impulsive. These guys are probably HYDRA. Hawkeye whispered in Tony's ear. When Tony heard this, his eyes flashed with surprise at first, but he quickly returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, he sat down again and said angrily, I've helped you so much before, but this is how you treat me. I will never do anything for you again. When Garrett heard this, he didn't care at all. As an undercover Hydra agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick is acting exactly as he intended. In fact, at the moment, if possible, Garrett really wanted to kill these guys directly, because these guys are too great a threat to HYDRA. But considering the strength of Hulk and Chun Long, he finally gave up the idea. Then that's it. Once you leave New York City, you must leave SHIELD, or I will arrest you. After saying this, Garrett immediately took the people away, because he has more important things to do. That is to capture Nick Fury, the former director of SHIELD. Immediately afterwards, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye were also forced to leave with Garrett. For a moment, only Dad, Chun Long, Tony, Rogers, Xing'ai, and Xiaoyu were left here. Xiaoyu has been staying in SHIELD recently. When the Avengers were fighting the demons, Xiaoyu was protected by Nick. But now that Nick has become a wanted criminal by SHIELD, Xiaoyu's privileges are naturally gone. And it's obvious that Xiaoyu doesn't know what happened at this moment. But seeing everyone's disappointed expressions, Xiaoyu knew that something very bad must have happened. So this time she rarely caused trouble. After a short silence, Dad finally spoke. Although the Sky Demon's magic covers the entire United States, except for New York City, other places are not completely controlled by the demon. So if you have nowhere to go, you can go to Dad's place to stay for a while. Then we can find other ways to deal with the demon. When Tony heard this, he immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He was worried that he had no place to go, so Dad's invitation was a timely help. Seeing this, Banner and Rogers also agreed, because like Tony, they have nowhere to go. Just like that, Dad's antique shop suddenly became the Avengers' new base. Soon, SHIELD's space carrier left New York City. In order to prevent Garrett from taking action against Dad and others, Natasha Romanoff personally flew Dad and the others to San Francisco on a plane. Dad's antique store is located in Chinatown, San Francisco. After seeing off her dad and others, Natasha Romanoff returned to SHIELD again. There is no way. After all, Garrett has not dismissed her as agent, so she can only stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. The scene returns to Suka. After confirming that all superheroes in SHIELD had left New York City, the Holy Lord relaxed, because this means that these guys will not bother him again in a short period of time. Then, he openly occupied the Stark building and used it as his temporary palace. After all, this is the most conspicuous place in New York City, and the Holy Lord likes this feeling of being noticed by everyone. But Sook has no interest in this. He doesn't like living in his own villa. Seeing that the matter here had been resolved, he casually greeted the Holy Lord and Shimu and left here directly. As for how the Holy Lord and Shimu will rule New York next, then he is too lazy to care. When Sook returned to the villa, he found several Chitauri bodies lying at the door of his house, and you can tell at a glance that they were killed. Needless to say, Suku also knew that this should belong to Zhu Dakian, because he sensed Wanda's magical aura on these corpses. Sure enough, when he just walked to the door, he felt a powerful magic wave in the house. "Don't be nervous. It's me," Sook said. After hearing Suku's voice, the magic fluctuations in the room disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened and Wanda and Quicksilver appeared at the door. But at the moment, they all looked nervous, because the previous scene really scared them. At that time, the sky was filled with demonic dragons and alien legions. This scene was simply beyond their imagination. There were even many Chitauri who wanted to break into the villa by force. But fortunately, Wanda also has strong strength, so she easily defeated several Chitauri soldiers. Then, they didn't know what happened, but the Chitauri soldiers suddenly lost their vitality, and then fell to the ground one by one. After Suku entered the room, Wanda asked nervously, "Sook, can you tell me what's going on? What's going on here?" Instinct tells Wanda that this matter must be related to Suka. Seeing this, Suka could only give a brief summary of what happened in New York City. Definitely, he deliberately avoided some things. For example, his battle with the Ancient One. When they heard that the entire New York City had been taken over by demons, Wanda and Quicksilver were instantly confused, because this matter is too outrageous for them. At this moment, Wanda suddenly thought of what Suku had said before, then looked at Suku and asked, "So you wanted us to leave New York City because you already knew about this?" 31. When Suka heard this, he was speechless for a moment, because Wanda is so smart. 030303. Just when Suka didn't know what to say, there was a sudden knock on the door, which just helped him avoid the topic. Sook opened the door and saw that it was none other than Nick. "How did you come?" Sook asked curiously. He didn't know what happened to SHILD before, and thought Nick left New York with SHILD. "Can I come in?" Nick whispered, and then carefully looked outside, as if he was worried that someone was following him. "Come in." Sook stepped aside. Then Nick walked in. As soon as he walked in, Nick immediately said, "What the hell? My boss, Alexander Pierce, fired me because I didn't agree to use a nuclear bomb to blow up New York City. He even assigned a new S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and I suspect that guy is actually a Hydra agent. Not only did he want to arrest me, he even ordered the Avengers to be disbanded. Damn, why did things develop like this?" Nick sat down on the sofa with a look of helplessness on his face. Suka smiled playfully, because to be honest, this matter seems to be more and more a child-saving thing. Immediately afterwards, Suku asked, "What is the name of the new S.H.I.E.L.D. director?" Nick glanced at Suku and then said, "John Garrett." "John Garrett?" Sook smiled. It turns out to be a Hydra undercover agent. Seeing Suka laugh, Nick immediately realized something. "So, am I right? John Garrett is indeed a Hydra agent?" Nick asked quickly. Sook glanced at Nick and then said calmly, "You are only half right." "Half?" Nick looked confused and didn't understand what Sook meant by this. Immediately afterwards, he could only plead, "Please, just say it if you have anything to say. Stop playing charades with me. I really don't know what to do now." Seeing this, Suku immediately stopped trying to show off. Garrett is indeed a Hydra 3.1 undercover agent, but besides him, SHILD actually has many Hydra agents, and you must be familiar with the identity of one of the Hydra agents. His name is Alexander Pierce. Suka said calmly, "Alexander Pierce?" When he heard this, Nick jumped up from the sofa with a look of disbelief. You know, Alexander Pierce is one of the founders of SHIELD. He was even the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. director and his most trusted friend. Such a guy could actually be a Hydra agent? This is too outrageous. If someone else had said this, Nick would definitely not believe it. But it was Suka who said this, so Nick had to believe it, because he knew that Suka had no need to lie to him. And think about it carefully. If Pierce was not HYDRA, why would he let Garrett become the new director of SHIELD? For a moment, Nick finally figured everything out. Damn it, you actually lied to me for so long, Nick said through gritted teeth. He feels extremely regretful now. Why didn't he think that Garrett and Pierce could be HYDRA? But now that SHIELD has been completely controlled by HYDRA, he is of no use to Ho-Hi. Compared to Nick, Suka looked calm at the moment because he didn't care about this kind of thing at all. I even thought it was a little funny, because he really didn't expect that the Avengers, which had been established for less than 3 days, would be disbanded like this. This should be considered quite an explosion in the Marvel world. If you came to me today just for Hydra matters, then I've told you that it's time for you to go. Immediately afterwards, Suka issued an order to expel guests. After all, he really had nothing to say to Nick. But it's obvious that Nick took such a big risk to come to Suka because he definitely didn't just want to know about HYDRA. Ever since Nick stopped beating around the bush, he looked directly at Suka and said, "Actually, the main reason why I came to see you today is to ask you if there is any way to deal with the devil." Well, this is the real purpose of Nick coming here. After all, the Avengers, who Nick had high hopes for, were vulnerable to the devil. Nick had no choice but to come to Suka. Although he still doesn't know how strong Suka is, Nick always feels that Suka can defeat the demons. Well, he guessed it right. As the boss of the 8 demons, Suka can definitely deal with the other demons easily. But why did he do what he did? After all, he is a demon too. Although he sometimes doesn't like what the Holy Lord does, he will still help the Holy Lord at every critical moment. There is no way. After all, thousands of years of friendship are there. Even the devil can't turn a blind eye. So immediately after, Suka shook his head and said, "No, the demons are immortal. Even I can't kill them." Why? When Nick heard this, he sighed instantly. He actually knew this would be the result early on, but he just refused to give up. What's the result? Suka's answer is still the same as what he thought. Now, there's really nothing Nick can do to deal with those demons. Poor Nick. How did he know that the person standing in front of him in the moment was the big brother of all demons? Asking a demon boss how to kill other demons is ridiculous. After getting the answer he wanted, Nick was ready to leave. He stood up, looked at Suka and said, "Okay, I've asked what I need to ask, so I'll leave first. Anyway, you should be more careful these days. According to Dad, the Holy Lord once ruled World 09, so he should not kill anyone anymore. After all, if you kill all the people, how can the Holy Lord rule? So the lives of people in this city should not be in danger for the time being. We will come back when we find a way to defeat the demons." As a magician who understands demons, Dad clearly knows that what the Holy Lord wants is not massacre, but domination. That's why Dad previously advised Nick to take everyone out of New York first. Because in Dad's opinion, as long as there is no resistance, the Holy Lord will no longer carry out massacres. Sure enough, he guessed it right. With the departure of SHIELD and the Avengers, the Holy Lord also ended up being massacred. He even took the initiative to destroy those Chitauri troops. Dad couldn't figure out why the Holy Master did this. But not long after, he suddenly figured it out. The reason why the Holy Lord did this was actually to better consolidate his dominance. Because he doesn't trust those alien armies. Definitely, this is more in line with the character of the Holy Lord. After all, the Holy Lord is originally an arrogant and suspicious devil. Then, seeing Nick about to leave, Suka asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Nick stopped, looked at Suka and said, "Let's go to Dad's antique shop first. If I guess correctly, Tony and Banner are there too. I'm going to join them first and then decide what to do next." Having said this, Nick suddenly felt sad. The once all-powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. director suddenly turned into a street rat with nowhere to go. He can't stay in New York because he might be caught by the Holy Lord. He can't just wander outside because he might be caught by Shield. Generally speaking, it seems that he can only rely on his father for this period of time. I'll go with you. At this moment, Suka suddenly spoke. There is no way. The Marvel world and the adventures of Chun Long world have undergone such big changes. Suku is really curious. How will I, Jungjin, respond to this? So he plans to follow Nick. Besides, since he came to this world, he has never been to his father's antique shop. Just think of it as a nostalgic. When Nick heard this, he naturally agreed with joy. After all, in his opinion, Suku is very powerful. With Suk's help, maybe they will find a way to deal with the devil faster. So, Suk first said hello to Wanda and the others, and then opened a portal. And on the other side of the portal is Dad's antique shop. Suka walked in directly, and Nick followed carefully. To be honest, this was the first time Nick came to another place through the portal, which gave him a very strange feeling. After arriving here, Nick immediately discovered that this place seemed a little different from that in New York, because there are neither the bodies of Chitauri soldiers nor the Holy Lord's demonic dragon army here. There are even many pedestrians on the road. This means that what Dad said before is right, although other parts of the United States are also affected by Shimu's magic, but not as exaggerated as New York City. The place where the devils can really rule right now is actually New York. Thinking this way, Nick feels more and more that his father is really awesome. Immediately afterwards, Nick walked to the door of the antique store and knocked on the door. Ooh! The next second, a somewhat alert voice sounded. "It's me," Nick said. Hearing Nick's voice, the person in the house opened the door. Immediately afterwards, Chun Long appeared in front of the two of them. "Come on in." Chun Long naturally knew Suku and immediately called Nick and Suku in. Suku was not polite and walked in directly. But when he entered, Suku immediately noticed something was wrong. At the moment, this house has been surrounded by powerful, righteous magic. And this righteous magic seems to have invisible power. So no matter how powerful the Holy Lord is, he cannot detect the special changes here. There is no doubt that it was Dad who did it. Sure enough, Dad is really good at magic. Immediately afterwards, Suka looked around in the antique shop. Then because all the furnishings in the antique store were exactly the same as what he remembered. It seems that not everything has changed. At least Dad never changed in the antique shop. Soon, in a room, Suk met his father, Banner, Rogers, and the injured Tony. Well, Xiaoyu is upstairs because Dad doesn't want Xiaoyu to get involved in the matter about the devil. "What happened to your leg?" Suk looked at Tony curiously and asked. He only knew that Shimu defeated Tony and got the 5 charms from Tony, but he really didn't know that Tony's leg was broken. When Tony heard this, he smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing, I just accidentally fell down." Had a fall? When Banner next to him heard this, he was speechless. "I think it's already this time. Why do you still need face so much?" And losing to the devil is nothing to be ashamed of. However, considering Tony's dignity, Banner did not say these words in the end. However, at this moment, Dad seemed to think of something again, and then he waved to Chun Long and said, "Chun Long, come out with Dad. Dad needs your help with something important." When Chun Long heard this, he was a little confused because he really couldn't think of anything more important than the devil's affairs now. Although he was confused, Chun Long followed his father out immediately. Suka chatted with Banner and the others in the room. At the same time, outside the house, "Dad, why did you ask me to come out?" Chun Long asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Dad quickly made a small gesture and then looked around nervously for a while. After confirming that there was no one else around, the father looked at Chun Long with a mysterious look and asked, "Chun Long, haven't you seen the appearance of a cursed blue human before? Does he look similar to Suk?" When Chun Long heard this, he was speechless for a moment, because he already knew why his father called him out quietly. Then, he looked at his father helplessly and said, "Dad, haven't you tested Suk's identity before? Didn't the test results say that Suk is not a demon? Why do you doubt him again now?" Regarding Suk's identity, Dad has done many tests before, and the results proved that Suk is not a demon. Chun Long also knew these things, but he never thought that Biao Zheng was still doubting Suka's identity until now. But in Chun Long's opinion, this is simply impossible. If Suka was really Long, then I'm afraid they would be dead by now. Where's the chance to chat here? But it's obvious that Dad doesn't intend to just give up. I saw him looking at Chun Long seriously and saying, "Don't worry about this. Dad has his own thoughts. Just tell me if he looks similar to the cursed blue you saw." Chun Long thought for a while, and suddenly felt that Suka's eyes seemed to be similar to the cursed blue he had seen before. But he didn't think there was any relationship between Suka and Long. And when he thought that his father would cause trouble again if he told this matter, he finally shook his head. It's different. Lang's human form is taller and thinner than him. Chun Long opened his eyes and said, "Nonsense." "Yeah?" When Dad heard this, he was speechless for a moment. Did he really see it wrong? In fact, Suka really has nothing to do with the devil. Then what? "Dad, if there's nothing to do, I'll go in first." Seeing this, Chun Long immediately prepared to run away because he was afraid that he would become a trap. Without waiting for his father to answer, he hurried back to the previous room. As a result, when I first entered the house, soon, Chun Long saw Tony looking at Suka solemnly and saying, "Suk, I need your help with something, and I think you're the only one who can help me now." When Suka heard this, he was a little curious and then asked, "What's the matter?" "Why?" Nick sighed first and then continued, "My previous armor was damaged in the battle and can no longer be used. So I need a new armor to participate in the battle. To be honest, I have developed a new armor before, and I named it Mark 7. But this armor is now in the Stark building. But as you know, the Stark building is now occupied by the Holy Lord. So I can't get this armor. If possible, I want you to use your ability to help me get the Zhanhuan. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. For Tony, his combat effectiveness actually comes entirely from the various armors he has developed. But the previous armor has been destroyed by Shimu, which means that he now has no combat effectiveness at all. This made him very insecure, because if something happens again, let alone fighting, he doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. This was unacceptable to him. He originally wanted Chun Long or Hulk to help pick up the Mark 7. However, considering that the risk was too great, he finally gave up the idea. It wasn't until Suka appeared that he regained hope, because he had seen Suka's 890 power before and knew that Suka's power was similar to space teleportation. As long as Suka is willing to help, he can easily get his armor. However, when Chun Long heard this, he instantly became curious. Because he had never seen Suka's ability before, he thought Suka was just a powerful psychiatrist. Looking at Tony, who looked eager, Suka thought for a moment and then agreed directly. "Can. As a demon, it seems like a stupid thing to do to help the superhero gain power. But this is not the case, because with the Holy Lord and Shimu ruling the world, the heroes on Zhengqi's side are really a bit too stretched. Even though Zhengqi already has Chun Long, who has acquired unexplained power, Zhengqi's power is still very strong. So Suka wanted to balance the power of both parties a little." When he heard this, Tony was divided instantly. Then, Tony continued, "Actually, there's no need to pick it up in person, because I have set up an automatic tracking system for Mark 7. As long as you open a portal to Stark Tower, I can directly summon Mark 7. Suka was not surprised when he heard this, because in Marvel's original plot, Mark's function was exactly like this. You must know that Tony was thrown from a building hundreds of meters high by Loki. In the end, Tony still summoned Mark 7 and completed the transformation. Sure enough, this is pretty much the same as the original plot. Thinking like this, Suka opened a portal directly without hesitation, and on the other side of the traditional door was the Stark building. Even at the moment, they actually saw the Holy Lord not far away through the portal in front of them. For a moment, everyone was stunned, because they don't want the Holy Lord to know where they are now. Everyone looked at each other in tacit understanding without saying a word. But Tony reacted quickly and immediately activated a device on his wrist. The next second, in the Stark building, a safe suddenly opened, and then a mecha instantly activated and flew directly to the portal. Immediately afterwards, Tony got what he wanted. Suka also quickly closed the portal. He was not afraid of meeting the Holy Lord, but he felt it was a bit embarrassing to meet the Holy Lord in this situation. In this way, they successfully obtained the Mark 7 under the eyes of the Holy Lord. At this moment, in Stark Tower, the Holy Lord seemed to feel that something was not right, and then looked at the place where the portal appeared before. But he found nothing. What happened? Am I dazzled? The Holy Lord said with some confusion. But immediately afterwards, he was no longer in peace. Then he continued to appreciate the world he was about to rule. It was not the first time for Tony and Nick to see Suka display such power, so they were not surprised. But this was the first time Chun Long saw this kind of power, and he was instantly stunned. Then, he looked at Suka in disbelief and asked, what kind of ability is this? Suka didn't want to explain, but seeing several other people coming over with curious expressions, he finally decided to give these guys a little popular science. To put it simply, this power called Space Gem can control space at will. No matter where I want to go, I can get there in an instant. Suka explained calmly. So much. When Chun Long heard this, he was instantly surprised. He suddenly realized that Suka was not just a simple psychiatrist. Even Tony and Banner nodded thoughtfully. As scientists, they actually know some knowledge in this area. But definitely, it's just a little bit of understanding. After all, they have never received any space gem before. Immediately afterwards, Tony couldn't wait to put on the Mark 7. Good morning, sir. The next second, JRVS's voice rang. Hearing the familiar voice of JRVS again, Tony was so excited that he almost cried. Finally, the sense of security is back. At this moment, Dad suddenly walked in. When he saw Tony actually wearing a battle armor, Dad instantly became a little confused, because my father remembered clearly that Tony's armor had been destroyed by Shimu before. But if that's the case, how did this armor come about? Curious in his heart, he immediately asked, Tony, what's going on? Wasn't your previous talisman mecha destroyed? Where did this come from? So help me get it back. He has a magical ability and can go anywhere instantly. Tony explained with excitement. Yeah? When Dad heard this, he looked at Suka with some suspicion. He suddenly felt that he had really made a mistake, because Cursed Blue doesn't seem to have this special ability, right? Suka just smiled faintly and didn't explain anything, because he knows that his father is still doubting his identity. Really, this little old man, Dad, is really difficult to deal with. Seeing everyone gathered together, Nick finally said, Dad, is there any way we can solve this situation? After all, we can't just let the Holy Lord rule the entire New York City, right? Once the Holy Lord completely rules New York, his next plan should be to rule the entire United States and even the world. We should do something, right? Although he is no longer the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick still has not forgotten about saving the world. After hearing this, Dad didn't care about Suka anymore. I saw him looking at everyone seriously and saying, Dad has already studied this matter before. In my opinion, if you want to solve this matter, you must first defeat the Sky Demon Shimu. Because it was Nishiki who used magic to envelope New York City, causing the city's black aura and righteousness to fall into chaos. The demons have become extremely powerful because of this. So, as long as we can seal Shimu, we can break Shimu's magic, and then we can defeat the Holy Lord. When everyone heard this, they nodded thoughtfully. Only Tony looked confused, because he had fought against Shimu before and knew how powerful Shimu was. And he had the power of 5 talismans at the time, but he still couldn't defeat Shimu. But now, all 5 charms have been lost. How can he defeat Shimu? I'm afraid that he will have been killed by Shimu before even seeing Shimu's face. Just when Tony was about to speak, Chun Long on the side spoke first. Dad, that's true, but Shimu's power is really weird. And flight is so fast, we can't catch up with him. How can we defeat him? Chun Long also fought against Shimu before. Although he was not as miserable as Tony, he didn't even catch a hair on Shimu's body. Because Shimu's speed is so fast, even if he's gained incredible power, he still can't catch up with Shiha. If you want to catch up with Shimu, I'm afraid you still have to use the power of the rabbit charm. But the rabbit talisman has been obtained by the Holy Lord. What can they do? But it was obvious that Dad seemed to have a countermeasure. Then, just as Dad was about to explain, there was a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. It was this knock on the door that instantly aroused everyone's alert. But the next second, a familiar voice rang. Chun Long, it's me. When Chun Long heard this voice, he was instantly relieved. Then he looked at everyone and explained. Don't worry, everyone, it's Sheriff Black from District 13. He's one of our own. That's right, the one who appeared at the door at this moment was Blake, the boss of District 13. After saying this, Chun Long walked directly to the door, opened the door, and invited Blake in. Not long after, everyone saw a bald man follow Chun Long in, holding a long box in his hand. Although most of the people here have met Blake before, there are also some whom he doesn't recognize. So Chun Long briefly introduced Blake. When facing other people, Blake always looked kind, but when he looked at Nick, Blake had a playful look on his face. Then, Blake said jokingly, Nick, I heard that you were wanted by SHIELD. Aren't you S.H.I.E.L.D. director? How come you are wanted by the department you manage? Isn't this a little too incredible? When Nick heard this, he instantly looked embarrassed, because this matter is so embarrassing, and he also knew why Blake said that. When we met before, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he somewhat looked down on District 13, which was managed by Black, so he made some sarcastic remarks. Unexpectedly, things have turned around now. Blake is taking revenge on him, and he just had nothing to say. Seeing the embarrassment on Nick's face, Blake felt secretly happy in his heart. Who made this guy mock himself in District 13 before? Did you get retribution now? However, before Blake could finish, his head was damaged by a critical blow from his father. Then, Dad's voice rang. Blake, can you be more serious? What we have to do now is to save the world. Blake covered his head and said with a depressed look, Dad, I'm still a person with status no matter what. Can you give me some face? Blake was really speechless after being hit on the head by his father in front of so many people. But Dad didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and said directly, Have you found what Dad asked you to look for before? This is a very important thing. Black's head was filled with magic, and he didn't say much, and handed the thing in his hand directly to his father. Hey, this is what you want. We spent a lot of effort to find it. Dad reached out and took the box, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while opening the box, he looked at everyone and said, This is the secret weapon Dad will use to defeat Shimu. As long as we have this thing, we can definitely defeat Shimu and seal it to hell. When the time comes, you just have to deal with the Holy Lord and leave Shimu to Daddy. When they heard this, everyone instantly became interested and then quickly looked at the box. Even Suka became a little curious. He also wanted to know what was in this box. The next second, when the box was opened, everyone saw that there was nothing else in the box. It was just a flute. Tony and Nick were speechless for a moment because they had no idea what this thing was. They also couldn't connect this to the stick and defeating Nishiki, because this is really incredible. You must know that Shimu is an immortal demon. Could he be afraid of a stick? Only Suka's expression changed slightly, because he recognized this thing. This thing is surprisingly the unmistakable death god token that once sealed Shimu. You know, the so-called mysterious token must be a treasure that contains mysterious power. And you can't just take something similar and call it a token of death god. If that were the case, that would be ridiculous. And at this moment, this flute contains powerful, unknown power. Sure enough, I saw my father looking at everyone and saying, Although Sky Demon Nishiki is very fast, he even has the ability to control the weather. But as long as we have this flute, we can definitely defeat Shimu. Because this flute is an unknown token that sealed Shimu back then, and there is an unknown calendar area in it. And this kind of power just restrains Shimu's power. Nick and Tony were a little surprised when they heard this, because they didn't expect that the humble stick in front of them could be so powerful. Seeing everyone's expressions of surprise, Blake now looked proud. Although he did not participate in the Battle of New York, he was never idle. When he received the mission from his father, he immediately led the team to find this flute that contained the power of God. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid this group of people wouldn't know what to do now. Just as I was thinking about it, My father's voice suddenly sounded again. Blake, you did a good job this time. Dad is very satisfied. As the father spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Blake again, which Blake enjoyed very much. Then he quickly asked, Dad, how do you use this thing? This thing? When Dad heard this title, he became a little angry and hit Tony on the head. Tony grimaced in pain. This is not a toy. This is an unknown token. You must learn to respect the unknown token, Dad said with a serious face. As an out-and-out Huxia, my father has a natural respect for the gods of Daxia, so he does not allow anyone to insult the tokens of Death God. Seeing the serious look on his father's face, Tony also realized that the name he just called was a bit disrespectful. Then, he quickly apologized. Dad, I'm sorry I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. After hearing this, Dad's expression softened. Then he continued to introduce to everyone. The normal way to use this flute is very simple. Just blow it in front of Shimu, and then use the sealing magic to seal Shimu. But considering that Shimu's speed is too fast, he can't just stand there waiting for us to blow the flute and seal him. So Dad feels that another method must be used. Any solution? Nick couldn't help but ask. Dad is going to extract the mysterious power from the mysterious token and give it to one of you. To put it simply, Dad will let one of you gain unexplained power. Dad said seriously. Damn it. When he heard this, Tony's eyes widened instantly, with a look of shock on his face. He has seen Chun Long's mysterious power before and knows how powerful it is. He even thought about studying this power at the time, but he never found a suitable opportunity. And now, Dad actually said that he could extract this power and give it to one of them. This is incredible. Hence, there is no hesitation at all. Tony looked directly at his father and said, Dad, give it to me. I have fought against Shimu before. Although I was defeated by him, I also have a general understanding of Shimu's ability. Besides, my armor can also fly, so I should be the most suitable candidate to deal with Shimu. When Nick heard this, he rolled his eyes instantly, because he has seen that Tony wants to obtain unexplained power. To be honest, he actually wants to get such power. But when I think about it, even if I get this power, I don't seem to be able to fully master it. And he had never fought against Shimu. So in the end, he gave up the idea. At the same time, Dad rubbed his chin and thought for a while, suddenly feeling that what Tony said seemed to make sense. Ever since, Dad continued, Actually, it's not impossible if I give it to you. And this kind of power may not be directly attached to humans. Dad thinks your armor, Wang Zhao Zhao, is a good choice. So we can first try to inject unexplained power into your armor to create an unexplained battle specifically for Western magic. Doesn't Death God reveal the armor? When Tony heard this, his eyes almost lit up. This is the love of his dreams. As long as he has the unknown Death God armor, he can avenge his shame when he sees Shimu again. Dad, let's act now. Tony couldn't help but urge. He couldn't wait any longer. Dad rolled his eyes at Tony and then said helplessly, How can it be so fast? It takes time to refine the power of Death God. Give Dad some time, and he will get it done as soon as possible. After hearing this, Guichi calmed down. 012804309, Feilu 131363091. At the moment, Suka looked at the flute thoughtfully. Now, as long as he wants, he can directly destroy the flute in front of him. In this case, Dad will have no way to develop any armor that is not Death God. But Suka did not intend to do this. As I said before, demons need opponents to become strong. In the final analysis, the ultimate goal of Dad wanting to create the undead god armor was just to defeat and seal Shimu. But with the power of the space gem, the demons cannot be sealed. So even if they really develop the so-called unexplained armor, they will not be able to defeat or seal the demons at all. Because as long as Suku is willing, he can release the demons from hell at any time. Therefore, what Dad is doing now will not cause any harm to the demons, but will make them stronger. If this is the case, what reason does Suk have to stop his father? But definitely, Shimu may have to suffer a little. But this shouldn't be difficult for Shimu. Shimu should be able to handle it, right? Suddenly at this moment, Nick thought of something again, and then looked at his father with a heavy expression and asked, "By the way, Dad, didn't you say before that in addition to the Holy Lord and Shimu, the Moon Demon also appeared in New York? So how do we deal with the Moon Demon? After all, according to what you said, the Moon Demon seems to be the most powerful demon among the 8 demons. If he takes action, how should we deal with him?" As soon as Nick said this, everyone looked at Dad again. Obviously, this is definitely the most important question at the moment. After all, although Holy Lord and Shimu are difficult to deal with, the Avengers have fought them before, so they have some experience. But they have no clue or experience whatsoever about this Moon Demon that appeared in New York before. And according to Chun Long's previous description, the Moon Demon's ability is simply extremely powerful. So they eagerly want to know how to defeat the Moon Demon. Otherwise, if you encounter the Moon Demon, you will definitely die. When Suka heard this, he felt a little funny for a moment, because his original purpose of coming here was just to be a member of the public. Let's see what Dad will do to deal with Shangju and Shimu. As a result, he didn't expect that while eating this melon, how could he get it on himself? Immediately afterwards, he looked at his father with a little curiosity, because he also wants to know how his father will deal with him. But when he heard this, Dad's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. I saw my father shaking his head and saying, "As for the Moon Demon, we don't need to worry about him for now. Let's deal with Shimu and the Holy Lord first." When the others heard this, they were speechless for a moment. You must know that Chun Long is the eldest of the 8 demons, and the eldest brother of the Holy Lord and Shimu. If you want to deal with Shimu and Shangju, have you ever asked Chun Long, your eldest brother? As a demon, Curse Blue will definitely stand up to the demonic power. When they launch an attack on the Holy Lord, if Curse Blue appears, wouldn't everything be over? Finally, Nick couldn't help but said, "Dad, you said before that Curse Blue is very powerful, right? Then have you ever considered what if Curse Long takes action when we are dealing with Shimu and Holy Master?" Dad adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "To tell you the truth, if Curse Long really wants to take action, not even Dad can stop him. Because Cursed Blue is the strongest demon among the 8 demons and controls the gravity of the entire world. 430. It is completely easy to destroy the world with his power. But Dad knew he wouldn't do it, because if he really wanted to do it, the entire Earth would be gone. And what you don't know is that even if Cursed Blue appears in this world, the righteousness and black aura of this world have not become chaotic because of this. This means that Cursed Blue has actually been maintaining the balance between righteousness and black aura. 31. After listening to what their father said, everyone was somewhat confused, because Dad's views on Cursed Blue are obviously different from those of Shimu and Holy Master. Every time when the Holy Lord or Shimu is mentioned, my father's opinion is always seal, seal, seal again. But when he arrived at Julon, his father's attitude suddenly changed. Not only does he not want to seal the Cursed Blue, he even believes that the Cursed Blue poses no threat to the world and is still maintaining the balance of the world. How to say? Anyway, after hearing these words, everyone felt somewhat speechless, because to them, this kind of thing is really outrageous. While everyone was speechless, Suka had a thoughtful look on his chin. Originally, he had thought that it would be fun to eat melon on himself, but now he suddenly didn't feel that way, because he suddenly felt that what his father said made sense. It stands to reason that when he appeared in this world, he should have a great impact on this world. At the very least, it will lead to an imbalance of black aura and righteousness. But in fact, this did not happen at all. All this time, his appearance has not affected the balance of righteousness and black aura. At first he thought it was because he was relatively low-key, but now that I think about it carefully, it seems that I have really maintained the balance of black aura and righteousness in this world. What a strange thing. The balance of this world actually needs a demon to balance it. As we all know, in the adventures of Chun Long, the Holy Lord has always been Black Aura's biological son. Black Aura has been trying to think of ways to strengthen the Holy Lord, but the Holy Lord is really not strong enough. Could it be that the reason why this happened is because Black Aura felt that the Holy Lord was useless and therefore abandoned the Holy Eye? Did you find yourself instead? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is really possible. Thinking of this, Suka only felt funny in his heart. At the same time, everyone else also reacted. Although some people don't understand Dad's views on Curse Blue. But no matter what, when it comes to demons, just listen to Dad. So immediately afterwards, they stopped worrying about Curse Blue. Ever since, the next thing is very simple. First of all, Daddy must first extract the mysterious power from the mysterious token, and then integrate it with Tony's armor to create an unknown armor. Nick, on the other hand, followed Blake to District 13, and then closely monitored what the Holy Lord was doing to prevent him from doing anything particularly outrageous. Rogers and Banner will also go to District 13 together. After all, Dad's place is too small to accommodate so many people. District 13 is spacious enough to accommodate all members of the Avengers Alliance. And unlike SHIELD, District 13 has never been invaded by Hydra and is an absolutely safe place. Definitely, they have another thing going for them. That is to prevent the smart people at the top of the United States. This kind of thing has happened once before, and Nick doesn't want it to happen again. As for the matter of SHIELD being controlled by HYD Array, Nick is really not in the mood to deal with it for the time being. He decided to wait until he finished dealing with the devil first. Definitely, what Nick doesn't know is that it is simply impossible to defeat the demon with their current power. Nick originally wanted to arrange a task for Suku, but before he could speak, Suku turned around and left, because Suku really has no interest in these things. Seeing this, Nick could only shake his head with a wry smile, and then watched Suk walk into the portal. After leaving his father's antique shop, Suk did not go home directly. Instead, he came to the sky above New York City and looked down at the entire city. At the moment, it is already evening, and this was the first night after the Battle of New York. The city is full of Chitauri corpses, as well as huge amounts of insect-like warships. These are the masterpieces of the Holy Lord. Originally, after completing the mission, they could return to their original place, but because of the Holy Lord's intervention, they could only lie here forever. Definitely, in addition to these corpses, there are naturally the demonic dragon legions flying in the air. These demonic legions are still hovering over New York City, patrolling the entire city under the instructions of the Holy Lord. But definitely, it was just patrolling. They did not attack anything or humans. And at the moment, there is nothing left for them to attack. After all, there wasn't even a pedestrian on the road, and the whole city was eerily quiet. This is actually normal. After all, at this time, all people who are still alive should be hiding in their homes. They may not know what is going on outside, but they soon found out, because starting tomorrow, they will know that they have been ruled by a demon named Holy Lord. But to be honest, Suka was really speechless about this, because the development of things was so different from what he knew. It can even be said to be a world of difference. But because of this, Agi, became more and more curious about what would happen next. Thinking like this, Suk returned to the villa. As soon as he got home, Suka saw a familiar figure. It's Shimu. And at the moment, Shimu turned into a human again. Shimu, why are you here? Suk asked curiously. He thought Shimu would not come back. When Shimu heard this, he didn't care and said, I'm not used to living with the Holy Lord, so I'd better continue living here. So that's it. Suka nodded and then asked, by the way, what's the situation with the Holy Lord now? Has he ever said how he wants to rule this city? Although demons once ruled this world thousands of years ago, but due to the constraints of the conditions at that time, their way of ruling the world was also very primitive. Take the Holy Lord as an example. His rule was actually somewhat similar to that of ancient emperors. But now, the world has changed a lot. So, Suku is curious, will the Holy Lord still rule New York in the same way as before? However, when he heard this, Shima laughed. Then, he opened his mouth and said, speaking of this, I am a little surprised because the Holy Lord seems to have really changed a lot. Not to mention anything else, he actually gave his Golden Rooster King treasure to Walong. What? Hearing this, Suka was instantly surprised, because he never thought that Shang Shang would actually fulfill his promise to Hua Long. Give Hua Long the Golden Rooster King treasure that was promised to Hua Long before. This is completely beyond Suk's knowledge of the Holy Lord. Seeing Suka's surprised look, Shimu immediately smiled and said, "When I saw this scene, I was as surprised as you. But it is indeed true. I saw with my own eyes that Wallen led his younger brothers into the Golden Rooster King's treasure of the Holy Lord, and then obtained countless treasures. I have to say that our brother has indeed changed a lot." Suk came back to his senses, then smiled and shook his head. Could it be that what he did before changed the Holy Lord? So the Holy Lord has undergone such a change? You must know that in the original plot of Chun Long's adventures, the Holy Lord fell out with Hua Long directly after gaining all the power. Not only did he not give the Golden Rooster King's treasure to Hua Long, he even, "I also want to kill Valen." Something strange happened again. At this moment, Shimu thought of something again, and then said, "By the way, the Holy Lord and I discussed how to divide this city. The Holy Lord wants this city, and I just want to rule the sky. Do you think you should also find a place to rule?" In the previous battle in New York, Su could definitely played the most crucial role. If he hadn't taken action to deal with the Ancient One, Holy Lord and Shimu would have been in hell long ago. So when the Holy Lord and Shimu were discussing how to divide this city, they naturally couldn't forget Suka. Even if Suka wants to rule the entire city, the Holy Lord will take the initiative to give up. No way. Who made Suka so powerful? But it's obvious that Zhu and Shimu are overthinking. Suka shook his head directly and said, "No need. I really have no interest in ruling the world, so you two can do whatever you want. But one thing is that I don't want your rule to disturb me." When Shimu heard this, he said nothing. In fact, he and the Holy Lord had already discussed something before. That means whether Suku wants it or not, or agrees with it or not, they will allocate the entire area where Suku is located to Suku as Suku's territory. The Holy Lord will not send the demon dragon here to cause trouble. So does Westwood. As for the rest of New York City, it is naturally divided between Shang and Zapagua. Definitely, the area Shimu wants to rule is just the sky, so there is no conflict with the Holy Lord at all. In this way, the three demons carved up the entire New York. The two chatted for a while, and Shimu then returned to his room, ready to take a rest. Although the devil doesn't need to sleep, Shimu has been fighting for a day today, and he is really a little tired. Lost strength must be replenished. Then Suku also returned to his room. As for what will happen next, let's talk about it tomorrow. Early the next morning, Suku and Shimu came to the Stark building together, ready to see how the Holy Lord would rule the city. If the Holy Lord still plans to rule New York the same way he ruled the world thousands of years ago, then Suk feels the need to persuade the Holy Lord. After all, this is really not popular these days. "Welcome, my dear brothers." Seeing Suk and Shimu appear, the Holy Master immediately greeted them warmly. But at the moment, Suku ignored the Holy Lord, but looked at the Stark building in front of him with a speechless expression. Perhaps to be more precise, the building in front of us can no longer be called the Stark building. It should be called the Palace of the Holy Lord. Because in just one night, the Holy Lord actually transformed the entire Stark building. At the moment, Stark Tower has become a palace full of ancient Wuxia architectural style. And standing here, you can overlook the entire city. I have to say that the Holy Lord is really a bit domineering. But if you think about it carefully, this is actually normal. Because it seems that in the original setting of Chun Long's adventures, the true identity of the Holy Lord is actually Qin Shi Huang in ancient Daxia. When you think about it, this all seems normal. Suddenly at this moment, Shimu thought of something. Then he looked at the Holy Lord and asked, "Holy Lord, now that we have ruled this city, have you ever thought about how we will deal with the bodies of those aliens next?" I took a look just now. The whole city is full of alien corpses. It doesn't look good if we keep letting it go like this. While patrolling the sky yesterday, Shimu saw corpses piled everywhere in the city. Although he is a demon, Shimu doesn't like seeing these corpses. After all, He is a very neat devil. In the original plot of Chun Long's adventures, Shimu was sealed by Chun Long and the others while taking a bath. At this moment, I heard the Holy Lord say, "Don't worry, my brother. I have sent someone to deal with this matter." Like Shimu, Shingdu is also a clean devil. The whole city will never be allowed to be filled with alien corpses, and he has already sent Valen to deal with this matter. Poor Walong. He originally thought that after getting the Golden Rooster King's treasure, he could completely break away from the Holy Lord, then go somewhere else and become a billionaire or something. As a result, he never expected that although the Holy Lord handed over the Golden Rooster King's treasure to him, he had no intention of letting him go. He was even asked to dispose of alien corpses throughout the city. When receiving this task, Walong and Reizu were a little confused. He actually wanted to refuse this so-called mission. After all, this mission was 2F*** et up. The Black Hand Gang is not a body collection team. But you must know that the current Holy Lord is no longer the statue hanging on the wall before, but the fire demon who has regained all his power. If you reject the Holy Lord, who knows what will happen? So, Walong could only agree and then went to deal with these corpses. But definitely, Sheng also knew that there was no way Walong and the others could handle these things with their own strength. So he gave Valen the ability to control the Demon Dragon army. At the moment, Valen, Reizu, and others are commanding the Demon Dragon to clean up the Chitauri corpses throughout the city. The method of cleaning is also very simple, which is to use the dragon flames of the demonic dragon legion to burn these corpses. After a burst of dragon flames, there was basically nothing left. It turned out that Valen actually thought of an idea. That is to let the demonic dragon army of the Holy Lord directly devour the corpses of these Chitauri. Not only will everything be solved, but it will also save trouble. But soon, he discovered that this method simply didn't work, because the Holy Lord's demon dragon army is a strange creature born from black aura. They don't need to eat anything to survive. In desperation, Walong could only take his brothers and let the demon dragon collect all the corpses and then burn them with dragon fire. After knowing this, Ink only found it a little funny. In fact, Suka also has a good solution for these Chitauri corpses. That is to send all these corpses to hell and let Bo Gang eat them. Wouldn't everything be solved in this way? But in the end, Suka gave up this plan because he knows that although Chitauri is an alien creature, it is still a humanoid creature. If Bo Gang gets used to eating, she might devour humans after coming to this world. Suka didn't want to see such a scene, so it was better to let Wallen and the others handle these matters. That incident with Asgard before doesn't count. But in general, Valen's fate of becoming an abandoned son can be regarded as changed, because the Holy Lord not only kept his previous promise, the Golden Rooster King's treasure was handed over to Wani. He even plans to continue to let Valen and the others be his little brothers. Now, I am afraid that Walong will never have the chance to become a bus driver again. Think about it. After all, the world is different now, and the Holy Lord really needs humans to help him rule this city. And Valen is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, Walong's family has worshipped the Holy Lord for hundreds of years. By the way, my brothers, you came just in time. I just want to show you something. At this moment, the Holy Lord suddenly spoke. Suka came back to his senses and then became curious again, because he didn't know what the Holy Lord would do next that would surprise him. "Come with me," the Holy Lord said with a smile, and then walked into a room. Suka and Shimu followed immediately. When they came to the room, they were instantly speechless by the scene in the room, because at the moment, the room was almost full of people. And looking at their clothes, Suka knew that the identities of these people must not be simple. These people should be the city's librarians and police officers, as well as leaders in various industries. Just when Suka didn't know why the Holy Lord wanted to arrest these people, he heard the Holy Lord say to the people in front of him, "You all listen up. This city will be ruled by us from today on. I am the demon of fire, Holy Lord, and I am your new master. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. But if you dare to disobey my orders, then I guarantee that your life will be worse than death." Having said this, the Holy Lord's eyes suddenly burst out with a scorching heat vision. The heat vision melted a statue in the house. At the same time, a powerful demonic aura erupted from the Holy Lord's body, scaring everyone to tremble. Soon, one of the brave people hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, respected Lord Demon, as long as you do not harm us, we will definitely obey all your orders." When other people heard this, they immediately echoed, "That's right, dear Lord Demon, we will definitely obey your orders. If you have anything to do, just give your orders. We will definitely do it. We will never dare to disobey your order." Looking at the reactions of everyone in front of him, the Holy Master was quite satisfied. Then he continued, "I don't care what method you use. In short, starting from tomorrow, my city will return to the same as before. If someone can't do it, don't blame me for being rude." When everyone heard this, they were instantly confused, because they really don't understand what the Holy Lord is going to do. You know, when the demon dragon came to catch them before, they were almost scared to death. I thought these demonic dragons were going to eat them. Unexpectedly, the demon dragon just caught them here and left. Then there's this scene now. They saw a dragon-shaped demon who claimed to be the Holy Lord, and a demon that looked like a bat. There is definitely a humanoid demon whose appearance is unclear. They originally thought they were dead. The reason why the demon dragon wanted to capture them here was to feed them to these three demons. As a result, they did not expect that the Holy Lord would actually say such words. After a brief hesitation, a guy who looked like a librarian asked cautiously, "Then what? Master Demon, what do you mean by these words? Honestly, we don't quite understand." The Holy Lord glanced at him impatiently. Then he said, "What I don't understand is what you did before and what you're doing now. Anyway, I want this city to return to normal. Definitely, you'd better give up your plan to escape this city, because I have placed magic around this city, and you can't leave at all. But if you still try to leave here, then I will never let you go." At the end of his words, the Holy Lord immediately sneered again. Everyone in the room felt helpless when they heard this, because just now, after they learned that the Holy Lord did not want to kill them, they already had the idea of escape from the city. Unexpectedly, this plan was broken by the Holy Lord before it was implemented. No one doubts the words of the Holy Lord. After all, Shang Shang is a devil. What he can do is definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Although I felt helpless, the lives of everyone here were finally saved. So in the end, everyone had no choice but to agree. "Don't worry, Lord Demon. We will definitely do what you tell us. We can guarantee that everything will return to normal. We will never disobey your orders." These people are the elites of New York City, and they are naturally the strongest at adapting to the changing circumstances. So immediately after, all kinds of flattery came to him, and the Holy Lord felt very comfortable after hearing this. "Go away and do your own thing. Don't even think about lying to me, otherwise you will definitely regret it." After getting the answer he wanted, the Holy Lord waved his hand again. The people in the house rushed out of the house as if they had received amnesty. At the moment, they can't wait to leave this place. When the demon dragons saw these people, they also chose to ignore them. After everyone left, he looked at Suka and Shishu with a proud look on his face. "My dear brothers, what do you think of what I did?" The Holy Lord said with a smile. "It's not bad, right?" Suk nodded and said, "To be honest, he was really shocked by what the Holy Hand did just now. You must know that before this, he was still thinking about whether the Holy Lord would rule mankind as before. But now it seems that he is obviously overthinking. Dear Lord Demon, the clothes you requested are ready." At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Lord, holding a piece of clothing in his hand. "Oh, please give me flowers." Suka took a look and instantly realized that this was a special ancient costume. Why is this piece of clothing special? Because this is a piece of clothing similar to what ancient emperors wore. This is the Holy Lord's favorite costume. None of them, In the original plot of Chun Long's Adventures, when the Holy Lord possessed Hua Long, he forced Hua Long to wear this costume. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master waved his hand and then controlled the costume to fly into the air. After looking up and down for a while, he nodded with satisfaction. The next second, the tall figure of the Holy Lord began to change, and the costume also flew towards the Holy Lord. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked about 30 years old and wore the costumes of an ancient Huxiao emperor appeared in front of Suka and Shimu. Suka looked at the Holy Lord in front of him, and he didn't know what to say, because he suddenly thought that according to the setting of Chun Long's Adventures, the Holy Lord is Qin Shi Huang, and the Holy Lord now rules New York. Doesn't this mean that Qin Shi Huang ruled New York? Emma, this is too dramatic. Just when Suka wanted to say something, Shimu on the side spoke first. Holy Lord, don't you hate humans? Why have you turned into humans? Okay, this is also the question Suka wants to ask. When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately smiled and said, I did hate humans before, but now I am different from before. I think what Curse Lon said before is right. The world now is indeed different from the world we ruled before. 0. If we want to truly rule this world, then we need to use another method, the human way. So I decided to rule this city the way humans rule. Shimu was somewhat speechless when he heard this, because he didn't quite understand the matter. As a sky demon, Shimu's territory is the entire sky, so there is no need to bother like the Holy Lord. Unlike Shimu, Suka was very interested in the way the Holy Lord ruled. But definitely, I'm just interested. After all, he doesn't want to rule New York like the Holy Lord. His ultimate goal is the entire universe, ever since under the rule of the Holy Lord. A few days later, New York City inexplicably returned to its previous prosperity. Except for the demonic dragon legions that appear in the sky from time to time, the entire New York City actually looks the same as before. People still do whatever they are supposed to do, as if nothing happened before. But obviously, this is just a superficial phenomenon. At the same time, Suka's psychological clinic also resumed operations. And in recent times, there have been a lot more people consulting for mental illness, with the number more than 3 times than before. Some even made reservations for a week later. There is no way, although the Holy Lord did not harm the people of this city after he ruled New York, but he used magic to seal off the entire New York City, making it impossible for people to escape. Over time, some psychological problems will naturally arise. And recently, many villains have found Suka. That's right. The behavior of the Holy Lord not only affects ordinary citizens, but also affects these supervillains. Because since the Holy Lord took control of New York City, no vicious events were allowed to happen in this city. Once discovered, you will face the pursuit of the demon dragon. This causes all the villains to be in agony now. After all, as supervillains, how can they deserve this title if they don't do something bad? But whenever they want to do something, they will be immediately discovered by the demon dragon and hunted down. This makes them feel insecure. Definitely, this is definitely a good thing for ordinary people. Because just in the past few days, there has not been a single crime incident in New York City. You know, in the past, this was simply impossible. When Suka knew these things, he just felt funny in his heart. Because he did not expect that after the Holy Lord ruled New York, the first thing he would do was to completely end the crime in the city. You must know that the Holy Lord is a devil, but he has become a nemesis of all villains. As the underground emperor of New York City, Gold Coin is undoubtedly the most affected. Recently, Kingpin has basically been unable to do anything, because everything he did was not a good thing. He even felt that these regulations of the Holy Lord were aimed at him. Although he was angry in his heart, Jean Bing was helpless, because he knew that disobeying the Holy Lord's orders would never end well. As a result, Kingpin had no choice but to tearfully suspend all criminal activities and start running one of the few serious businesses. In this way, with the rule of the Holy Lord, the entire New York City seems to be different from before. What the Holy Lord did in New York City naturally attracted outside attention. After all, the the previous demon attack on New York City caused a great sensation all over the world. Almost everyone in the world is paying attention to this matter. And although the Holy Lord used magic to isolate New York City from the outside world, he did not expect that there was such a thing as the internet in this world. As a result, through the internet, the whole world quickly learned about what happened in New York. But soon, people all over the world were collectively speechless. Originally, in their opinion, after New York was ruled by demons, it would definitely be a scene like purgatory on Earth. At the very least, people will be worse off than dead. After all, it is the legendary devil who rules New York. But judging by the videos and pictures posted online by people in New York City, they discovered that the situation didn't seem so bad after all. Although the Holy Lord rules New York City and creates a magic shield that prevents everyone from going out and prevents outsiders from coming in. But the people living in this city don't seem to be that bad. Even under the rule of the Holy Lord, there's not been a single crime case in this city for a long time. Because whenever anyone wants to commit a crime, they'll be attacked by the demon dragon. For a time, netizens all over the world were confused. Is the Holy Lord really a demon? Is this really the work of a demon? Someone even photographed the Holy Lord turning into a human and uploaded the picture to the internet. When they saw the Holy Lord wearing a dragon robe in New York City, Huxiao netizens were stunned. What happened when our Qin Shi Huang ruled the United States in New York? Although netizens all over the world were shocked by what happened in New York. But the President of the United States and all the top officials of the United States are having a huge headache at the moment. Because New York is their largest city with a population of 8 million. But now, such a big city has been occupied by a demon. For them, this is simply their shame. They desperately want to take back New York City. Even if we don't take back New York City, we can't leave this city to the devil's rule. They have no regrets about the previous nuclear bomb attack. They even think it should be like this. After all, it is a devil. In order to destroy the devil, sacrificing millions of people is not a big deal to them. If this matter had not attracted attention on the internet, they could have continued to launch nuclear bomb attacks until all the demons are completely killed. Don't tell me that demons can't be killed. They don't believe it. For them, there is nothing in this world that cannot be killed by nuclear bombs. If one is not enough, just 2. If 2 is not enough, then 10. Anyway, the United States has plenty of nuclear bombs. But the idea is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. As what happened in New York City was exposed to everyone in the world, they suddenly became somewhat passive. There are even a small number of New York citizens who do not want them to be rescued at all. They feel that living in New York City is actually a happy thing, because there is no crime in this city. No need to worry about being mugged while walking on the street. Don't worry about being suddenly shot in the head, because these are things that the Holy Lord does not allow. This left the President of the United States speechless. And at this time, they can no longer launch nuclear bomb attacks, because then the whole world will know that they want to kill more than 8 million humans in New York City with nuclear bombs. No one can shoulder such a responsibility, not even the President of the United States. But then again, they can't just watch New York City being ruled by demons. If nothing is done, the United States will not be able to hold its head high in front of the whole world. Ever since, the President of the United States made a phone call to S.H.I.E.L.D. But to be more precise, it should be Hydra. After all, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. director is at HYDRA. And at this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D., the newly appointed S.H.I.E.L.D. director, John Garrett, is on the phone with the President of the United States. Don't worry, Mr. President. I will definitely solve this matter. I promise you that, Garrett said respectfully, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Garrett's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of indifference. An agent next to him saw Garrett like this and asked, What does this guy want us to do again? The agent's name is Brock Rumlow, and you may be more familiar with his other name, Crossbones. Like Garrett, this guy is also a Hydra agent hiding in SHIELD. Garrett glanced at Crossbones and said, Nothing. That guy just told us not to use nuclear bombs to attack New York City. because the whole world is paying attention to this matter right now. If things don't go well, he may have to step down. When Crossbones heard this, he said with disdain, "Whether he steps down or not, what will happen to us?" But having said that, if he steps down, maybe our man can directly become the president of the United States. At the moment, there are only two of them here, so they don't need to cover up. But when he heard this, Garrett shook his head and said, "Things are not that simple. Although we have invaded various systems of the United States, it is still too difficult to become the president of the United States. After all, there are still many forces that oppose us in the United States. We need to get rid of all those guys first." Crossbones nodded immediately after hearing this. He thought what Garrett said made sense. Immediately afterwards, he thought of something again and then asked, "So how are we going to handle this?" Crossbones said, looking at the screen in front of him again. The picture displayed on the screen is clearly New York City. But at the moment, the entire New York City was enveloped in a black aura. Although it doesn't look like much, they have tried many methods before, but they can't break through the protective barrier formed by black aura. Needless to say, this is naturally the work of these demons. Garrett looked at the picture on the screen and fell into thought. In fact, at the beginning, what Garrett thought of was to use nuclear bombs to level the entire New York City. Because for HYDRA, demons are also a very troublesome existence. But as things developed, Garrett suddenly felt that maintaining the current situation seemed to be a good choice. Because although the Holy Lord rules New York City, his existence has brought a lot of trouble to the United States government. This has led to the fact that all the thoughts of the United States government are now on the Holy Lord, and there is no time to take into account other things. And they can take the opportunity to develop their own power and let their power completely penetrate into every corner of the United States. And during this time, Garrett has completely mastered SHIELD. Those agents who were loyal to SHIELD were either transferred to other places or secretly assassinated Zero. This seemed normal to Garrett. After all, Nick did the same thing before when he found out that Hydra was undercover in SHIELD. At that time, many of their Hydra undercover agents were killed by Nick. So now he is just tit for tat. Suddenly at this moment, the door was pushed open and an agent ran in a panic. Director is bad. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff escaped. What? When he heard this, Garrett's eyes instantly became serious. Just an hour ago, he issued the order to assassinate Hawkeye and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Because these two guys are loyal to SHIELD, their existence will threaten Hydra's control of SHIELD. Because their status was a bit special, it was difficult for Garrett to take action before. So when he takes full control of SHIELD, he is ready to attack them. What I didn't expect was that they actually escaped. But soon, Garrett returned to normal and gave the order again. Immediately issue a wanted order for these two guys. In addition, send someone to look for it. Don't show any hesitation when you find it. Just kill it and kill it. As a Hydra undercover agent, Garrett shows no mercy when he kills SHIELD agents. Yes. When the agent heard this, he ran out quickly. 1.1. Then, Garrett suddenly fell in love with Crossbones again and said, "You go contact Professor X. The president requires us to enter New York City as soon as possible and defeat the devil. But with our current strength, it is too difficult to do this, so we can only rely on the power of mutant. Don't mutants always want to prove that they can live in peace with humans? Tell Professor." Crossbones on the side heard this and immediately laughed, because he knows that Garrett is obviously planning to use the X-Men as a gun. And in his opinion, this plan is actually perfect, because HYDRA has always been very jealous of the power of mutants. Just take this opportunity to consume some of mutants' power. As for whether Professor X will agree to this, the answer is yes. Professor X will never miss an opportunity to save the world, because he feels that this can help mutants and humans live in peace. But it's obvious that this is just wishful thinking on his part. Poor Professor. Although this matter has caused a lot of noise around the world recently. But to be honest, the impact on Suka is actually not great, It can even be said that it has no impact at all. Sook still does what he wants to do every day. Either go to the psych clinic in Hell's Kitchen or stay home. He definitely hasn't forgotten what happened in Gotham, and even the work at Arkham Asylum is still going on. Definitely, when I go to Gotham, I have to talk to Harley and Han Lin. It is worth mentioning that Gotham does not seem to be affected by the Holy Lord ruling New York. At most, this incident is occasionally reported in the news. Life here is still the same as before, full of chaos. In addition, Sook also took the time to visit his father's antique store, because he wanted to know what Dad and the others would think about the Holy Lord ruling New York. When Dad got the news, although he was a little surprised, he quickly returned to normal. The reason is also very simple, because Dad knows that thousands of years ago, the Holy Lord ruled the world as a monarch. This means that the Holy Lord is not a demon who only knows how to kill. So it was completely expected that the Holy Lord would do this. After hearing Dad's explanation, the others immediately didn't care much about the matter. But there is definitely one exception. This person is Tony. Tony is going to explode, because he never expected that the Lord would actually transform his Stark building into a palace. You must know that it is your own family business. Tony hated it so much that his teeth were broken, but there was nothing he could do, because his unexpected Death God armor has not yet been successfully developed. Even if he finds the Holy Lord, he will only give away his head. Generally speaking, nothing big happened recently. On this day, Suka had nothing to do and invited Gwen out to eat. The two found a restaurant, ordered something casually, and started chatting. At this moment, a figure suddenly crossed the sky. Astonishingly, it is the sky demon, Shimu. But the people around him did not panic because of Shimu's appearance. They remained very calm. At most, they only looked up. 09. It is obvious that they have gradually adapted to this kind of life. Gwen looked up at Shimu, who had just passed through space, and then said with emotion, "I never expected that the world would become like this." Gwen was indeed quite surprised. She originally thought that she had been shocked by the fact that she had obtained super abilities. Unexpectedly, what happened next was nothing compared to the fact that she gained super ability. After all, she never thought that her city would be ruled by demons. Even though a week has passed, Gwen still feels that all this is unreal. It feels like a dream. But then, Gwen suddenly thought of something again, and then looked at Suku with a grateful face and said, "By the way, I haven't thanked you for what happened before." When Suka heard this, he asked curiously, "No need thank me?" Suka was indeed quite curious because he had not contacted Gwen in the past few days. Gwen smiled slightly. "Thank you for calling me earlier to tell me not to go out. If you hadn't informed me, our family would have gone on a trip that day. In the end, I tried my best to stop my parents, and nothing bad happened," Gwen said, suddenly with a lingering fear on her face, because her neighbor was killed by a group of Chitauri soldiers after going out that day. If she had not received a call from Suka that day, her whole family might have died. So she was really grateful to Suka for his previous reminder. When Suka heard this, he smiled and said, "You are welcome." In Suku's view, this is just a matter of effort. But at this moment, Gwen suddenly became curious, because she always felt that Suka seemed to know these things in advance. Otherwise, how could she inform herself in advance? "Can you tell me how you know these things?" Gwen blinked and asked curiously. Sook glanced at Gwen and then said calmly, "This is an adult matter. Children shouldn't ask too much." When Gwen heard this, she rolled her eyes at Suka. "I'll be 18 soon. I'm not a kid at all, okay?" Sook glanced down. "Duh, it's really not that small." However, in order not to be regarded as a change, Inca quickly withdrew his gaze. Then, he looked at Gwen and said, "Although this city is already ruled by demons, the demons probably won't do anything to you next. After all, what the demons want is to rule, not to kill. Definitely, provided you don't do anything outrageous." At the end of his words, Suka glanced at Gwen as if pointing something out. He was actually worried that Gwen would go to trouble the Holy Lord when his brain got hot, because recently there were quite a few heroes in New York City looking for trouble with the Holy Lord. But those guys ended badly. Those with better luck will lose their arms and legs. I was so unlucky that I died on the spot. But it's obvious that Li Ku is overthinking. Because as a girl who has just gained super ability, Gwen would not dare to trouble the Holy Lord no matter what. She glanced at Suka helplessly, and then said, "You think too highly of me. In this situation, how dare I do anything? Yes, I wanted to be a hero like Spider-Man and fight criminals in New York City. But recently, are there any criminals in this city? I'm afraid even Spider-Man is unemployed." Having said this, Gwen was a little speechless. You must know that New York, a big city, has always been very chaotic. Is there any day when dozens of robberies don't happen? There are countless things like petty theft. But recently, New York has suddenly become a bit scary. Let alone robbery, there are not even a few fights. Gwen was so speechless because she originally thought that after gaining ability, she would become a hero. As a result, now that the bad guys are gone, does the world still need heroes? Definitely. Sometimes a bold idea pops into Gwen's head. That is to defeat the demons that rule New York. But as soon as the idea came up, she quickly suppressed it, because she knows that even superheroes like Hulk and Tony can't defeat the demons. What qualifications does a little Spider-Man have to defeat the devil? I'm afraid the devil will be killed before he even gets close. Hey, it's really depressing to think about it. I suddenly became a useless little Spider-Man. Seeing Gwen's depressed look, Suka only felt funny in his heart. Just when he was about to comfort Gwen, a familiar figure suddenly appeared not far away. It's Nick. At the same time, Nick also looked at Sook and smiled at him. Sook was a little curious because he didn't know how Nick got here. After all, this place has been shrouded by the Holy Lord with a magic barrier. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Nick to come in, and obviously, Nick should have something to talk to him about. Thinking like this, Suka then looked at Gwen and said, "Gwen, that's it for today. I have some things to deal with. See you next time." Gwen was a little baffled when she heard this. Weren't we having a good chat just now? Why did you suddenly drive her away? Just as he was thinking about it, Suka suddenly handed over his car keys. "I'll lend you the car and return it to me next time." The moment she heard this, Gwen was shocked at first, and then quickly took the key with a happy face. When Suka came to see her before, she said she wanted to try what it was like to be in the army. But Suka didn't allow it at the time. Unexpectedly, Suka would now take the initiative to lend her the car. For a moment, Gwen didn't care why Suka wanted her to leave now. "See you next time." After saying this with a smile, Gwen ran towards a sports car not far away with brisk steps. Not long after, with a burst of engine sound, the sports car disappeared in front of Sook's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a figure sat down in front of Sook. "If not Nick, who is it?" Nick said with a playful look. "That little girl is very beautiful." "Who is she?" Suka was too lazy to argue with Nick and said directly, "Nick, stop talking nonsense. How did you get in?" Nick wasn't angry either. He just smiled and said, "It's very simple. Dad, help me in." Suka was not too surprised when he heard this, because he knew that although the Holy Lord's magic barrier could stop ordinary people, it certainly couldn't stop a magician like his father. "So Dad is here too?" Sook continued to ask. "No." Nick shook his head and said, "Dad didn't come. Only a few of us came." While he was talking, two more figures came over from a short distance away. Sook looked up and realized that these two people were Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye. Before Suka could ask anything, Nick explained, "Everything you said before is right. John Garrett is indeed HYDRA. And in order to completely control SHIELD, he has begun to massacre SHIELD agents in SHIELD. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff and Barton reacted in time and escaped. Otherwise, they would be corpses now." When Suko heard this, he didn't have much reaction, because this is actually a very normal thing in his opinion. You must know that when Nick discovered that there were Hydra undercover agents in SHIELD, he also killed those Hydra agents. Now it's just that the two parties have changed their positions, nothing to make a fuss about. "So why did you bring them here? If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." Sook asked again. Sook didn't believe it. Nick brought Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye here just to talk to him about what happened recently in S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that Sook seemed a little impatient, Nick then became serious. He looked at Sook and said, "To tell you the truth, we have gathered all our strength and are preparing to attack the Holy Lord again. So I hope you can help us." When he heard this, Suka was speechless for a moment. "I'm so sorry. Didn't you just get defeated by the Holy Lord before? Why is it that it has only been a few days and we are launching another attack on the Holy Lord? Isn't Dad's Death God Ming armor completed?" Thinking like this, Suka then asked, "What? Didn't Death God tell you that the armor was completed?" In Suka's view, if his father's unexpected Death God armor is completed, he will indeed be qualified to fight against the Holy Lord and Shimu. But then, Suka saw Nick shake his head. "No, Dad is still trying to figure out how to extract the mysterious power from the unknown tokens. This matter is a bit troublesome and may take some time." Suka was speechless. It was indeed quite speechless. Suka even felt that these guys were here specifically to kill the Holy Lord and Shimu. However, looking at the speechless look on his face, Nick smiled mysteriously. "Although we don't have the Death God armor, we have other helpers this time." Other helpers? When Suka heard this, he became curious again, because he doesn't know who are the smart people who are willing to mess around with the Avengers Alliance. Then, before Suka could ask, Ka mysteriously revealed the so-called helper. X-Men. When he heard this, Suka almost laughed out loud. What's the situation? Is Professor X going to bring 620 X-Men to kill people? For ordinary people, the X-Men are indeed very powerful. But for demons, the X-Men calamity is not worth mentioning at all. Take Professor X, for example. From the perspective of ordinary people, Professor X's ability is absolutely unsolvable. He can directly control the enemy's brain and consciousness, causing the enemy to lose combat effectiveness instantly. You can also get any information you want directly from the enemy's brain. But then again, what use does this ability have to demons? You must know that demons have survived for tens of millions of years, and their spiritual power is countless times more powerful than any human being. Professor X's mental power is nothing compared to all the demons. In front of the devil, Professor X is just a little old man paralyzed in a chair. As for other X-Men, such as Wolverine, Iceman, Pyro, Laser Silver, and Storm, can these guys' abilities do any harm to demons? TXJ. Suddenly at this moment, what did Suka think of? Then he looked at Nick and asked, "Nick, did you know that in X-Men, there's a girl named Jean Grey?" Jean Grey? When Nick heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, I have talked about this with Professor." When he heard this, Suka was even more speechless. If Jean Grey also participates, then Suka feels that they may still have hope of winning. After all, Jean Grey's Phoenix Force is one of Marvel's most powerful forces. It can be compared to Wanda's Chaos Force. Even the devil cannot resist such power. But here comes the question. These guys neither have the Death God armor nor Jean Grey. So why should they fight against the Holy Lord and Shimu? Isn't this just giving away someone's head? Thinking of this, Sik immediately smiled and said, "I advise you not to do stupid things. There is no way you can be the opponent of the Holy Lord and Shimu. Even if you add the X-Men, you will fail." Nick was speechless when he heard this. He originally came to ask Suka for help, but unexpectedly, Suka actually attacked them directly. But then Nick still said, "I also know that we may not succeed, so I wanted to ask you for help. With your help, I think we will succeed." I have to say that Nick's idea is quite good, but unfortunately, Suka will not agree to it. "Sorry, I'm just a psychiatrist. I'm really not interested in dealing with demons." Suk smiled. As a demon, he is also the boss of Holy Lord and Shimu. How could Suka help Nick deal with Shangju and Shimu? After all, the devil is always on the devil's side. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Nick to say anything more, Liku stood up and left. Only Nick and the three of them were left with a sore face. Watching Suk leave, Hawkeye looked at Nick helplessly and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" "Why?" Nick sighed in his heart and then said, "What else can we do? Let's proceed according to the previous plan. Although we don't have his help, we may not fail. And this is our only chance now. Because he had been collaborating with Nick before, when Professor X received Garrett's call, he contacted Nick immediately. When Nick learned that Garrett actually wanted Professor, because his father once told him that the only thing that can deal with devils is magic. But apparently no one in the X-Men can use magic. So Nick wants to dissuade Professor X from getting involved in this matter. But before he could speak, Blake suddenly brought him news. That is the president's promise that if Nick can take back New York with the X-Men, then Nick will be in charge of SHIELD again, and will also recognize Avengers. At this moment, Nick couldn't sit still. Even though he knew that the chance of winning was very slim, he finally agreed. Because only in this way can we regain control of SHIELD. This is almost his only chance. That night, Suka hesitated again and finally took Shimu to find a Holy Master. He was going to tell the Holy Lord the news he got today, so that the Holy Lord could be prepared. After all, it's not just the Avengers and X-Men who are coming this time. Dad and the others will definitely come too. If the Holy Master is not prepared, he may take action again when the time comes. Suka doesn't want to wipe the Holy Lords, but all the time. My dear brothers, welcome. As soon as he arrived here, the Holy Lord greeted him warmly. Suka got straight to the point. Holy Lord, I have something to tell you. When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately smiled and said, What a coincidence. I have something to tell you. Just today, I discovered that my magic barrier seemed to have been broken through. In other words, someone should have sneaked in. When Suka heard this, he was immediately speechless, because he never thought that the Holy Lord would actually know about this matter early on. Before he could continue to say anything, Shimu asked, Holy Lord, do you know who he is? Recently, Shimu has been enjoying the feeling of flying freely in the sky, so he doesn't allow anyone to destroy his current dominance. When the Holy Lord saw Shimu like this, he immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, Shimu, it's just a few humans, and they have already left. All right. After hearing this, Shimu immediately didn't care much. But at this moment, Dot spoke. Holy Lord, I got a piece of news. It seems that the Avengers will attack us again. When the Holy Master heard this, not only was he not worried at all, but he was extremely excited. He looked at Suka with excitement and said, My dear brother, is what you say true? That's great. I can't help but want to kill Chun Long. Chun Long had been allowed to escape from him one after another before, which made the Holy Master very angry. If he hadn't been busy dealing with matters in New York City recently, the Holy Lord would have really wanted to go out and kill Chun Long. Unexpectedly, Chun Long was now coming to his door again. How could he not be excited? This time he must make sure that Chun Long never comes back. However, when he heard this, Suka shook his head and said, This time things are a little special, because not only the Avengers are here, but also some other guys. These guys are named X-Men. X-Men. When the Holy Lord heard this, he was a little confused because he had never heard of X-Men. Are they great? Shimu asked curiously. Suka rubbed his chin and said, To humans, they're indeed powerful, but to us, they're just a bunch of rubbish. Because there are no magicians among them, they can't do us any harm. When the Holy Lord heard this, he immediately laughed. If that's the case, then what do we have to fear? If they dare to come, I will let them all die without burial. And I just recently mastered the power of the Space Gem and the Mind Gem, so I just wanted to try my hand at using these guys. The Holy Lord said with a ferocious smile. All right. Seeing the Holy Lord like this, Suka only felt funny in his heart, because he had forgotten that Space Gem and Mind Gem were always in the hands of the Holy Lord. And it is obvious that the Holy Lord has begun to gradually master the power of Space Gem and Mind Gem. In this case, it seems that my worries are completely unnecessary. At this moment, Suku thought of something again, then looked at Shimu and said, By the way, Shimu, I'm afraid you're going to suffer a lot recently. When Shimu heard this, he was a little confused for a moment. Why did the conversation come to him while we were chatting? And why does this sound so weird? What does it mean to suffer a little? Seeing the confusion on Shimu's face, Suka continued. As far as I know, Dad and the others seem to have found the Death God token that sealed you back then. And we plan to extract uncanny power from the uncanny tokens, and then inject it into Toki, Stark's war. Create an unknown Death God armor, specially used to deal with you. What? When Shimu heard this, he exploded. The next second, he instantly turned into a demon, then rushed to Suku and asked loudly, Kurslon, tell me where the Death God token is? I'll destroy him right away. Like the Holy Lord, Shimu also hated the undead god who sealed him back then. So when he heard that the Death God token actually appeared, he couldn't wait to destroy it. Seeing Shimu's anxious look, Suka still said calmly, I advise you not to go, because the Death God token is in Dad's hand. I've seen it before. If you go there, wouldn't you rush to let him seal it? Although I can rescue you from hell again, you will definitely lose a lot of magic. When Shimu heard this, he felt annoyed. Obviously, he also knows his father's strength. Under the current situation, if I go there, it seems like I will be giving away my life. At this moment, Shimu suddenly discovered something was wrong. He looked at Suku with a shocked face and asked, There seems to be something wrong with this matter? Kurslon, why do you know so clearly? And you just said that you have seen my Death God token. What's going on? Hearing this, Suka felt a little embarrassed for a moment. But then, he admitted it generously. Well, it's okay to tell you. In fact, I have always been in contact with them. But they definitely don't know who I am. Suk said calmly. When the Holy Lord heard this, he was somewhat confused, because he didn't expect that Suka had known his father and the others all along. But the next second, the owner's eyes suddenly lit up, because he suddenly thought that if this were not the case, Suka would not have come to him and told him his father's plan. In this way, this is completely a good thing for the devils, because they can learn about their actions anytime and anywhere and make corresponding plans. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord suddenly became much calmer. He was even a little grateful to Suku. As for Shimu, it is completely fried at this moment. He looked at Suku in disbelief and said, Kurslon, since you saw my god's token, why don't you destroy it or just bring it back to me? At the moment, Shimu was really a little angry, because the tokens of gods are very important to demons. It is one of the few treasures that can seal away demons. But it was such an important thing, and Suka was indifferent after seeing it. He even allowed his father to extract the mysterious power from it to create an unknown armor against him. This made Shimu very angry, and even felt like he was betrayed. Facing the angry Shimu, Inka still calmly explained, I did think about destroying the gods' tokens before, but in the end I didn't do it. Don't forget the rules of this world. The stronger the righteousness, the stronger the black aura will be. If I directly destroy the gods' tokens, then the power of the righteous side will be weakened, and similarly, our power will not be able to grow. But if you let them get your god's token and use it, the power of righteousness will be enhanced. Similarly, our power will also increase. When the Holy Lord heard this, he quickly agreed. Shimu, Kurslon is right. This is indeed the best choice. And don't forget, Curse Blue now has the ability to release us from hell at any time. This means that even if you're really sealed by them, Curse Blue can save you. If this is the case, what do you have to be afraid of? Shimu thought for a while, and it seemed that this was true. In a short time, most of the anger in his heart disappeared. But the next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong. There seemed to be many ways to increase righteousness. So why do you have to use his Death God token to do this? Wouldn't Bo Gang's Death God token work? Or Bosch's No Death God token? Or maybe the Sino-Soviet Death God token? Why does it have to be him? Shimu felt a little aggrieved when he thought of this. But now that the matter has come to this, what can he say? At the moment, Suku was too lazy to pay attention to Shimu. After all, he was not a child, so he had so many grievances. If you can't figure it out, just think about it slowly. After saying hello to the Holy Lord, he left immediately. Then the next thing to do is to wait for the Avengers and X-Men to cooperate, and then launch an attack on New York City together. But this time the situation is obviously a bit special. because this time the defending party became the Holy Lord. The development of things is really getting weirder and weirder. Time passed quickly, and it was 2 days later in a blink of an eye. This morning, just after breakfast, Suka suddenly received a call from Nick. "Suka, are you interested in coming over to see how the Death God Ming armor was born?" As soon as the call was connected, Tony's excited voice sounded louder. "What? Dad has extracted the mysterious power from the mysterious token?" Suka asked curiously. "That's right, Dad just refined it and is now in the process of casting it. And it will be injected into my armor soon. Are you interested in coming over and taking a look?" Tony continued excitedly. There was no way. He was so happy at the moment. Suka thought for a while, since there is nothing to do now, why not go over and take a look? It just so happened that he also wanted to know how powerful the so-called unknown Death God armor was. Thinking like this, Suk then opened a portal and walked directly in. The next second, he appeared in his father's antique shop. Then he saw Tony, but at the moment, Tony was really excited. Dad and Chun Long were busy on the side. There is also Tony's suit not far away. As for the other people Suka didn't see, he knew without thinking that they should be in District 13. After all, District 13 is almost the safest place now. Because SHIELD's power cannot penetrate District 13, they have no right to go directly to District 13 to arrest people. Chun Long, magic potion. Suddenly at this moment, Dad's voice rang again. Suka looked up and saw his father taking a bottle of red potion from Chun Long's hand. Then the potion was added to a special container. Along with a golden light flashed. A special golden energy ball appeared in midair. Definitely, and it's in a floating state. Even from a distance, Suka could feel that this ball of energy contained an extremely powerful calendar area. Astonishingly, it was the unexplained power that sealed Shimu back then. Finally, it worked. When he saw this scene, Tony was instantly excited and couldn't help shouting, because he could get the Death God armor right away. And according to what Dad said, no, the power contained in the Death God Ming Zhan Shun is much stronger than the previous Spell War Shun. As long as he has this set of armor, he will definitely be able to defeat Shimu Yishui Xian Shao. When he thought of this, Tony became even more excited. At the same time, Dad carefully stretched out his hand and then slowly walked towards Tony's armor with the ball of energy in his hand. Prepare to inject this energy into the armor. When the time comes, the battle against Death God Mingxin that can deal with Wei Kong Demon will be completed. It was also the first time that Dad came into contact with unknown power, so he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Seeing this, everyone present had a tacit understanding and did not make any sound. Everyone is waiting for Dad to complete the final steps. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of opening the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open. At the same time, Xiaoyu's voice also sounded. "Uncle Long, Dad. I'm back." Dad was originally concentrating on holding the unexplainable power, but he was suddenly startled by Xiaoyu. Immediately afterwards, his foot slipped, and the energy ball in his hand suddenly flew to Kongqin. When they saw this scene, everyone was instantly stunned, just when they wanted to catch this ball of energy. This ball of energy suddenly seemed to have spirituality and flew directly towards Xiaoyu. Then it sank directly into Xiaoyu's body. Damn it! When he saw this scene, Tony was immediately filled with tears, because he knows that his unexpected Death God armor may be gone. A few minutes later, everyone gathered around Xiaoyu, their faces speechless. Tony frowned even more worriedly. No one expected that things would develop like this. Originally, I wanted to inject this energy into Tony's armor to create an unknown armor, then use it to deal with the Sky Demon. Who could have imagined the result? By some strange coincidence, this ball of energy actually got into Xiaoyu's body. This was completely beyond everyone's expectation. But at this moment, Xiaoyu was still a little confused because she didn't know what happened just now. All he knew was that an inexplicable light group penetrated into his body. And to be honest, until now, she has not felt any special changes in her body. Dad, is there a way to take out that ball of energy? In the end, Chun Long couldn't help but ask. Although he also gained inexplicable power, he knew clearly that such power should not be obtained by a child. Especially this kid is Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu is already weird enough. If she gets such power, who knows what will happen? Dad put his hand on Xiaoyu's head and felt it for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and said, "No, because the power of Death God has been completely integrated into Xiaoyu's body. Even Dad can't bring out this power." Similar to what Chun Long thought, his father didn't want Xiaoyu to have such ability. If possible, Dad really wants to get the energy out of Xiaoyu. But the problem is that Dad really can't do it, because he found that this power seemed to identify Xiaoyu as its master, just like Chun Long had received unexplained power before. This means that the unexplained forces are conscious, and they will choose their own masters. In this case, what can Dad do? When Tony heard this, he almost cried. "So, my Death God armor is gone," Tony said with a sad face. Dad was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. After all, Tony was originally promised to build him an unknown Death God armor. But who could have imagined that such an accident would happen? But now that the matter has come to this, there is nothing we can do about it. So Dad can only say, "It seems to be like this." Suddenly, Tony became even more sad. This is impossible to play. Originally, he was thinking that after the Death God Ming armor was completed, he would seek revenge on Shimu and avenge his previous shame. As a result, I still want to take revenge. If you go to Shimu now, wouldn't it be a pure act of giving away your life? Seeing the sadness on Tony's face, Dad comforted him casually. Okay, don't be sad anymore. Wasn't this incident an accident? There is nothing we can do about it. But you must know that there are 8 mysterious tokens. Even if Chun Long and Xiaoyu both get one, aren't there still 6 left? The next time you get a Death God Unclear token, Dad promises you that he will definitely build you a Death God Unclear armor. Is that okay? In addition, Dad will also add powerful magic to your armor to deal with demons. After hearing this, Tony's disappointed mood recovered a little. Suka stood not far away and looked at everyone, but he only felt extremely funny in his heart. Because to be honest, he didn't expect things to develop like this. The mysterious power that sealed Shimu was actually obtained by Xiaoyu. For a moment, he suddenly became curious again. That is, what fun things will happen next. You must know that in the original plot of Chun Long's adventures, Shimu and Xiaoyu had a story. I originally thought that because I took Shimu out of hell in advance, Shimu might have nothing to do with Xiaoyu. As a result, he never expected that by some mistake, Xiaoyu would gain unexplained power. And what a coincidence! It is actually the same unknown force that sealed Shimu back then. Now, these two enemies are destined to meet again. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally reacted. "Wait, Dad, are you saying that I have the same power as Uncle Long?" Xiaoyu said with eyes shining. Although he was a little helpless, Dad still nodded and said, "Yes, and now this power has been integrated into your body. From now on, you will gradually master the mysterious power, just like Chun Long." Oh yeah. When he heard this, Buyu immediately jumped up with joy. Unexpectedly, he suddenly jumped to the roof. If Chun Long hadn't caught Xiaoyu in time, Xiaoyu might have crashed through the roof. It is obvious that the unexplained power of Death God has begun to work. And this means a judge, that Xiaoyu is even more difficult to control. This gave Dad and Chun Long a headache. But at the moment, Xiaoyu was extremely excited, because she had always envied Chun Long's power before, but she didn't expect that she would actually have such power now. To her, this is extremely cool. Dad knew that he couldn't discipline Xiaoyu. After all, he was old and couldn't stand Xiaoyu's tossing. Ever since, the father looked at Chun Long and said, "Chun Long, starting from today, you have to teach Xiaoyu how to master the mysterious power." BB. When Chun Long heard this, he looked at his father in shock. "Dad, what's going on? Do you want Xiaoyu to deal with the sky demon?" Xiaoyu is just a child. Although his father didn't say it clearly, Chun Long immediately guessed what his father meant, which made him extremely shocked. That's right, Xiaoyu has gained unexplained power, but you must know that she is still just a child. It's really too much to let a child deal with the devil. When Dad heard this, he said helplessly, "If I had a choice, Dad wouldn't want this." But the problem is that Xiaoyu has absorbed the mysterious power that sealed Shimu, and we have no way to take out this power again. This means that currently, except Xiaoyu, no one can deal with the Sky Demon. If Xiaoyu doesn't deal with the Sky Demon, then who will deal with the Sky Demon? When Chun Long heard this, he was immediately speechless, because he knows what his father said is right. Now it seems that Xiaoyu is really the only way to deal with the Sky Demon. Dad, Uncle Long, don't worry, I will leave the Sky Demon to me. While Dad and Chun Long were discussing this matter, Xiaoyu on the side quickly shouted excitedly, "Just kidding, besides being afraid of boredom, when has Xiaoyu ever been afraid of anything else? You know, before she wanted to join the Avengers with Uncle Long to fight against the devil." Unexpectedly, Nick didn't like her at all, which made Xiaoyu angry for a long time. Unexpectedly, by some strange combination of circumstances, she actually gained ungodly power. Now, let's see who dares to underestimate her again. Seeing this, what could Chun Long say? Then, he could only nod helplessly and promise to help train Xiaoyu. After all, he should be the person here who knows the power of the unknown death god best, so it would be most appropriate for him to train Xiaoyu. But obviously, training cannot be conducted here, because the place here is too small. Chun Long could only look at Suka and ask, "Suk, can you take us to a more open place? I need to train Xiaoyu." The action was about to begin, so Chun Long could only start training Xiaoyu immediately. Definitely yes. Facing Chun Long's request, Suka agreed directly. The next second, a portal appeared next to him, and on the other side of the portal was a wilderness. Wow! When seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was instantly stunned, because this was the first time she saw Suka show his power. Then, without any hesitation, Xiaoyu ran in. "Xiaoyu, Qin Yuan!" Chun Long shouted helplessly, and then followed him. Immediately afterwards, Suka and Tony also walked in. Dad didn't come with him because he also wanted to add magic to Tony's armor. After all, Tony no longer has the Death God armor, and he would feel a little guilty if he didn't do something. #7+. Chun Long is teaching Xiaoyu to master the mysterious power, while Suka and Tony are standing aside and watching. But seeing the scene in front of him, Tony was still a little sad. You must know that this was originally his power. Why? As a result, there is nothing now. In this way, Suka did nothing during the whole noon. He trained Xiaoyu with Chun Long and helped Xiaoyu control the mysterious power. I have to say that Xiaoyu really has magic ability. She quickly became familiar with the basic operations of the mysterious power. And unlike Chun Long's mysterious power, Xiaoyu's mysterious power gave her super fast flight ability. Even Chun Long can't catch up. Obviously, the mysterious power obtained by Xiaoyu seems to be able to restrain Shimu. Seeing Xiaoyu constantly flying quickly in the sky, Tony became even more envious. Suka looked funny, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't be envious. Didn't Dad promise you that the next time you get an unknown token, he will give you unexplained power?" Tony said with a sad face. Who knows how long it will take? Suk smiled and said nothing more. After a while, Xiaoyu stopped. Chun Long looked at Xiaoyu in front of him with emotion on his face. Although it didn't take long for Xiaoyu to gain mysterious power, she seems to be very capable. It only takes a few hours, and you can already use the mysterious power skillfully. This surprised Chun Long. He had to know when he had obtained mysterious power before, but it took a full week to slowly master the mysterious power of Death God. From this point of view, Xiaoyu seems to be stronger than him. "Uncle Long, do you think I could defeat the Sky Demon now?" At this moment, Xiaoyu looked at Chun Long with excitement and asked. Chun Long said seriously, "Xiaoyu, never underestimate the devil. Uncle Long, didn't I also gain mysterious power? But when I faced the Holy Lord, I still couldn't defeat the Holy Lord. Although unknown power can restrain the devil, it may not be able to defeat the devil. After all, we are always just mortals, not real undead." Although these words were a bit shocking, Xiaoyu didn't care at all, because she felt that he would definitely defeat Shimu. Seeing that it was almost dark, everyone returned to their father's antique shop. At the moment, Dad is still applying various righteous magic to Tony's armor. When he saw this scene, Tony felt a little more balanced. Immediately after greeting everyone, Suka left his father's antique shop. After a few days, most people in New York City seem to have accepted this life. Everything seems to have returned to its previous calm. But only a few people know that it is just the calm before the storm. And just in the past few days, Nick summoned the Avengers again. But this time the place where they gathered was District 13. There is no way, as Chayeldi and the others can't go back, and Stark Tower is gone. So they can only choose Area 13. And this place was temporarily lent to them by Black. As the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under the roof. Nick has been pretending to be a grandson in front of Blake recently. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who can ask for help from others? On this day, in a conference room in District 13, all members of the Avengers are gathered here, including Dad, Chun Long, and Xiaoyu. But at the moment, no one spoke, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. Suddenly at this moment, through the window, Nick saw a plane parked on the tarmac of Area 13. Nick's eyes lit up instantly. What's coming has finally come. Sure enough, after the plane parked, a group of people got off the plane, and it turned out to be the X-Men. Nick went up to him personally and said hello to Professor X. He and Professor. After a few minutes, everyone gathered in the conference room. However, they were automatically divided into two camps, one of which was the Avengers and the other was the X-Men. But to be honest, at the moment, the two groups looked at each other a little uncomfortable. After all, this is their first time working together, and, strictly speaking, mutants are not human beings. This made the atmosphere between them somewhat awkward. But fortunately, Nick and Professor X were there, so nothing bad happened. Immediately afterwards, Nick glanced at everyone and then said, "Everyone must already know what we are going to do next. Our mission this time is very simple, which is to defeat the two demons that have occupied New York City, the Fire Demon, Holy Lord, and the Sky Demon, Nishiki. The heroes with flight ability will go to deal with the Sky Demon, and the rest will go to deal with the various lords. But there is one thing I must make clear, that is, if we deal with the Sky Demon, everyone must cooperate with Xiaoyu, because she is the key to dealing with the Sky Demon." "Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoyu." Before Nick finished speaking, Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and greeted everyone enthusiastically. For a moment, Tony was speechless. At the same time, when they heard this, the X-Men were also a little confused, because they really can't imagine that they actually have to rely on a little girl to defeat the devil. This is really incredible. Finally, Storm Girl couldn't help but said, "Are you serious? She's just a child. When did a child need to go to the battlefield?" It's not that she looked down on Xiaoyu. She just felt that it was really inappropriate for a child to appear in this kind of thing. When Nick heard this, he laughed helplessly, because he knew that when his father was going to let Xiao Yushang deal with the Sky Demon, his reaction was similar to that of Storm Girl. It wasn't until Xiaoyu showed off her power that Nick shut up obediently. Although it was a bit unbelievable, he knew that Xiaoyu was indeed their only force that could deal with Shimu. Ever since, Nick could only smile and say, "Please don't underestimate Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu is just a child, she has very powerful power. That's right, don't underestimate me." At this moment, Xiaoyu said angrily. The next second, the power in her body exploded instantly, and then she flew directly in front of Storm. Sensing the unknown force coming towards him, Storm was instantly surprised. Only then did she realize that she had really underestimated this little girl. "Xiaoyu, don't mess around." When seeing this scene, Chun Long quickly pulled Xiaoyu down. Then he said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. Children are ignorant. Please don't take it personally." But Nick is right. The power Xiaoyu gained is specifically for the Sky Demon. So without Xiaoyu, we can't defeat the Sky Demon. "I see." After hearing this, the soldiers nodded thoughtfully. For a time, no one cared whether Xiaoyu was a child. After all, in this world, power is king. Then Professor X finally spoke. "Aurora, Cassidy, when the time comes, go help deal with the Sky Demon. After hearing Professor X's instructions, the two of them immediately agreed. One of them is Storm, and the other one is Siren. Originally, there were many mutants who could fly in the Mutant Academy, but they were the only two who could actually participate in the battle. Definitely, on the Avengers side, Tony will also help deal with Nishiki. After all, he had fought against Shimu before, so he had some experience. Although there's no spell armor, there is no open battle without Death God. But Dad still used powerful magic to give Tony's armor some special abilities. Maybe you can't hurt Shimu, but there should be no problem in protecting yourself. After talking about Shimu, Nick continued. Then what I want to talk about next is the Demon of Fire, Holy Lord. To be honest, compared to the Sky Demon, the Holy Lord is the truly difficult demon to deal with, because the power possessed by the Holy Lord is so powerful. And if we want to defeat the Holy Lord, we have to rely on Chun Long, because the mysterious power he possesses can restrain the Holy Lord. In addition, we also need Dad's power, Nick said, looking at his father and Chun Long. For a moment, everyone looked over, and this time, no one questioned it anymore, because they already know that in the previous battle in New York, it was Chun Long who was fighting the Holy Lord. Although he failed in the end, there is no doubt about Chun Long's power. At the moment, the X-Men seemed to be specifically serving the Avengers. But they didn't dare to complain at all, because when they came, Teacher X explained to them the relationship between the bed and the bed. If they can defeat the demon and take back New, then mutants will gain the same rights as humans. At the moment, if Suka were here, he would definitely laugh at all mutants mercilessly, because in his opinion, these mutants' ideas are really stupid. Okay, that's about it. Let's have a good night's rest tonight, and let's officially set off tomorrow. After the story was finished, Nick spoke again. Immediately afterwards, the staff from District 13 began to appear and then arranged everyone into their rooms. This night, many people couldn't sleep because they didn't know what would happen tomorrow. After all, what they have to face tomorrow is a powerful demon. Maybe tomorrow, many people will die from this. Early the next morning, everyone gathered again. Then he took the plane equipped in District 13 and arrived outside New York City. Although New York City is still shrouded in magic at the moment, it is not a difficult thing for Dad. I saw my father taking out a bottle of magic potion and pouring it directly on the barrier in front of him. The next second, the barrier began to dissolve, and then a big hole appeared. Immediately afterwards, everyone filed in. But this time, Dad didn't go in because he had to stay outside to take care of everyone. Otherwise, when everyone retreats, they will not be able to come out. From this point of view, in fact, no one has confidence in this operation. Otherwise, they would not have left such a way out for themselves. Immediately afterwards, something embarrassing happened suddenly. When the Avengers and X-Men appeared on the streets of New York City, people around them just looked at them with curiosity or indifference, not feeling happy at all. This left the Avengers and X-Men speechless. It stands to reason that I am here to save them. So why are these people not grateful at all? But when they thought about the purpose of this time, everyone immediately stopped caring. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu, Tony, Storm, and Siren flew directly into the air and began to search for traces of the Sky Demon. The remaining people walked towards the Stark building, because they know that the palace of the Holy Lord is there. The Holy Lord must be there too. But in fact, when they destroyed the magic barrier and entered New York City, the Holy Lord and Shimu actually knew all this. In the Stark building, the palace of the Holy Lord, Shangju, Shimu, and Suka are all here at the moment, and they are observing the actions of the Avengers and X-Men through a mirror. This mirror is called the Magic Mirror of Hell, and it is the third magic weapon of Shangsheng. It was originally used to communicate with the demons in Hell. But after special transformation, the demons can observe any corner of New York City through him. When he saw the Avengers and X-Men finally taking action, the Holy Lord instantly became excited. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord's body began to grow rapidly, and the clothes on his body exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Master Xian returned to the form of a demonic dragon again, and Shimu also turned into a devil. Very good, very good. They are finally here. I can't wait. The Holy Lord said with a ferocious smile. Ever since he knew that the Avengers and X-Men were coming to find him, the Holy Lord has been waiting for this day to arrive. At the moment, he is so worthy because he can't wait to kill everyone. And the same goes for Westwood, because since Xiao Yu appeared, Shimu has felt the mysterious aura on Xiao Yu's body. This made Shimu extremely excited. He couldn't wait to kill Xiao Yu. Don't say such nonsense as Xiao Yu is a child. In Shimu's view, no matter who he is, as long as he obtains his unexplained power, he will definitely die. Obviously, there should be no more friendship between Shimu and Xiao Yu. Holy Lord, curse Lan. I'm leaving first, Shimu said, waving his wings and preparing to leave. Be careful, Suk said calmly. Rest assured. After Shimu said this, he spread his wings and left here. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master was also ready to set off. I saw the Holy Lord wave his hand, and thousands of demon dragons, they flew densely towards the direction where the Avengers and X-Men appeared. Immediately afterwards, huge amounts of demon dragon stopped next to the Holy Lord. This is the mount of the Holy Lord. Don't ask why the Holy Master is a dragon and rides another dragon. Suka doesn't know either. Maybe the Holy Master thinks this is pretentious? Then my brother, I'm going to fight too. Just watch me here and crush those guys. The Holy Lord looked at Suku domineeringly and said, Go for it, Suk said with a smile. The next second, a door suddenly opened in front of the Lord. Then the Holy Lord rode the demon dragon and prepared to rush in. When seeing this scene, Suku quickly shouted, Wait. The Holy Lord stopped, then looked at Suku with some doubts and said, What's wrong? Suka did not answer the Holy Lord's question, but just said, Give me the space gem. Although he was doubtful, the Holy Lord still handed the space gem to Suku. Suka took the space gem handed over by the Holy Lord, and his heart suddenly moved. He saw a black force suddenly wrapping the space gem. Immediately afterwards, the portals that the Holy Lord had opened before turned black, and filled with the power of black aura. No way. Suk has demonstrated the power of the space gem in front of Nick and the others many times before. If the Holy Lord also shows such power in front of the Avengers, then his identity may be revealed. After all, he really couldn't explain why the Holy Lord also had the power of the space gem. So he slightly changed Holy Lord's space gem so no one could doubt him. Immediately afterwards, Suka returned the space gem to the Holy Master. Seeing that the light blue space gem in his hand suddenly turned black, the Holy Master was a little confused as to why Suka did this. But then, suddenly he was gone, because the most important thing now is to kill those intruders. So, without any hesitation, the Holy Lord rode the demon dragon directly into the portal. 01. Seeing the portal disappear in front of him, Suk felt a little funny, because if he remembered correctly, the Holy Lord seemed to look down on the space gem a little before, right? Unexpectedly, now he has started to use these powers. Smiling and shaking his head, Suk then sat down again and quietly watched the picture in the helm mirror. In this battle, Suka has no intention of taking action, because he knows that the power of Holy Lord and Shimu is enough to cope with everything. At the same time, the Avengers and X-Men are heading towards the Stark building. But suddenly at this moment, a group of demonic dragons suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, covering the sky and rushing toward them. Without any hesitation, everyone hurriedly prepared for battle. Roar! With a roar, Banner transforms directly into Hulk, ready to face the enemy. Chun Long, just for everyone, when he was preparing to face the demonic dragon army coming towards him, a cold voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Chun Long looked back in surprise and instantly saw the Holy Master riding a huge amount of demon dragon rushing towards them. For a moment, everyone was shocked, because they didn't expect that the Holy Lord would come so quickly. But at the moment, there is no use talking about it anymore. The next second, all kinds of attacks came from the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord was unmoved, and the demon dragon under the Holy Lord directly waved huge amounts of wings, blocking all attacks in an instant. And the demon dragon was unscathed. "Stupid humans, I will crush you," the Holy Lord said with a ferocious smile. The next second, a blazing light burst out from the Holy Lord's eyes and swept directly towards everyone in front of him. Everyone didn't dare to carry it hard, so they could only quickly evade. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord flew from the demon dragon into the air, then patted the demon dragon on the head and said, "Go for it, roar." With a roar, the demon dragon rushed towards the heroes on the ground. You must know that the demon dragon that the Holy Lord rides is more than 30 meters long. It's simply a super behemoth. Facing such a monster, the Avengers and X-Men didn't know what to do for a while. But at this moment, a big green guy rushed up and knocked back the demon dragon with one punch. It's Hulk. Although Hulk knocked him back a few steps, the demon dragon did not suffer any damage. Immediately afterwards, it became furious in an instant. Then he rushed towards Hulk suddenly, grabbed Hulk with a pair of huge amounts of claws, and then flew into the air. After flying to a certain height, the demon dragon released its claws again, and Hulk fell heavily to the ground. Boom! In one moment, a building was destroyed by Hulk. But how could such an attack harm Hulk? In just a few seconds, Hulk suddenly ejected and jumped directly onto the demon dragon. Then he started fighting with the demon dragon in the air. At the same time, the Holy Lord's demon dragon army finally arrived here. Without the Lord's orders, all the demonic dragons swarmed towards the X-Men and Avengers and began to attack them. Seeing this, everyone did not dare to show any hesitation and quickly started fighting. But there was only one person who never took action. This person was none other than Chun Long. Because at the moment, the Holy Lord did not take action, but just stared at Chun Long coldly. The next second, inexplicable power began to emerge from Chun Long's body, and it quickly enveloped his whole body. When he noticed this power, the Holy Lord's anger instantly surged to the extreme, because he seemed to have seen the mysterious death god that sealed him back then. "Go to hell, Chun Long!" The Holy Lord roared angrily. Then he rushed towards Chun Long. However, Chun Long is not a vegetarian. During this period of time, Chun Long has become more and more proficient in mastering the mysterious power. So for a while, Chun Long was actually inseparable from the Holy Lord, just when this place fell into chaos. The other side, Shimu soon found Xiaoyu who had mysterious power. "Stupid human being, I'm going to kill you." Shimu roared angrily. At the same time, Xiaoyu also saw Shimu. Although it was the first time to see Shimu, Xiaoyu was not afraid at all, but was very happy. Immediately afterwards, she replied directly to Shimu. "Big Bat, if you have the ability, just try it." Big Bat. When Shimu heard this, he became angry instantly. He is a majestic sky demon and is actually called a Big Bat. This is simply intolerable. What a shame. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Shimushin was instantly ready to attack. However, at this moment, bursts of thunder suddenly came from the sky. Shimu was a little confused for a moment, because he didn't control thunder and lightning. At this moment, a white-haired woman suddenly appeared in front of him, and there are countless storms and thunder and lightning surging around her. When he saw this, Shimu immediately remembered that this guy should be the X-Men that Curselon mentioned before. The next second, Storm began to control the storm and lightning to attack Shimu. Countless thunder and lightning and storm winds swept toward Shimu. But as a sky demon, how can Shimu's speed be matched by these attacks? Ever since, Shimu began to quickly shuttle through the storm and thunder and lightning. No matter how Storm attacks, it can never hurt Shimu's share. For a moment, Shimu couldn't help but feel a little proud. But before he could laugh out loud, a special sound wave suddenly struck from not far away. Shimu had no time to dodge and was instantly knocked away. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing special equipment suddenly appeared in the air not far away. This man is none other than Hai Tion, and his attack is not an ordinary physical attack, but a sonic attack. And such an attack can actually cause some damage to Shimu. But definitely, it's just some damage. Damn humans. How dare you do this to me? Shimu was instantly furious. And when he saw the three people in front of him again, his heart was suddenly filled with extreme anger. However, at this moment, Shimu suddenly noticed something again. The next second, he immediately flapped his wings and hid aside. Almost instantly, a cannonball exploded where he was standing just now. Shimu looked back and saw Tony appearing not far away. 337. Hello, Sky Demon, Tony said with a smile. Seeing Shimu again, Tony not only didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, but actually became a little excited. Seeing Tony appear and looking at the three people next to him, Shimu had to pay attention, because at the moment, he was actually besieged by 4 humans, and one of them still possesses the mysterious power that sealed him back then. Even for him, the current situation is not optimistic. After scanning everyone, Shimu instantly made up his mind. That is, he has to defeat these guys in turn. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Shimu flew directly towards Tony. Damn it! When he saw this scene, Tony panicked instantly. Are you mistaken? There are 4 G people here. How the hell did you know to look for me? Tony couldn't help but cursed in his heart, and then without any hesitation, he hurriedly flew towards the distance to avoid Shimu's attack. No way. He currently has neither a spell armor nor a death god armor, so he has no strength to fight Shimu. Although his father had added powerful magic to the armor on his body, these magics were not enough to fight Shimu and could only barely protect himself. Seeing this, Xiaoyu, Storm, and Siren also hurriedly chased after him, preparing to surround Shimu together. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared next to the Siren. The next second, the equipment on Siren's body was directly scratched, and even his body was scratched with deep scratches. For a time, snakes were covered in blood. Almost instantly, the Siren let out a painful sound. Immediately afterwards, his body fell to the ground involuntarily. When seeing this scene, Storm showed no hesitation at all and quickly flew towards the Kraken and then caught the Kraken. At this time, just where the Kraken had just been injured, a figure slowly appeared, and it was She-Bed. Seeing this scene from a distance, Tony was instantly shocked, because he is so familiar with this scene. The next second, Tony stopped directly, then aimed at Shimu behind him and launched an attack. Sure enough, the moment he attacked Shimu turned into a black aura and disappeared in front of him. But this is not the real Westwood, but the duplication made by Westwood, because Shimu's real target is not him, but the Kraken. The reason why this happened just now was just to confuse everyone, and they were actually deceived by Shimu, which led to the injury of the Siren. After thinking about this, Tony quickly shouted, "Everyone, be careful. The Sky Demon not only has the ability to duplicate, but he can also completely hide his body in the sky." When he heard this, Storm couldn't help but want to curse. Did you make a mistake in saying this? Couldn't you have said this earlier? Although he was upset, he didn't have time to blame Tony. Instead, he checked the wounds on Siren's body. Although the wound looked a bit serious, his life was saved after all. But I can no longer participate in the battle. Seeing this, Storm had no choice but to send the Kraken to a safe place. Then he said to him, "Hang on. When we defeat the Sky Demon, I will take you out of here." When the Siren heard this, he nodded immediately. He doesn't want to be a burden to his teammates. The next second, Storm flew into the air again and participated in the battle. At this time, Shimu has launched another attack on Tony. And this time, it's no longer duplication. Tony also noticed this and began to quickly dodge in the air. However, how can his speed compare to Shimu's speed? Just when Shimu was about to catch up, a small figure suddenly appeared and kicked Shimu away. This figure is none other than Xiaoyu. "Sky Demon, your opponent is me," Xiaoyu shouted at Shimu. When Shimu heard this, I felt a burst of annoyance in my heart instantly. He originally wanted to deal with the others first, and then slowly enjoy the pleasure of hunting the unknown death god. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu couldn't wait any longer. Damn it, Shimu yelled angrily. The next second, black aura suddenly emerged from his body and then slowly floated towards Kong Yong. Immediately afterwards, the sky changed color instantly. The red mist began to roll continuously in the sky and enveloped everything around it. But Xiaoyu didn't panic at all, because with his incredible power, Shimu's attack couldn't hurt her at all. At this moment, Storm finally rushed over. The moment he appeared, Storm once again used his ability to control storms and lightning. Suddenly, huge amounts of storms and thunder and lightning began to sweep toward Shimu. Get away! But in the face of such an attack, Shimu didn't care. Instead, he roared angrily. In an instant, a burst of energy spread out, directly canceling out all Storm's attacks. He even knocked Storm away. When seeing this scene, Storm's face was full of disbelief. Because she has never encountered such a thing, it was obvious that she really underestimated the Sky Demon. In front of the Sky Demon, trying to defeat him with the sky and thunder and lightning is completely wishful thinking. Seeing that the Kraken was seriously injured and Tony and Storm were really unable to help. You two should go. Leave the Sky Demon to me. I will deal with him. Storm and Tony heard this and looked at each other, both speechless, because they did not expect that this sentence actually came from the mouth of a little girl about 10 years old. This is obviously looking down on them. They can't afford to lose this person. Seeing that the two people refused to leave, Xiaoyu said again, "Please, if you don't leave, I will have to find a way to save you later, which will be very troublesome." Hearing this, the two of them felt even more heartbroken, but they just couldn't refute it, because as far as the current situation is concerned, let alone defeating the Sky Demon, they can't even catch up. If you continue to stay here, it seems that it will only cause trouble for Xiaoyu. Then, the two looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. "Xiaoyu, then be careful." Tony said hello to Xiaoyu, and then came to the siren with Storm. After picking up the siren, the two of them flew in the direction of their father. For a time, only Shimu and Xiaoyu were left here. Naturally, Shimu also saw Tony and Storm leaving, and he could completely prevent them from leaving if he wanted to. But Shimu didn't do that, because to Shimu, Tony and Storm were not important at all, and he didn't care either. All he cares about is Xiaoyu, who has gained unexplained power in front of him. Finally, this pair of young enemies who became friends in the original plot of the Adventures of Chun Long finally officially fought against each other again. Go to hell! Shimu roared angrily and launched the attack first. The next second, endless black aura magic attacked Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu is not a freeloader. In the past 2 days, she has been familiar with her own mysterious power. So with just one move, she easily dodged Shimu's attack and then rushed directly towards Shimu. Shimu didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so fast. He couldn't dodge for a while, but Xiaoyu jumped directly onto his back. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu tore Shimu's wings directly. Shimu was immediately stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoyu's fighting style to be so simple and crude, just like fighting with a child. No, it seems that Xiaoyu is a child to begin with. Definitely, it doesn't matter. Damn human being, get out of here! Shimu was furious in an instant. He flapped his wings randomly and began to scratch his back with his claws, trying to catch Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu's figure is quite flexible. No matter how hard Shimu grabs him, he can't catch her. On the contrary, his wings were about to be torn off by Xiaoyu. Damn it! At the moment, Shimu was really in quite a lot of pain. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he used all his strength to rush into the air, trying to use huge amounts of airflow to blow Xiaoyu down. But Xiaoyu clung to Shimu's wings, and no matter how much Shimu shook him, he still refused to let go. Although Xiaoyu seemed to have done nothing just now, she had actually been observing Shimu's fighting style. She found that if it was a long-distance attack, no one would be Shimu's opponent. Because as a sky demon, she's control over the sky is unparalleled. It is simply impossible to defeat Shimu in the air, not even if she gains the power of the death god. So she decided to try to get close to Shimu, and then start a melee battle with Shimu, so that Shimu would no longer be able to use long-range attacks. Sure enough, Her approach is right. At the moment, Shida was almost stunned by Xiaoyu. This is definitely the most speechless battle he has ever participated in his life. At the same time, in the palace of the Holy Lord, Suku is watching the situation on the battlefield through the magic mirror of hell. The Holy Lord is fine here, and the situation is pretty much what Ka thought. When facing the Holy Lord, Avengers and X-Men had almost no chance of winning. It could be said that they were pressed to the ground and rubbed by the Holy Lord. And with the help of the power of the Mind Gem, the Holy Lord defeated Professor X in an instant. If Wolverine hadn't taken Professor X away in time, Professor X's head would have exploded by now. Definitely, someone did die in this battle. For example, Beast from X-Men, or Cyclops Scott. These two guys were very unlucky. One was penetrated by the Holy Lord with laser rays, and the other was burned alive by the Holy Lord with dragon flames. But when Suku saw this scene, he was quite calm. After all, this is war, not children's playhouse. So how can we not be dead, man? Immediately afterwards, as another laser ray snaked out, another person died. This time it's none other than Hawkeye. Barton, when he saw this scene, Nick immediately shouted and ran over. However, when he came to Barton, Barton had already fallen to the ground. A big hole was opened in his mouth, and he was already dead. For a moment, Nick just felt heartache. After looking up at the people struggling in front of him, Nick finally made up his mind. Then, without any hesitation, Nick yelled, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone get out of here!" In fact, everyone had lost the slightest intention to fight before Nick opened his mouth, because they found that no matter how hard they tried, they could not defeat the leader and the Demon Dragon group with a rate of 4.5. Although Hulk is very brave and even defeated many demon dragons, what's the use? The Holy Lord's Demon Dragon army is almost constant. How many can he kill? As Nick spoke, everyone finally lost the courage to continue fighting and chose to retreat. Now they just want to get out of here quickly. You go first, I'll cover you. Chun Long also knew that retreating was the best choice now, and he immediately shouted loudly. Although he also wanted to defeat the Holy Lord, it seemed basically impossible based on the current situation, because the current Holy Lord is far more powerful than before. But when he saw this scene, the Holy Lord sneered, "Want to leave? How can it be so easy?" The next second, a closed door suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord directly put his hand into the portal and then pulled hard, pulling a person out of the portal. This person is none other than Ganglishi. Colossus' defensive ability is definitely top-notch among the X-Men, because almost all of his body is made of ultra-high-density metal. Normal attacks and weapons cannot harm him at all. But unfortunately, he met the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord gave a ferocious laugh, used force in his hands, and directly broke Ganglishi's neck, and then casually threw Ganglishi to the ground. It's like throwing away a piece of garbage. When he saw this scene, Chun Long felt that the anger in his heart became even stronger. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards the Holy Lord. "Holy Lord, you damn be asterisk 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 D." Chun Long cursed and then fought with the Holy Lord. The others had no time to grieve, so they quickly collected the bodies of their companions and then fled in the direction.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.